That's right. A whole nother world.
Let us see how the story unfolds. I am sure the ending will be engaging. So, this is the child who will save the world.
Why did you set out on this journey in the first place?
It's my mom. I have to save her.
Say cheese! Bring us more!
Now leave me alone. Go! Come on, don't go getting all soppy on me.
I'm sorry, I couldn't save her.
First, you will have to save yourself.
If I could only be with you once more and hold you tightly to my heart, we could walk this road together and never ever be apart. Your light will shine on every forest. So this is your world.
That's right. A whole nother world.
Let us see how the story unfolds. I am sure the ending will be engaging.
Hello. Hey, Gilwin. I don't even know if the game's quite loud. The game's quite loud for me. I think it's quite loud. I don't even know how to even lower down the volume for this game. How you doing, Gawain? How you doing, Snot Muffin? How you doing, Andrew? It is quite loud. It is quite loud. Yeah, this game is like super fucking loud. I didn't even know. As you can tell, the stupid fucking intro is back. So, my ears, my fucking ears. I guess just give me a sec while I actually lower down the fucking volume of this game. We'll put it at, there. Cool. It's quite, yeah, my fucking ears, man. Welcome to Ni no Kuni. This is like a JRPG that I've been wanting to play for a very long time. Like, legitimately a long time that I really want to play. Not out enough? Well, too bad. So, I'm gonna hit a backstory. I've only played like maybe 30 minutes of this game, and I know like the first 30 minutes of this game. But after that, I just kind of stopped, and I was like, yeah, maybe I would be very interested in playing this game if I were to play this game on stream or something like that. I don't even know whether or not I would play this game like consistently on stream for the next couple of days, weeks, or whatnot. But it's one of those games that I really wanted to play. I do it with any kind of RPG games, actually. Like I do it with any kind of JRPG games / games that I think it was interesting, then afterwards it's like, yeah, I don't think it's interesting afterwards. Ni no Kuni is actually one of those games that I felt interest when I was very young. I think this game was like one of the games that I wanted to play when I was very young. And then I got the game, and then I never touched it until like a few months ago. And then I played it for 30 minutes, never touched it again, and then I was like, maybe I should devote myself into playing this game. But would it be a good thing to play this game on stream? I don't know. That's why I'm trying it out right now. This is like one of those games that you would be confused on. Hey, why is Juho playing this game? And I'm like, let's go. I don't even know. I don't even know which like one to actually go for. So I don't know if I would really want to go for like easy or normal, because one, I'm not really a huge JRPG guy, and I don't know if like the battles are gonna be very challenging. If they mention saying that the battles are very challenging. Two is that it says focus on the story. I don't know if I wanna. I don't know if I'd rather do normal use. I'm gonna be very bad. I'm gonna be very bad at a lot of like these kind of games, you know. Okay, fine, we'll try. So, like I said, I've only played like 30 minutes with this game. But it's been a while since I've actually played this. Like, it's been like a few months. I barely know a little bit of the story, but basically the story is that like mom dies or something, and then transported into like some kind of world. I don't even know. It's some kind of like that kind of story. Like, oh, family member dies, blah blah blah. You get transported into like somewhere. It's good. I know it's Ghibli.
Slow down, Mr. Drippy.
But ding dong.
I'm gonna say this as well. The other thing is that I have never watched a Ghibli movie before. I know that this game was made by like the art style for this game was made by Ghibli. I don't know if the story was actually made by Ghibli. I've never watched a Ghibli movie before. Because here's the thing, I always get interested into Ghibli movies, and then I procrastinate. I never watched it. I just never watched it afterwards. So this is gonna be like something that I really want to try out, I guess. I don't even know if anyone wants to like watch me just play these kind of games, but we'll see. We'll see if anyone's gonna be interested into like, yo, Joe, why the fuck are you playing this kind of game? And can you go back to horror games, please? I'm like, we'll see, man. I don't even know. We'll see. But I've been wanting to play this game for a while. The problem is that, do I want to play it on stream, or do I want to play it like off stream, where I'm gonna be like so fucking dumb or something, you know?
So this is your world.
That's right. A whole nother world. Beautiful, innit?
So if I'm not mistaken, like this game has like different same people, doppelgangers. That's what it is, doppelgangers. Like this game has doppelgangers. So you have like the real world, and you have like a fantasy world, and they have like people who are the same, something along the lines of that, but I'm not too sure. I feel like that's not gonna be a lot of people who's gonna be coming in and just like wanting to like teaching me about the game anyways, you know. I fully will agree that I think this is gonna be a game that not a lot of people will want to watch, because one, it's a JRPG game, and I don't think people want to watch a JRPG game by a guy who always plays horror games, you know. And two, I don't know. I don't know, maybe someone's gonna come in and be like, yo, this game's cool, this game's awesome, I love this game, blah blah blah. Please, like, teach me, I would say. Tell me what I'm doing wrong in the game, because I'll not know what to do in a game like this, I would say. Hey Arliss, drop your pants. I'm not gonna drop my pants. In fact, I think most of the time I'm not gonna be on my keyboard, so I'm not gonna be dropping my pants anytime soon.
FBI, open up!
2-bit kobold. Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Hope you are doing well. Hello, guys. My name is Juho Juhorse. I actually am a horror speedrunner slash horror slash variety streamer. Stream died long ago, but hope you have a fun stream. Yeah. I hope you are doing well.
Miss Layla. Why, good morning, Oliver. Your groceries are over there, honey. Thanks.
I just started my stream anyway, so there's that.
Did Philip find you? He said he had something to show you, dear. Really?
No, this game's animation was made by Ghibli. The game, from what I know at this point, thank you for the follow, by the way. The game, from what I know, is that there are two worlds. One is the real world, the other one is the fantasy world, and the fantasy world has like a doppelganger of like who you are as a person. And then in this game, like so far, like from what I know, like the mom died, which we will get to that later, I would say. Thank you for the follow, by the way, much appreciated. What were you streaming, by the way? I really want to know what were you streaming, and also at the same time, like, hold on, slash shout out, 2-bit Cobalt. I can't do the shout out command. I don't even know why. Shout out 2-bit 7 days to die for like 6 hours. Hell yeah. How did you come across this channel, by the way? Why are you playing this game? A real man. Okay, see, I knew that someone would tell me about that. Oh, the furry tag. Ah, I see. Yeah, I just started my stream. I'm usually a horror speedrunner slash horror and variety streamer. I play a lot of horror games. Today I'm playing like Ni no Kuni because like I really have nothing to play these days, so like as I'm waiting for like the next horror game to come out, I'm just gonna be playing like some kind of game like this one, and then we'll see about like how it goes. Don't believe him, he just gambles. No, I don't gamble on CS:GO, I swear. You speedrun horrors? Yes, I speedrun a lot of horrors. How you doing, perp? But the transition from cutscene to graphics to this 3D bullshit, yeah, it is like that. But yeah, 1, I do not want to play Call of Duty. 2, I do not have any kind of horror games to actually play so far. 3, I do not have a bunch of games. You know what? Maybe someday I'll come back to Dark Souls. That's the one thing that I really do want to try to come back to is Dark Souls. My problem is that like I don't know when, and I don't know whether I have the confidence to go back to Dark Souls because I'm very bad at Dark Souls. And you can totally tell that I'm very bad at Dark Souls when, I'm pretty fucking bad at Dark Souls. I have played Dark Souls on stream before. I've played Dark Souls on stream before, and people know how bad I am. And someone told me that I'm one of the worst players to play Dark Souls, so I was like, yeah, okay, sure. And, yeah, I mean, we'll see.
Over here.
Oh, it's Phil. It's Phil Trout, god damn it. Phil Trout actually looks like this, by the way. Okay. Like, legitimately, Phil Trout looks like this.
Good thing you found me. Guess what? She's finally ready.
I'm gonna go lay down and rest. Been up alright. You got a good time? Alright, have a good one. 2-bit Cobalt. What's your KD in Warzone? I only play Warzone for a little bit, and like, my KD is like 0.3. Or 0.2. It's very low because like I kind of just don't like how Warzone is like. The only battle royale game that I like is actually PUBG. I think PUBG was like one of the better battle royales out there. I did not like Warzone at all.
So what Miss Layla said? Is it really what I think it is?
What else would it be, dum-dum?
Dum-dum.
Boy, you are something else, Phil. So what do we do
I
now?
mean, Tetris Connect, I do play Tetris Connect, you know. Early Fortnite was good. I think early Fortnite was okay. But I did play early Fortnite before, so there's that.
What else? We take her for a spin. Tonight.
They're talking about a female, that's for sure.
What? Tonight? But I can't.
Tonight,
I need
you
to-
and I will go on a trip with her. We're gonna take her on a spin around our dicks. That's what it is. What's your favorite Fortnite dance? Do they twerk on Fortnite? If there's a twerk dance on Fortnite, I love twerking on Fortnite. There's no twerking on Fortnite. Oh, god damn it. I tried.
Sure. You go ask your mom. And then when do we do it, huh? Tomorrow? Next year?
Damn.
Well, no, but
They're actually, like, really talking about a girl. Like, in my mind, I would be thinking, like, oh yeah, are they, like, literally talking about a girl and just having threesome with them? Tonight, we're gonna give her a spin. You and I, our dicks together with this girl on a spin. Is this kid wearing socks on the asphalt? I think so.
okay, we'll do it tonight. But we'll have to be real quiet.
Yeah, I told you.
Sure we will. Okay, tonight in my garage. Be there or be square.
This is literally casting couch, man. What you're talking about literally is the scene of casting couch right there.
So, this is the child.
Someone just rated you and you're already saying curse things. I'm cursed. I'm super cursed, you know. You don't know how cursed I am. I'm like,
Dark Jin
you know,
power alone.
from a 1 to 10, how cursed I am, I'm like a 15.
Oliver, your radiance.
Oliver.
I'm Jamie Oliver. I use chili jam for my fried rice. The mini-map will display... Okay, so I think I know about this one. Switch to the local map, showing an overview of the whole town. Okay, so... Yeah, sure. Is it R1? L1? R1. R1. Okay, so I guess I need to go all the way down towards my house anyway, so, okay. If your name is Oliver, I am legally allowed to bully... No, you don't! Don't be so mean! Don't be so mean to poor Oliver, okay? What's that one fucking musical? Is it called Oliver? Is that one musical just called Oliver? I don't remember.
Hey, Mom. I got the groceries.
Thanks, sweetie. Just pop them on the table, will you?
God damn, they have like British fucking voice acting.
Say, Mom.
Where's the Ghibli animation? You will see it. You will see it.
You're kind
You'll
of
see it
into
pretty
it,
soon.
Huh?
It would happen.
Now that you mention it, I do have to practice for my concert in the morning.
Oh, yeah? So, you'll be in bed kind of early, huh?
Yes, I suppose I will.
Oh, you will, huh?
Will you stop being so mysterious and eat your breakfast?
I'm
late for school.
Did you not hear what I said, like, earlier? I have said I have not watched a Ghibli movie ever because I procrastinate whenever I feel the interest to watch a Ghibli movie. So I never watched a Ghibli movie because I just never.
And chew before you swallow.
How about gibble on this dick? How about that? Gibble gobble these nuts.
Thanks for breakfast, Mom.
Damn, he ate those, like, eggs
See
and
you later,
bacon
Mom.
that fast.
Bye, sweetie. You be good now.
Motherfucker gobbled that shit
I will.
fast. He ate. Hey, Phil. You didn't go to school yet? Ha! School schmool! Today's a special day, kiddo. Today's the day our dream machine finally rolls off the drawing board and onto the streets of Motorville. Oh boy, can't wait. Where can I see it? Whoa there, cowboy. Not so loud. Don't forget this is our secret. Hey, dum-dum. You didn't tell your mom about it, did you? Go smoke cigarettes and Jesus. No, I did not. I asked her if she was busy, and she said she had a concert practice. She has a concert practice, sorry. So she'll be in bed real early. Perfect. Then tonight's the night.
You studying, kiddo?
Sure I am. Tonight, at your garage, I'll be there. My dude's gonna be there for like fucking sex, honestly. The casting couch at Phillips's garage? Goddamn. She must be asleep by now. Nito, she's out like a light. Now's my chance. I have to go. I have to get to Phil's garage. Okay. Use that to select an option, press X. Having chosen an option, you can return to the main menu and press again. The show menu options will become available as you progress through the game. Okay. So there's this thing, and I'm gonna be very much copious about this thing, honestly. We'll see. Okay. Oh, what a music. Professor Layton looking motherfucker. I still need to I still need to play Professor Layton, but the problem is Professor Layton is on fucking DS, and I've never played Professor Layton before. I've been wanting to play Professor Layton for a long time because I think that game had puzzles or like puzzling in that game. I really want to play it. I think it also made by level 5 so that yeah, this game was made by level 5. So Professor laid on laid on these nuts. All the kids were DS kids except for me. I think a lot of people were DS kids as well. So I had a handheld because at the time my mom and dad didn't want me to play games on consoles because they said like console games are, well, console is like quite expensive. But also at the same time, like, I think they bought, like, DS from, like, secondhand stores or some shit like that, you know? So it's a bit cheaper than, what, consoles were at the time. So I got a DS, a PSP, a Game Boy, and then I only had, like, a few consoles, like, Xbox, like, the OG Xbox, and Wii. So, my childhood time, I actually played a lot of Halo Combat Evolved, and that's about it. PlayStation country? I think it's more of Xbox country than PlayStation country, to be fair though. I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna go to... Wait, actually, is there a gate here? Blood Gooch. I don't even remember anymore, you know. Why, good evening, Oliver. Why are you doing so late? I'm gonna run away from you because I'm not gonna talk to you, little bitch. Hot MILF bitch. I had a motherfucking PS2. I mean, PS2 is cool. Okay, here comes the Ghibli fucking animation right here.
Hey! In here!
See, the casting couch is coming.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, what are you looking at, you little fucking bitch?
What is it with that kid?
Yeah, fucking bitch, get
Kept just
the fuck out of here.
Sorry, my mom just wouldn't go to bed.
So, is it finished?
Sure is. The last bearing's in, and she's primed for action.
Ew,
Wanna
women.
see?
Do I ever?
All right. Here goes nothing.
Okay.
Wow!
Oh, is this neat? Phil, this is so neat.
You know,
You
furry.
betcha.
True. How you doing, Panda?
So neat.
The new Cube Deluxe ain't got nothing on us, Ollie.
It's not even close.
So, you ready to hit the road, kiddo?
Yeah.
Okay, there's nobody around. We should take her outside now.
So, Phil, who gets to drive first?
Huh? Let me see now. Tell you what, kiddo. If you run down the street and make sure the coast is clear, I'll let you go first.
You mean that? Oh boy! Okay. Wait right there. Kiddo. The transition from Ghibli to, yeah, this is quite cursed.
And watch out for Staring Mary, would you? Staring Mary? You know, the girl who was spying on us before. I swear, that kid is cracked. See? There she is again. I bet that tattletale goes straight to her olds. She wouldn't do that. What are you, sweetening her or something? Go check out front already. Sure thing, Phil. I'll be right back. Lone Star Gasoline. Game set in Texas. I don't think this game was set in Texas. Who even talks like that? I don't even know. Him? Her? Person? Alright, let's go. Well, I can go.
All right. The coast is clear. I better go tell Phil.
Don't go.
What? Huh?
I'm British!
Dad, please, Oliver. Don't go.
Don't go! I'm a British person! Just
Who are
stay
you?
with me and be
How'd you
British!
know my name?
Ollie! What's taking you so long?
I'm sorry, Phil. Someone saw me.
Oh, man. Who was it?
You, I'ma just say this as well. Like, look at the back of fucking Oliver and Phil. Do you see the word American there? American frontier. Don't go, please. I'm British. Do we ever listen to a British person that's in America? Am I right? Wink, wink.
Oh, that girl over.
Holy shit.
What
She
are you
just
talking
disappeared.
about?
She just disappeared like that. It's
There's
it's
nobody
Brie butt.
there.
Brie butt.
That's weird. She was right there.
Merker.
girl.
Merker.
A girl, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I bet it was that dumb, scary Mary. Oh no, couldn't be. She's not allowed out. You must be going screwy or something. Anyway, come on.
Oh, okay.
I think this part over here is gonna be a long cutscene, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is gonna be a very long cutscene.
Save the world. But unfortunately for him, his light is yet a mere candle in the blackness.
Indeed. He may be the child the prophecies speak of, but he is a child nonetheless.
Yet these humans can be disturbingly powerful. Did the other's darkness not engulf the land entirely? Might this one not prove equally tenacious?
What would you have me to
Dude,
do?
she has tits! I just realized this.
Must not be suffered to grow.
Motherfucker has tits!
Your radiant.
God damn. God damn, I just got horny. They bought the car within a week to allowance. No, they didn't buy the car. They actually built the car, or he built the car. Check for pussy? No way, man. But yeah, it's not bought, it's built. Motherfucking child built it. Don't know how, but he built it.
Sweetie? Where are you? Oliver?
Why does the mom look like the kid with the— no way. Stop
Oliver?
it. Stop it right now.
You're kind of busy tomorrow, huh?
Well, now that you mention it, I do have to practice for my concert in the morning.
Oh, yeah? So, you'll be in bed kind of early, huh?
Oliver. Oliver.
Oh, does she have a cape? I think it's just a fucking coat or sweater. It could be cold.
Take it slow to start with, okay?
Yep, got it.
All right.
Kids drive cars? God damn, I can't believe this.
Jeepers. Jinkies. Actual Mario Kart, goddamn. But then again, do you see Mario Kart being also broken? Foreshadowing.
Oliver?
Hey, Erna.
It's Ollie. Oliver!
Little bro dead? No, Erna.
Oliver?
It's gonna turn around pretty fucking, it's gonna get turned around pretty fucking quick. I played like 30 minutes of this game. It's gonna get turned around pretty fucking quick, as you're gonna watch.
I'm sorry. I swear, if I'd known, I never would have.
Apparently putting tires on with glue isn't a good idea. Where did these people come from? I don't know. Did these people come from like somewhere? No, it's not even in the middle of the night. It's like what, 10 p.m., 11 or something like that.
Twisted my ankle back there.
Whatever will you children get up to next?
Allie.
And things turn around pretty fucking quick.
What's wrong?
Like legit.
We did have a weak heart. Mom, dear. I'll fetch the doctor.
Mom! Oliver, sweetie. Oh, sweetie. Mom! You'll be okay.
No way, not the
I know
unspecified.
you will.
Yeah. This is gonna go like 200 right here. It's gonna get 200 right here. Oh yeah, good news for her. She fucking dies.
Mom?
She fucking dies.
Mom! No. No! Don't leave me. You can't.
My guy's parentless. No dad, no mom. What the fuck is he gonna do?
Mommy! Don't leave me. Mom!
Sentimental.
At least it's olden times, so no heartbeat monitor sounds.
Sacrificing herself
I
to
guess.
save her child.
And yet, thanks to her, the boy lives.
Of course.
So, basically the reason why the mom died is because of them. It was supposed to be Oliver who dies, so that,
Come to our world. Where our powers are strongest.
if I'm not mistaken, Oliver was supposed to die because, these two wanted him to die and not be the savior of the world, but instead he survived, and then they took the other person that he cherished the most, which is his mom. And then that kind of sucks ass. No, it's not even spoilers. It's legitimately like in the story so far.
Very good, Your Radiance.
They talked about it like a few,
See how the story
like
unfolds.
a couple of minutes ago.
I'm sure the ending will be.
Yeah, magic shit happens. I thought this was a guy first. Like, I legitimately thought this was a guy first until I saw, like, the tits. And I was like, oh, yeah. Hey, Narukami. Yeah, I've been wanting to play this game for a while.
Oliver, honey, I brought you some apple pie. I'll just leave it here for you, okay, dearie?
No parents, by the way. I thought guys can have tits now. I mean, guys can have tits now, but, like, I thought it was a guy at first. It's real good. I heard about it. Yo, get that pussy rub.
You'll just
Let's
have to
go.
wait until Jimmy told him. Oh, it's so sad.
Yeah, that's
He's
good.
been in there 3 whole days now.
Oliver, Mummy starts her new job today, but
She's asked someone very special to take care of you. Mummy spent a long time making him. I'm sure he'll look after you very well. Be good while Mummy's away, okay?
Mommy.
Is something wrong, sweetie?
Just come back soon, okay?
Of course, sweetie. We'll always be together, Oliver. Always. Always.
Mommy. Come back.
Dude, he's fucking squirting. I can't believe this. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be making that joke. Sorry. No, sorry. Oh well. Maybe I should be. He squirted until like fucking, you know, someone was like, yo.
What's all this?
I got squirted on.
Is it? Tiny! I'm free!
Out, smash the mom. Don't smash the mom.
What just happened?
Please.
You just witnessed the rebirth of Drippy, Lord of the Fairies.
Who?
What, are you deaf or something?
Hey, you're squarish.
Lord of the Fairies.
I am squarish.
Drippy.
That's right, and I'm sick to the teeth of you a snivelling and moaning. A proper crybaby bunting you are. 3 days, man. I mean, I've been sad before, but crying for 3 whole days? I'm surprised there's a drop of water left in you. You're a big
It was
boy,
a bomb
man.
until
3
he
days
would,
is
and then
less
he
than
would
you
be isekai. Nah. My dude's a fucking, weird ass, lantern looking motherfucker. That has a fucking nose ring. He has a lantern as a nose ring. Can't believe this. Is this banana? I don't remember what the banana is, but he will mention about it, honestly. He's gonna mention about it like right now.
On with the show!
Okay.
See, it's like this, see? What it is, there's more worlds out there than this one by here. There's what you might call parallel worlds, see? They're like worlds along by the side of your one. And one of those worlds is my world. That's right, a whole nother
One
world.
I have with this guy is different.
That's quick you are. And I, that is the Lord of the Fairies. The reason I'm by here in this world of yours, well, it's because there's a proper bad apple trying to upset the peace of both our worlds.
Hey
see?
Lars.
Shut
Yeah.
up, the Dark Djinn, his name is. What he did
Normally
was
I
he
actually
took
play.
people's
Wait, hold
hearts
on.
and spread war and ruin all over our world. Tried to stand up to him, I did, and he turned me into a flipping.
I'm gonna just say this. Normally I play horror games. I've been wanting to switch up a little bit for the past couple of streams, I would say, or a lot of streams actually. And I guess today is gonna be one of those switch ups that I'm not gonna be playing a horror game or just speedrunning. Because I normally do a lot of speedruns and horror games. Today's a switch up. So yeah.
Doll and kicked me out of our world and into you.
Also, this is like one of the first first whatever it
And then
is.
you went
Yeah,
and
I'm playing this
tried
game
all
on
over
PC.
me and poof, the curse was
Hey, Veritas.
lifted, just like that. Which makes me think you must be the one we fairies call the pure-hearted one. The one the legends say will save our world. Just goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover, huh? So, anyway, that means I better get you over to our world and have you get rid of Shadar for us. All right with you?
I mean some chowder or
Don't fret,
I
man.
don't
It's a
know.
big responsibility, I know, but you'll be all right, especially with me to help
stir
you.
fry it.
But
What are you doing? Hope
Oh,
chow
to ask properly, Duke
is
Fedus.
gonna be good, Arliss.
Oh, pure-hearted one, will you please come and save our world?
No.
Sorry, I must have misheard you. What did you say?
My dude
Go
said
on,
no.
Once more, but louder.
I won't do it. I mean, I can't do it.
This is why they say never work with children. I ask nicely, and you give me a hearty yes, sir. That's how this works, see? Gee whiz, that would be swell, you say. It's just how these things are done. It's tradition. How am I supposed to work with this? It's like he's never read a story in his life.
But I don't
Also,
know anything about your
I'm gonna just say this real quick. If anyone has ever played this game, I probably need a lot of help. Reason being is because I don't usually play RPG games or specifically like JRPG games. If I get stuck in like somewhere, please do help me. I know there's a backseat command, but honestly for like these kind of games, I really do need help. I'm not good with reading, I would say. And I take a lot of time for me to actually read stuff. because I grew up reading like pretty fucking slowly, and like I get information okay, but like, you know, I'm fucking bad. So hopefully I can actually like put in the information in my head. We'll see. We'll see.
And I just can't right now.
What, because your mom dropped dead?
Yeah.
Got a photo of her?
Uh,
Hurry up, will you? I haven't got all day.
oh, okay.
Let's see now. Blimey. It can't be. But then it can't be a coincidence, neither.
What is it?
The great sage Alicia. Then we might just be able to save your mum.
Huh? What are you talking about?
You ready for another earful?
Yeah.
The souls of people in your world and my world are connected, which means people from over by here have another version of themselves over by there, called a soulmate, see?
So he's
And
like
people with soulmates can
doppelgangers.
even look like each other. Now,
So like you
your
have the
mum,
fucking
well,
real
she shared
real
a
world
soul
and
with the
fantasy
great
world.
sage
Oh yeah,
Alicia.
we have
Proper talent
doppelgangers.
she was.
Huh? So my mom was a sage? But how does that help us save her?
Well, Alicia tried to take on the Dark Djinn, but his power was too much for her, and he trapped her in this dark jewel called the Soul Snare. When that happened, then the link between hers and your mam's souls would have been cut off. But if you could free Alicia, it just might fix the link, and who knows, it might even bring your mum back.
Is that really true?
I can't be sure now, but it's possible, yeah.
It would work,
How do you know all this, Mr. Drippy?
but it's gonna take like
You've
fucking
been a
1
dog
million
this whole
hours just to save her.
Ah, now there's clever of you. Good question, lad. It's like this, see? I'm not the only fairy. Even though I was stuck by here, my buddies were keeping me abreast of all the goings-on over there.
Keeping you
I
abreast?
suppose it's what you might call telepathy.
I don't think I want to
That's
keep
not
you
all. I was
abreast.
sending my lords
I'll keep
and
you
lords
two
back
breasts.
over there too. Having them spy on Shadar and that, you know, tidy, huh?
One breast ain't enough,
What
brother.
is it?
I'll do it. I'll come to your world.
Hey, Bickenham.
I'll come with you and save my mom.
Oh, that's marvelous. You might be doing it for all the wrong reasons, but if it saves our world, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Tidy. We better get going then. Chop, chop.
Okay. But how do we get to your world?
Oh, curious, are we?
I'm doing
All right,
okay.
I'll tell
Hope
you.
you're doing well.
First thing we need is a drop of magic. Go and have a dig around in the fireplace. There's something hidden there so nosy Parkers won't find it.
But why would anybody hide something in there?
That's for me to know and you to find out. Look lively.
Okay, so I think I remember where this one was at. It was like right here. But after this part, like after this part,
What could be hidden in a place like this?
I
A mighty spell.
have not
Huh?
like continued
A
the game
book?
afterwards.
But it will burn
Here's
in
a
there.
bit. That's good.
Not this book. The wizard's companion laughs in the face of fire. Wouldn't be much of a spell book if it didn't, now would it?
Really?
Aha, gotcha.
In the fucking ashes, even. Like, holy shit. Means you have 5+ hours. Yeah.
This is a spell book?
That there is the wizard's companion. The
Why is a
wizard
walking
in
nose
knowledge.
following
The
you?
wizard's companion.
Basically this walking nose is, like, some kind of... what do you call this dude? Companion? Because you cried on him, and then he reappears as like, an alive kind of companion. Because he was a doll at first, and then he made into like a companion, and then he mentions about the whole, oh yeah, we have like a real world, and then we also have like our world, which is a fantasy world, and then the fantasy world we have like doppelgangers. The doppelgangers in this game are like, hey, if there's a version of you in this world, there's a version of you in our fantasy world. So if the fantasy world person dies, you die, or if the fantasy person's in the fantasy world's person, like, you know, gets kidnapped, you probably die until like you get saved or something like that. I don't know if there is like a way for you to die or something like that in this game, but I'm not too sure. I only stopped until like this part right here because like I think at this part, I see, like, a lot of words, and I was like, yeah. What's your porn fantasy? My porn fantasy is, femboy furries and hot furry chicks. And I fuck all of them in a gangbang. In a reverse gangbang, I would say. Now listen up! I'm going to teach you what's what in that wizard's companion of yours. If you want to have a read of it, press triangle to open the main menu. I don't even know how to sound like a fucking Scottish person. You should see it down at the bottom, or right there. I don't even know. Yeah. Wow, Luigi. Then you just need to choose it with X, and you can leaf through the wizard's companion. Wah! To your heart's content. Take a minute or two to have a skim of a few pages, eh? You look like a smart lad. I'm definitely not a smart lad. So I'm sure you will get some, you soon get to it. Oh, I almost forgot. The first thing you have to do when you get your hands on the wizard's companion is to make a pledge. You need to vow that you will do all you can do to be worthy of being a wizard. Don't look so flipping worried. It's not hard. All you have to do is write your name in the book. With an open, honest heart. And you don't even know, you don't even have to write Oliver. You can, if you don't want. You can write Bunting, Crybaby, or whatever you like. The important thing is that you mean it. Go on, scribble your name down. Oh fuck! No. Sorry. I kind of wish that I want to put as pussy cunt, but I was like, should I? Oh my god, you have Japanese. Oh god, this is gonna make me some kind of fucking weird. I need to remember my Japanese real quick. What would you put? Well, give me a sec while I figure out what Japanese is. I'm gonna figure out the Japanese stuff. Hold on. Wait, no. Yeah. I need to remember a lot of stuff. I don't remember my Japanese. Holy shit. That's a small U. I know. Give me a sec. What's the J? There's a J around here. If I'm not mistaken, there's a J around here. I just don't remember what the J is. Yeah, I had to combine for a J, but I don't remember what the J is. Why can't I remember what the J is? Is this the J? I think that's the J, and then that. I think that's what it is. Is it not? Wait. What's the J? I don't remember what the J is. I know hole is this. I know hole. Hole. That's hole. That's Chuho or something like that. Choho. Which one is J? Is just J? Is this J? That's J. Juho. Juho. Yeah. That's J. If I'm not mistaken, that's Juho. In Japanese. Okay. And I want to make this clear. This is Juho in Japanese, right? Like who else knows Japanese? Like, it can't be just Erna and partially me. It's close enough? Thanks. Okay. Juho. 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 Yeah. What do you mean no? Shut the fuck up. I'm not using Google. I'm not using Google, by the way. How you doing, Joy Boy? Hope you're doing well. You have taken the Wizard's Pledge and now privy to the timeless wisdom of the Wizard's Companion. You didn't combine the last one too? I didn't see it. What do you mean you didn't combine the last one? Juho.
Right, magic in our way over to my world, is it? Now let's...
No, I did combine, yeah.
What is it?
I did
A
combine.
wand somewhere by here. We can't go casting spells without a wand now, can we?
A wand? Why would we have a wand?
Oh, that's a pain. Ah, well, can't be helped. We'll just have to look for one outside.
Huh? We won't find one out there either.
I know Hiragana, okay, but I don't think I learned Japanese from hentai.
Bit was right, at least was it?
I know I know a little bit of my. Oh, that's Ho. Oh no, that's Po. Okay. I thought the one with the circle is Ho. And then hold on. You know, whatever. Time to find was the sword. You mean there's one hidden somewhere around here like the spellbook? Jupo. Can I even change my name? Hold on. You mean there's one hidden somewhere around here like the spellbook? Ha! You're having a laugh if you think I'm going to make it that easy, man. What do you think I am, made of wizarding equipment? No, this one's going to be a little more difficult. But our journey over to my world is a hunt for the soul snare, among other things. So why don't you treat this as a warm-up, the Easter egg hunt before the wild goose chase, if you will? Okay, I guess. Okay, I'm lying. The thing is I never brought a wand with me. I mean, look at me. The price of my lovability is my small stature, ain't it? I only just managed to carry that flipping book, man. Anymore, and I'll have been crushed. So even fairies tell lies. Oh yeah, he's a fairy. I forgot it. Yeah, he's a fairy. Cause they'll do. Us fairies are incorrigible liars. Anyways, no point crying over spilt milk. Let's find ourselves a substitute, shall we? A substitute? How can there be a substitute for a magic wand? Well, if you can find something brown and sticky, like maybe a stick, or shit. Change your name on Twitter to Pores. So shut the fuck up. So we might just be a little able to muddle through. Okay, you sure a stick will work? Do you think I'm sending you to sending you up the garden path or something? Fine, I'll give you a hand. Follow me, Bunting. Okay, hold on. Oops. Can I re-sign this? I want to re-sign this so badly, man. I just want to re-sign this so badly. Oh my god. I can't, man. Reset. I'm gonna reset this whole thing, man. God damn. God damn, I gotta reset the whole thing. Just Jupo forever? God damn. Actually, Jupo forever, man. Can't do anything about it anymore. Also, like, you can totally tell, like, there's a lot of pages in this game. I don't know how many pages are there, but there's, like, a lot of chapters and a lot of the pages, as you can tell. Look at the many different fucking pages there is. And I'm like, uh-oh, this is gonna be really bad for me, because I don't fucking read shit. If I read shit, I would be like, oh, fuck. I wish I could change my name, though. We'll see. What are you looking at? Don't tell me you're thinking of using this lamppost as a flipping wand. Well, you can cut that out, for a start. It's way too flipping big. We need a stick or something. Something like that. Ain't it? Two pores. Stop! Why don't we go and have a look at, over right there. Okay. What do you think, Oliver, dear? It looks like a whole lot better now I've cleaned up all those leaves and branches, Why? There isn't so much as a twig left. It's spotless. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for doing that. Oh, there's no need to thank me, dear. It's my pleasure. there a way for me to... So do I really have to like reset this whole game so that I could redo my name? Is there a way for me to redo my name? I'm not... I don't think I want to try. This is proper tidy motor, eh? Might get myself one of these. I'm sorry, now's not really the time, is it? There ain't anything one like over here, over by here either. Let's go and look over the other side, shall we? Okay. And when you find something, don't forget to pop it in, your book for safekeeping. Oh shit. Should it be long? We'll see. Okay, wait. Is it gonna be that long? Hold on. Okay, let's try this out again. If it's gonna be that long, whoops. I hope it's not gonna be that long. Oh, I used that. Oh god, I have this. Oh god, I have this. I have these two saves. The reason why I have these two saves were because like I was playing it and I was like thinking about like whether or not I should actually like this game or not, and then yeah, I guess we are gonna just restart this thing like all over again, I guess. We'll see. I mean, we can totally make the name on this save file, I guess. I just can't believe I can't save. Can I even save? Oh, I can save. Oh shit. Okay. Let's delete all of them real quick. I need to delete this one and delete this one. Oh, never mind. Yuho. Wait. So, what's the? No, that's wrong. That's not a U. That's a. That's not a U. Is that a U? That doesn't look like a U. Is it a U? That's Jia. Jiaho. No. Is it? Jia. That's Jia. That's not a U though. This is A. Oh, that's yeah. Okay, that's yeah. Anything else? I don't remember anything else though. I just don't think that's you. Is that actually you? Then what's the? Oh, that's an I. Is that an I? I don't remember if that's an I. Hold on. Okay. Is this an I? This isn't an I, right? This is not an I. I know this is this. So G. That's not an I. I don't think. Or is this an E? O. A. E. O. U. That's a U. It doesn't work like that. All Japanese. Yeah, I know, but like, this is. Yeah. Yo. You. That's U. That's U. This is you. Is this really you? Huh. Hold on, let me check it out real quick. Let me just like legitimately like fucking search it up right now. Because I don't think that is whatever it is. Hold on. I gotta search it up. I'm like fucking hiragana. Okay. So, like, if I were to put in, like, no, sorry, it's like G, U, is it like, Jew? Oh, but then again, I have to do like that. Oh, okay, so I guess I was doing this. Okay. I see. Okay. But then again, it's also the U as well. So I was like thinking like, seems both reasonable. I guess. I'm still gonna go with my usual one. It is still the same anyways. I mean, definitely, it's kind of the same. I think my eyes must be a little bigger than my belly. I ate way too much for. Jesus, how did your eyes begin to pop out during dinner? Okay, in there you will find all your items nicely stored into different categories. They're handy. That and that to shift between the categories. Of course, there ain't much to see at the moment, but when you have got loads of stuff, you'll be glad of a bit of order. Anyway, next time you pocket a tidy item, be sure and have a closer look at it in your bottomless bag. Put it in my bag, sure. Bottomless bag. Okay, sure. We have a bottomless bag now. And a bottom in the top bag. Is it top bag now? Okay, sure. What the fuck? Okay, I got like a lot of tickets. What the fuck? My clothes. A familiar ticket that can be exchanged for Golden Mite. Golden Drongo. Flutterby. Griffey. Drago. Early. Basic fairy costume woven using magic fibers that are guaranteed to provide. Okay, cool. I see. Okay. That's the main road. That way, mun. Wait. We're not going to find a nice long stick. Oh. Stop using a fucking long stick! God damn, this guy wants me to find a long stick. Why not he just search in my pants for a long stick? Fucking mun. My mud. Look at my long stick in my pants. Juice. Side you. It's no use. There's nothing around here that looks like a wand. You're wrong. You're not wrong, Bunting. Alright. We better split up then. Broaden the search like. Hey, Shy. I'll go and take another quick look around your house. You stay by here and head up outside search. Head up the outside search, okay? Okay. I like how, like, okay, here's the weird thing. I like how, like, no one can see this fucking small fuck around. Brown and sticky. Oliver? Huh? Is this the little girl again? It is the little girl. Oh, it's you! Are you stuck yet? No. More like, we've been passing an hour just like being in the tutorial part.
You're the little girl I met before, huh? Mm-hmm.
We met before.
So...
That's not my waifu.
You know who I am?
I'm really, really sorry, Oliver.
Is she an elf? I forgot if she's an elf.
I'm sorry. I couldn't save her.
Huh? I don't... Why would you be sorry for that?
I wanted to save her. I really did.
Huh?
Oh my gosh, she's flashbanging me.
Where are you?
She just flashbanged me. Flashbanged me and went away.
Hey boy, why are you talking to thin air?
Mr. Drippy, she disappeared again.
Huh? Who did?
That strange girl. That's the second time she tried to talk to me.
What's that? A girl? Where? You're right about strange. I can't see her any flipping where.
Well, how could you? She disappeared into thin air.
Well, anyway, there's something I want to ask you.
There is? Sure, go ahead.
Do you mind it? You know, having a sidekick like?
Huh? A sidekick? Who do you mean?
Crikey, that's cold. Who do you mean,
Crikey.
he says? Why not stab me in the heart while you're at it? I mean me! I wanted to know if it was alright me joining you on your adventures.
I wanted to be a blim.
Trade me in for a younger, prettier model. But it looks like I got my answer, huh? Well, so you know, if you don't have faith in people, you'll never see their true worth. And what's more...
Look at this.
Huh?
Oh shit, what a
It
wand.
was on the ground. right where that girl was standing.
Chuck it here then. Ta. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. It's a wand.
You mean it?
Like an actual
real
wand?
wand?
God damn.
Come over by here and take a look, man. It might seem like any old stick, but it's got all magic writing on it, see?
It does.
Shut the fuck up. I don't have a nose
Is that
lens.
how
And...
people write in your world?
The runes are all faded, so it might have lost a bit of power. But for our current purposes, it's a beauty.
Neato. What a stroke of luck.
Luckier than you know, Ollie boy. Dude, I never thought we'd actually find one.
Do you think maybe that girl brought it here for me?
That means a onesie. The onesie?
Right, now we need a place to cast our spell. To cast Gateway, you need somewhere proper massive.
My dick.
You need space to give it oomph, see?
My dick.
Do we really need that much oomph?
Yeah, what kind of question is that? Magic is special, innit? It's sacred, right? You have to cast spells in the best environment possible. You really are new to this, aren't you? This is beginner stuff we're talking about here.
Oh, sorry.
Now, take me somewhere with plenty of space. There's got to be somewhere around by here.
The town square, I guess.
Alright, let's go to the town square. Just like way above. Oh, that's out of the map. Okay. Maybe I'm gonna go into a new place for now. Oh shit, a dog. Someone has a dog. Yo, my dude, you have a dog. I just love to take a walk after dark. Are you out walking too? Yeah, walking with my fucking dog who said he wanted to be my sidekick, I guess. My dog right here. That person's my sidekick. Am I right? What if I... Come on, dude. I want to get run over by... Wait, can I get run over by a car? Oh no, I'm blocking traffic, Lamau. Look, I'm blocking traffic. Halt! You can't pass. I guess it's gonna halt the traffic. Look at how many cars I halted on. God damn, sorry. Let's see about other places real quick. Book fair. Page Turner's books. Julie's jewels. That sounds like a nipples. Julie's jewels on her nipples. I guess they wouldn't be open at this time of day, huh? Idaho potatoes? Are we in Idaho? Is this game based in Idaho? I swear to God, if this game is based in Idaho, I'm a hoe. Music store. Oh God, there's a music store right here. Schumacher. Oh, is this Shoemaker? Okay. Does someone gift you this game? No, I actually bought this game. I was very interested into this game. Funny enough, this is one of those games that I was very interested when I was like I think like 10 years ago. I was very interested in this game, and then I never gotten around it until like I think early this year that I actually bought this game, and then I never like really touched it at all. It was one of those games that I was kind of interested in.
No worries, man.
Like I wasn't even interested in. Wait.
Magic, see? Go on, Ollie boy. Cast Gateway.
I wasn't really interested into I wasn't really interested into like a lot of the RPG games, like Monster Hunter, Final Fantasy. I don't think those games were actually meant for me when I tried playing them. I didn't really like them a lot. That's why I didn't really like Final Fantasy 7, because like I didn't have the interest of playing Final Fantasy 7 at the time. So it was kind of hard for me to like actually get into Final Fantasy and also Monster Hunter. And then you have like games like this one. And what other RPG? What other like, okay, Pokemon was one of them that I really did like. Pokemon, this game. There's gotta be like some RPG game that I'm actually like interested in the past, but like I never gotten into it because I was like kind of thinking to myself like whether or not I would be interested into them. So there's that. Gateway opens up a doorway to transport the caster between worlds. Let's do that. Let's cast. That's it, man.
Whoa. Whoa.
My man doing an Omega sign and a straight down the Omega. Hi, I'm Juho, and you're watching the Disney Channel.
What is it? Stop that now. Heal, boy. Heal.
These guys can't even see magic at all. What
This
the
is
fuck?
it. Yeah. Let's get a shunt in, crybaby bunting.
For the last time, it's Oliver.
Hey, it's not bad work for a crybaby, this.
My dude had like a 3D fucking wand, and then now he has a fucking stick. I can't believe this. How the fuck do you have a stick right now that, you know, in the 3D part of the game, you fucking have an actual wand?
Hey, wait for me.
I don't understand, but sure. Maybe the budgeting? The budgeting was like, yeah, can you make a wand, please? And then they never made a wand. Oh, this was the intro of the game. Okay, cool.
Right. Let's get going, shall we?
Huh? Hey, wait for me! So this is your world.
Ah, home at last. But there's a tidy way to go yet.
Hey, Mr. Drippy, that was pretty neat just now, huh?
Oh, that herd of elk. Enjoy your first encounter with the majestic wildlife of our mysterious world, did you?
Uh-huh. Huh?
Yeah, dog.
Jeepers.
Oh,
Jeepers.
Nickers! Where did he spring from?
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, dude! No! Why do you have to say that, man? Oh, no! Why do you have to say that? Holy shit! I would never expect a game like this would say that word on my, what? I'm cancelled. See ya, guys. I tried to play Nino Kuni, and I'm now getting cancelled by the guy saying that. Holy shit!
Ah! What do we do?
He's not like the big softies just
Oh,
now. He's itching for
underwear.
a fight.
Where
Proper
these spring
savage.
from?
Let's run
How
away!
you doing, Krypton?
No, use that stick you got by there. Give him a whacking and send him packing.
Huh? Ah!
Look lively, he's making his move.
Oh my god, we're in a fucking RPG battle right now.
Let's go!
Okay, how do I do this? Attack. Don't fret, Ollie boy. Let your old pal Drippy talk to you too. Okay, the basic of the battle. First, I got, okay, HP. More HP you have, the healthier you are. But if you run out, you go unconscious. Okay, I got a magic meter. Okay. Rough. You can see lots of information about them up by here on the right. They're useful, eh? Red gauge is your, is their HP. Okay. And these speech bubbles down here are commands you can use in battle. Well, that's enough. Okay, I guess so. Just use L2 and R2 to select attack. Confirm. Okay, cool. I'm beating a fucking dog. I can't believe this. Tadeu, should I say nice? That's what they say when you find an enemy's weak spot or block a big attack, see? Oh, and look at that. It's dropped something. You best pick it up, eh? That's what's known as a glim, Ollie boy. Enemies drop them in the heat of battle. Green glims like that one, just grab you just grab will restore a few of your HP. Blue ones will give you, okay, sure. Same color, okay, cool. Oh, and you can also give your HP and MP a boost with spells and items, ain't it? Of course you will have to take my word for that. Well, what with you not having any at the mo. Okie dokie. That's enough for me. It's time for you to practice what I preach. Go on, boy bach. Boy bach. Okay. Can I defend myself? Okay. There we go. What a defense. Oh. Shit, I killed a dog. I can't believe this. Dog's dead. 4 experience from killing a dog. I can't believe this. 3 money from also killing a dog.
Oh, hey, proper tidy. Nice one, Ollie boy.
Jeepers creepers.
Jeepers creepers.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Our world is absolutely riddled with beasties. But keep that up and you'll have nothing to worry about. Right, let's get a move on, shall we?
Okay.
Sure, Mr. Drippy. But where are we going?
Well, first off, we need to get you a wand.
But I already have a wand.
You're having a laugh, aren't you? That thing's about as magical as a flipping cabbage. You might just squeeze a gateway spell out of it, but you can forget about anything more than that. Honestly, I wish you'd think before you open your mouth.
Oh, sorry.
Wow!
I told you Ding Dong Dell was just over by yonder, didn't I? Well,
That sounds like me, man. You better think before you open your mouth, and I just don't do that because I'm actually fucking dumb.
Are wands really so hard to find here?
Well, time was you couldn't move for the flipping things. But since Shadar showed up, magic's taken a real...
Shadar!
He banned people from using it, see? Cursed anyone who tried to. He scared them all so much they gave it up.
So, he's pretty scary, huh?
Well, he turned me into a flipping doll, didn't he? Just saying his name's enough to make most folks brick it. Still, I'd rather be a doll than have him go poking round in my heart. No one wants to be broken-hearted.
True.
Broken-hearted? Like, sad?
Worse than that, much worse. It's when he's
No pussy at all. That's what he means.
Poor beggars don't know whether they're alive
You ain't
or
gonna get
dead.
any pussy,
No
man.
way to live, man.
So that's why they're all so scared of him, huh? We can't let him go on doing this.
Well, it's not a matter of letting him, is it? It's not like people flipping enjoy it. That's why I brought you here, innit? You might just be able to stop him, see?
You really think I can?
Of course you can! You are the pure-hearted one! And the legends say that the pure-hearted one will drive away the darkness. We'll teach you a few tasty spells and you'll be ready to face him in no time. Sound good to you?
Okay, I'll do it. I'll learn magic.
Yay, we learned
Why
magic.
we need to find you a better wand.
Like the one that you fucking
Let's
pull your
head for
your
Ding
thumb
Dong
out, isn't
Dell.
it?
Tidy.
Cool. Holy shit! Oh, I thought I was gonna be moving around. Ain't it beautiful, Audie boy? Ah, it's good to be back. And I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so give me a second while I go to the bathroom and take a piss. I'm back. Okay, cool. Bam! Our world is absolutely riddled with monsters. Okay, that's a lot of monsters. If one of them spots you, you see a big exclamation point pop up over its head, and it will charge. When it gets within touching distance, you have to fight on your hands. Okay, cool. I did wash my hands. If you run out of HP in the middle of the battle, you'll be out for the count, so be careful eating it. Oh, and here's a tidy little technique for you. If you sneak up behind monsters without them noticing, you can get the first hit in, giving you the upper hand. The only thing is, it works the other way around too. If a monster sneaks up to it on you, they'll be able to get the first hit in the rotters. Oh yeah, here is just a little something. Consider it a gift from the High Lord of the Fairies. I got bread! Yo, let's get this bread! LGBT, let's get this bread! Thanks. Well, what do I do with these? Just have a munch on one of your, when you're feeling a bit ropey, and you'll be right as rain in no time, man. But a wizard cannot live by bread alone, only boy. He needs a proper wand and all. And that knobbly thing in your hand is doing my flipping head in. Is bread meat? No. It's cheese. It's cheese meat. See the big castle up north, to the north? That's the Ding Dong Dell. I reckon we'll find ourselves a wand by there. So let's get moving, shall we? Okay. Oh my god. What's this thing? Bunch of booster shoots. What the fuck are booster shoots? God damn. Oh shit. Okay. Enemy has an upper hand because he fucking... Ow. Oh, he missed. No, I missed. Did I miss? I don't even know. Okay. Ow. Defend. Did I miss? I missed a little bit. Oh god. Okay. Can I eat something? I'm gonna eat something, I guess. This is actually a better, like, fucking, you know, I would say, like, a better kind of, combat system for me, because I like these kind of combat systems for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Level 2! Heck yeah. Okay. HP up, attack up, magic attack up. Okay, cool. Getting all of them up. No, need no Kuni. Shut up! Shut up! How you doing, Chaos? Hope you're doing well. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Does this person have the upper hand? Sleepy Fold. Okay, no. Doesn't have the upper hand, which is good. Holy shit, I slapped the fucking thing out of existence. That's it. It's gone. It's gone for good. Slap the fuck out of it. Fuck out of it. Ooh, 1 experience? Really? Goddamn. Okay, so I had to like go in front of them like that. Okay, cool. So I have the upper hand then. I hope you're doing well, Chaos. Whoa, dude. Okay. Lol. What? That thing missed like a few times, like Lamau. Whoa, dude! My dude just fucking magicked me, or crit me. My dude crit me for fuck all. Ooh. I'm not, but thanks for asking. Aww. I hope you do well soon. I hope you're gonna do well soon. Let's make a save right here because I need to actually make a save. Okay. Wait, no. What am I doing? Okay. I got this one. Herbs they are mainly used to increase potion efficacy, especially in alchemical medicine making. I see. Okay. So I can technically like, holy shit, this map is huge. Okay, I need to go to that whatever thing it is, but I also really want to do I guess like level farming for now. I'll see about level farming real quick. I hope you're gonna do well soon. Get well soon, my dude. Always nice to actually see you around, you know. I like to see you around.
Let's go.
Oh fuck. Boom. Boom. Slap you out of your existence, man. Slap you out of your existence. That's it. No more existing. Get out of here. You don't exist anymore. Alright. I want to see other, like, creatures. There's another one right there. That looks like a rat! God damn, a rat? Rat's gonna fucking fuck me over? Oh shit, the rat's gonna fuck me over. Oh no, fuck. Enemy has an upper hand. Oh, okay. Run, run, run! What a miss. What a miss, bitch. Boom. Oh, wow. Oh, I slapped him. Get out of here, you little bitch. I still got 1 XP though from that, which to me it kind of sucks, but sure. Right. I really want to know what's the no. I'm going for that one first. Yeah, you stupid fucking rat. Oh wait, no, that's a rhinoceros looking rat? No way. No way that looks like a fucking rhinoceros looking rat. That's right, bitch. Okay. So how much HP was that? I mean, how much XP was that? That's 2? Okay, let me actually go up to 3, and then we can totally like go into the whatever it is, I guess.
Watch this.
Home. 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 That didn't really do anything at all. It was bad. I wish it did something. I kind of expected it to do something, but it didn't. That's still 2. Okay. Wow. We're gonna grind XP quite slowly, I would say. Yeah, we're gonna grind XP quite slowly.
Watch this.
Ooh. Yeah, I really do like this combat system. I think this combat system is like easy. Poison be gone. Oh, I got an item right here. Okay, wait, what's my item? Poison be gone. Leaves that extract poison from the body. Their bitter aftertaste is said to be proof of their effectiveness. Hey, this is actually pretty cool. Good. Like, I like this. I think I like the combat a lot more than like other combats, like turn-based combats. I think this one has a lot more like movement. And I like a lot of movement in my combat. It is pretty good. I like it. Like, look at this. Like, I'm not like doing turn-based. I'm legitimately like actually like, you know, like doing this and just moving myself around like this. Wait, hold on. Like, if I want to like defend myself, yeah, sure. Go far away from it. And I can defend myself if I want to. There we go, is dead. I don't have a PS5. How am I gonna play FF16 without a PS5? Yes, level 3. Okay, cool. Attack, defense. Cool. All right. I asked my grandma to buy me one for my birthday. No way, man. No way. Granny, I want a PS5. Granny, please give me a PS5. I know someone in my chat still want to give me a PS5, but like, I don't know. You may enjoy Tales of Games. Tales of Games? Is that a... What the fuck is this? Is an Ouroboros sucking on his dick. Stop sucking on your dick, bitch. Oh, oh no 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 no. He's trying to do like a fucking whatever attack it is. I swear, I swear. There we go. Fuck you. He was trying to do a crit. Fuck your crits. So I guess I can't really do anything other than like just do. Oh god. Ugh. I can't really do anything other than just to go to the whatever it is, I guess. Shit. Tales of Symphonia. Still fighting with a stick. I mean, we haven't found any kind of like items yet. I don't think so, right? Unless like I can find an item. Oh. Granny, please, I'll massage you every day. No way, man. Oh my god, am I gonna get 2 combat? No way.
Come on!
If I actually get 2 combat, that's really bad. I'm gonna say that. Okay. There we go. Fight looks rough. I guess. Don't know how rough it will be, but it's kind of rough. Oh wait, hold on. This way. Just like any RPG I see you get new weapons at this game. I mean, yeah. I know how they work. I just felt like this game is a lot more. No! Don't make me say that! Don't make me say that! You fucking game! I heard you say that once. You don't make me say that again. There's something I forgot to tell you. This game said that. It's not making me say it. I swear. What's that, Mr. Drippy? Here in my world, you can use R to change your viewpoint. If you're having any trouble with the controls, go to the settings and you may have a fiddle with them. You forgot the video. No! Not saying it! You can switch vibration on and off as well, ain't it? Speaking personally, I have it on. I'll have it on. A rumble just ain't a rumble without a bit of rumble, is it? A vibrator ain't a vibrator without a vibrator, isn't it? I see. Now I know this is a lot to take in, Ollie boy, but I'm sure you will get used to it. I guess. Wait, hold on. Yeah, cool. Okay. So I'm at level. Okay, I'm at level 3 now. Cool. This is on Steam. I don't think the second game was ever on Steam at all. I know the first game was on Steam. Ding Dong Dell. Okay, we can actually go to Ding Dong Dell or hold on. Wait. I need to can I there we go. Text display. Sure. Vibration on. Sure. Guiding star. Okay, cool. Yeah, that should be alright. Is there anything that I can do? Can I even go into the water? No, I can't go into the water. They don't let me go into the water. Okay. Really enough, I can go around the fucking castle, whatever it is. Maybe this one wasn't always available on Steam. It's the remastered version though. Yo, that's a bird. Holy shit. God damn, that's a bird right there. Wait, hold on. Ooh, okay, snaps back, which is good. Good for me. I like how the door doesn't even fit around my body as well. Is the second game not remastered? I know this one was remastered. This is the first game anyways.
You mean that thing you were talking about before?
That's right. The broken-hearted are people who've had part of their hearts stolen. Poor souls just aren't themselves. Go all weird and useless things.
Heartless
His
bitch.
heart was broken by...
Keep up, will you? Shadar, innit? If anyone tries to stand up
Shadar!
to anything he doesn't like, he breaks their hearts into pieces so they can't put up a fight.
Jeepers. But
No, the
this
first game
is-
wasn't available on the
We
PC.
can't
That's
get
what I
into
remembered. First game was on Xbox 360/PS3. And I've always wanted to play this game when I was young. I think I was like in like I think 2010 or 2011 that I actually heard about this game, and I really wanted to play this game for quite a while. And then I never like took notice about it because I play a lot of like I play a lot of like FPS games. And then I think this year actually, I realized that Ni no Kuni was actually on Steam, and then I just had is it this? No, this year I bought it. I think in the past couple of years I wishlisted this game, and then it went on sale if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this game has Ghibli, and I mentioned about this. I have not watched a Ghibli movie ever because when I want to watch a Ghibli movie, I just procrastinate. I need to be like strapped into my seat and actually watch a Ghibli movie. You know? Hey Yorkie. I need to like literally like fucking handcuff me on my seat, tie me up on my seat, and literally watch a Ghibli movie because I would like literally move around and like be procrastinate. I will procrastinate and never watch it. I'm like, yeah, I wanna watch like Totoro. I wanna watch My Friend Totoro, or is it Spirited Away? Spirited Away as well. Like I wanna watch those two movies, but I never watch it. I have access to Totoro, but like I'm fucking dude. I'm fucking dumb! Can you watch any movie without fidgeting around? Actually, no. How you doing, Scarlet? No. I can't watch a 23 anime. Stop! Okay, backstory. Yorkie and I share an account where, Yorkie's, like, fucking plethora of anime and movies and whatnots are actually on his account, and he let me watch stuff on his account, and I barely used it nowadays. I barely use it nowadays. Then you better cure him, ain't it, Ollie boy? It's time to mend your first broken heart. Mend it? But how do I do that? Well, you can't do it just yet. There's a couple of things you will be needing first. But I know an old man who's got just what we need. Proper useful I am, eh? An old man? What old man? What do you mean, what old man? The old man, ain't it? Lives in the woods, wood to the north of here. Proper deep and dark, deeply dark is it? Oh, sorry, it is. Sorry. That's why they call it the deep dark wood. That sounds like someone's big black cock. Makes sense, I guess. Okay. 1, 2. Huh? You want to enter the town, do you? Joe has ADHD. I have ADHD, I guess. Well, I'm afraid that's impossible at the moment. It's my colleague, you know. He's the one in charge of the people letting people in. Recently, he's just been refusing to do it. He says it can't be bothered. This guy. If it's not 2 minutes, he is go. Yeah, true. True. Actually, true. Okay, I'm guessing it's the one all the way. Yeah, I'm guessing it's the one all the way there. Yeah. It's that motherfucking thing. You know what? Yeah, I can get more XP, I guess. I like the music. Yeah, I like the music.
Watch this.
No, I bought this game. I bought this game on my own. I really wanted to actually play this game. Like I said, I wanted to play this game for a while. I think this game was like one of the games that I was interested in as a teen, and I wanted to play this game for a while. And I guess I'm taking the chance to actually play this game because I think like 10, 11 years later I can actually play this game.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Get out of here, you little bitch. There's no booba. True, there's no booba in this one. Big Ghibli films as well. That's cool. Oh shit, a bird. I wanna fight this bird. Yo, what up, bird? Let's fight you, bitch. Minor bird.
Watch this.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fuck him. That sounded very wrong. I'm gonna kill this bird. There we go. Fuck that bird. Fuck that bird up. Baby. Okay, hold on. Holy shit! My dude. True. Stick your stab your. What? No! Stop! No! Okay, that's not what I'm gonna be doing, anyways.
We can do this.
Boom. Boom. Oh fuck. Ooh. 5 HP. 5 EXP. What's my XP counter, by the way? Where can I find my XP counter? Oh my god, there's a lot of pages in this fucking book. I can't believe this. Look at all the pages in this fucking book. I who trail between worlds, seeking mystery over the noble art of magic, do solemnly swear to abide by the 3 rules inscribed herein, and to strive at all times to be worthy of the name Wizard. The rules of wizardry. Can you guys even see the fucking my name? Oh yeah, you guys can see my name. Yeah, Juho. Is that Juho? In Japanese, Juho. A wizard shall not tell a lie, nor bear falsehood of any kind. A wizard shall not take up his left shoe before his right shoe be on. A wizard shall not venture out of doors when the tempest doth rage. Oh wait, which way am I supposed to go? Oh, this way.
We can do this.
Oh yeah. That's what I'll be watching. Yeah, literally, like, how am I gonna know how much HP do I... Wait, hold on. Give me a sec real quick. How the fuck do I know, like, how much experience do I even have right now? Or can I have right now? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck! Uh-oh. Oh, okay, he doesn't have the upper hand. I thought he had the upper hand. Okay. I'm still fighting with a fucking stick. My fucking level counter ain't gonna go anywhere. It's not gonna move. You get something soon? I hope.
Let's do it.
God, I hate it when it says minor bird. Okay. Cool. Just go to the caves. I was thinking about the caves because like it looks like an open space for me to actually go into. Like these things. Can you even go into them? Well, there's water though, so I don't think I can go into them just yet, right? Other than maybe the ones that I'm going towards right now though.
We can do this.
Oh yeah, I'm going. Oh yeah, the point on the map, sure. Oh my god, this guy did the roly-poly. My dude did the roly-poly. I can't believe this. Also, wait, hold on.
Roger.
How am I gonna... Okay. Boom. that you need to go to. I mean that cave, not the cave that I'm talking about. Oh, that's a lot of encounters. Holy fuck.
Let's go.
There's way too many encounters. What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck? Bro! Bro! Okay, that really sucks ass. Holy shit. Jesus! Fuck you, you fucking dog. Fucking bitch. Okay, where do I go? Can I even go down? I can't go down. Okay. So, it's just straight ahead. Yeah, I guess it's just straight ahead. Oh, fuck. Hi. Everywhere is a fucking, whatever it is. Everywhere is a fucking encounter. It looks like I'm not even moving my XP at all. Like, it's just so weird. It's like not even moving my XP.
Watch this.
Oh my god, dude. Get out. Get out of here. Get out of here, my dude. How much money do I even have as well? I feel like I'm getting like an amount. 61. I got 61. Okay.
Watch this.
Did I hit the defend button? I hit the defend button! Hell, wait, what? I still got damage! God damn it. You little bitch. I still got damage though. That kinda sucks. Man, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die pretty soon, just saying. Oh, I got pie. Yo, I got pie. What? A piping hot pie with crumbly crust. The sight of one is enough to whet anyone's appetite. Increase. Accuracy increase. I see. Okay. Pie is used for something later. Yo, cream pie? That's why? Oh, fuck. Yo, is it the cream pie that I'm gonna be using? Oliver can't eat it. I wish I can eat it, though. It looks like a thing that I can eat. Don't get to eat cream pie. God damn it. Can't eat a cream pie at all. Oh wait, what? There. Oh, I see. Okay. I'll tell you what, Ollie boy. A bridge across there would be proper handy. Okay, so I guess I can make a bridge with casting a spell later on. That's not for eating? Ah, yes. You can't eat the cum. The deep dark wood. The big black cock. Look at that. It's a waystone. That is useful. A waystone? Yeah, man. They're these ancient stones, see? You can use them to store a record of your adventure so far. In wild places like forests and so on, you can't just plonk yourself on the nearest rock and write your story down. But why not? Why not, he says. Give me strength, man. Because there's crawling with horrible beasties, ain't it? They are? That sounds kinda scary. You'll get used to it, man. Just remember, you can't go recording your progress anywhere, any old where. Touch a waystone, your health and magic power will full. What? Ah! I wasted bread. I wasted bread for this. I wasted fucking bread for this. That's not all, man. These little beauties will also let you save your progress. A traveler's best friend they are. Which is why you should stop at every waystone you see and make good use of it. Better safe than sorry, ain't it? Sure, Mr. Drippy. Tidy! That's what I like to hear. Let's hope you're as good as your word. Righto, next up, the old man of the woods. Ooh. Ooh. Can RPGs be linear, by the way? I'm gonna be dumb to say this. Can RPGs be linear? Most Star?
Mr. Drippy.
I feel like most Star open world, not linears though. Uh-oh. Oh, he's fucked. Oh, he's fucked. Oh, he's severely fucked.
Who goes there?
Oh shit.
Jeepers.
Ollie boy, meet old Father Oak. How do, you a leafiness?
Oh, Drippy, it's you. And to what do I owe the pleasure?
Well,
But still
I've got
linear.
a visitor by here from another world, see? And what it is, I was wondering if you might lend us a bit of a hand, like.
Oh, I should have known. You only ever come to see me when you are in need.
Sorry, you tall ship. You know I'm always very grateful.
The Final Fantasy with lightning is quite
Yes,
linear and
boy.
kind of trash.
Spotted it, did you bark ship?
Well. The pure heart.
I mean, like a horror game kind of
He
linear,
will
you know.
drive out
Oh, you're getting
the
hurt.
darkness.
You're doing well.
And Drippy, you mean to...
That's right, your ancient ship.
Like, think of linear as like a horror game's linear kind of gameplay where you just go from point A to point B and that's about it, you know? Are they that kind of linear? I mean, they're open world. That's SF-13 for sure. Yeesh.
Have to give Shadar a right royal hiding.
You? Why? As reckless as ever, I see. Very well. You shall have my aid. But first, we had better give the boy a familiar, had we not?
A familiar?
Oh, yeah. Clean forgot I did. He's right, Ollie boy. It might be a bit early, but I suppose we better teach you how to conjure up familiars, innit?
Familiars?
Yeah, familiars. Here in our world, you can magic up little fighting creatures from your heart, see? They're called familiars. Where we're going, the beasties are only gonna get bigger and meaner. So, you're gonna need a helping hand, or claw, or beak, or
Hey Firebolt Lover, what do you think of Slate? So, I think Slay the Spire is cool, but it sucks because I suck. That's the only line that I could like describe it. It's cool. Card games are cool. It sucks because I suck. It doesn't suck at all. Like the game doesn't suck, but it just sucks because I suck. But also at the same time, it took me like 10 hours. I always say this because I actually played the game off stream afterwards. It took me 10 hours for me to actually like beat a journey. I think that's what it is. Like I took like a very long time just to beat a journey. I think like someone could take like maybe like at most like maybe 3-4 hours, you know. I took like 10 hours just to beat one. That can happen. I know that can happen, but like I think like someone who's like smart enough to actually like fucking play the game is like fucking 3-4 hours. to complete a journey. I took like fucking 10 because like I didn't know what to do a lot of the time. I hold on, let me find a screenshot real quick. This was my screenshot, hold on, that hold on, where is it? I mean, it is a big part of the game, that's for sure, but like this was what my end result was. This was my end result. I don't like learning, yeah. This was my end result. So, as you can tell, I have a lot of these fucking, like, relics. I don't know how I farmed those relics, but I just farmed those relics. This was my end result. Normally when I played the game, like, during stream, it actually cuts off, like, right here. Like, right here. Yeah, I was about to die, and then, like, I kind of won because I think I was lucky. There was an enemy who was at 999 health, and I couldn't really do anything about it, and then it died. And I was like, holy shit, it died. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Firebird lover, by the way. And then you have, like, these kind of stuff as well. You played again. Yeah, I played it off stream. I wanted to try to beat it, like, a journey, and I did beat a journey. It took me, like, 1 hour, 14 minutes. And then I see, like, a lot of people who fucking, like, a lot of my friends who also play the game, and I saw their times, so I was like, holy shit. People are fast. People are fucking fast, as you can tell. I'm like, huh? I'm, like, halfway right here. And then all the other people who are, like, who play the game, like, multiple times, like, they're not fast enough. I'm like, what? It took me, like, an hour. Like, how the fuck do you even play this game so fucking fast? You know? I legitimately was stumped. Don't compare. I mean, I guess I compare to a lot of people, you know? I compare myself to a lot of people as, like, I'm fucking dumb. Aren't you a speed... Well, I'm a speedrunner, but, like, not... not that kind of a speedrunner, you know? I mean, I speed... Actually, wait, hold on. You know, that brings up a good question right now. That brings up a very good question. What placing am I on Inscription now? What placing am I on Inscription now? I'm still 6 on Moon Percent. Yeah, I'm still 6 on Moon Percent. I didn't realize I was still 6 on Moon Percent. You have like 40 people who play this game. I'm like top 6 in a card game, you know, in a card game. Well, I know, but like in a game like Slay the Spire, I'm like a bit confused on how you would beat it that quick. You know, it took me a lot of time to actually read the cards and think about it, you know. I don't think someone's gonna be like, yep, that's it, go, you know. For me with Inscription is that I think Inscription had like Inscription had a smaller amount of cards, I think. Is it? Smaller amount of cards in your hands than Slay the Spire. I think, yeah. Practice and playing and not to intuit the cards. Yeah, I'm not that good with Slay the Spire, you know. I mean, I try, but I mean, like I said, it sucks because I suck. It doesn't suck for some people. I don't mind it, you know. But I played it. I played it off stream, you know. I just played it off stream. That's the deck control. Yeah, someone tried to tell me to like take away the attacks, and I'm like, why do you want to take away the attacks? And I was like, yeah, this game is based on like, what was it called? Like defense buff. I think that's what it's called. But like, I don't know, man. But yeah, it's just. I mean, the game's interesting. I like the game. I don't mind the game. The quota is just that it sucks because I suck. That's it. I hope you're doing well, Fireball Lover.
Well, there's only one way to find out. You want to help your mom, don't you?
Sure I do.
Well then, grab...
And also the fact that because I'm stubborn. Just know that I'm very stubborn. I'm very, very stubborn.
Your wizard's companion and turn to the page marked Form Familiar.
There's no spell named Form Familiar here. Hold on. Griff Lens. It all comes down to figuring out what a few cards you need in order to... Yeah. That's why, like, the only reason why I speedrun Inscription was that because... Oh god, no! Oh no! Oh no. Did I speedrun Inscription because I simp? Oh fuck. Well, I'm never gonna run another card game again until I simp for someone. Sometimes you don't want more cards, so you can get the cards you already have more often. I guess, but also at the same time, I take a lot of cards because I'm stupid, and I want to take more cards because I think that more cards actually means a lot. Like, if I want to get more damage, I get more damage cards than attack cards, but I also choose more attacks because I need more, like, attacks. But that's not the thinking of, like, most people who play card games. It's just my thinking that, like, so my philosophy is always, so my philosophy is always, if you see the biggest number in the card, well, mostly it's like card game. I think in a card game is like, I really just don't understand how they can beat a game that fast, or like, you know, how they can complete a game that fast, because, you know, it's more like whether or not you would see the numbers of it or the wordings of it. I go by number. I'm gonna just say this, I legitimately go by number. So if the number is bigger, I go for it. If the number is smaller, I just don't go for it. That's my philosophy. If the number is bigger, like 20 defense or 20 attack, I go for that thing. Yeah, I remember cards. Yeah, you do remember cards and how they work. But for a game like Slay the Spire, I don't think I would do that at all. It's the same thing with me with like... It's the same thing with me like Binding of Isaac. The Binding of Isaac, there's like tiers. The way that I think of it is that the bigger the tier is, the better it is, so I just take it. And then there are some things that like, they're not good as big tiers, but I just still take it anyways. Kind of like learning rocket jump and grenade jump. I guess so. Big numbers in that game for you. I tried Diablo, like, when I was young, and I just couldn't... I couldn't escape... Was there ever, like, a first dungeon? I don't remember. I feel like there's a dungeon in there. I don't even know. Enormous numbers in that game. Yeah, I like incremental games with big numbers for me. That's why I play a lot of CSGO. That's why I play a lot of CSGO. I see numbers, I was like, yep, that's it. First Diablo is pretty lame. They have glitches in... Yeah, CSGO is numbers. CSGO has like the health number. So the bigger the number is, the more damage you give. And then you just tell people, oh, it's low, it's mid, whatever it is. Realm Grinder. We'll see. I mean, I don't expect myself to stream a lot of these kind of games, but honestly, like if it brings up the interest, then yeah, like this game. Like, you don't normally see me playing these kind of games at all on my stream, right? You usually would see me play like a fucking horror game or something, you know? I play a lot of horror games, but like today I just like, I didn't have any kind of games to play, so I was like, yeah, you know what? Why not just start off with Ni no Kuni? Because I have been wanting to play Ni no Kuni for a while. I've been seeing this game for about 10 years, 10, 11 years, I would say. If only bigger numbers could be in my bank account. That's true. That's true for all of us, honestly, you know? Has number of knives. Not knives! This game's an existential horror. I guess so. I mean, you do get emotional when the mom died. But yeah, CSGO has numbers, and you sometimes have to keep track of them. Money-wise, I think you have to keep track of the money. Like, if someone, if an enemy die, no, if like, if one loses the round, like, if you lose the round, or if the enemy loses the round, you get $1,400 in money. And then if you lose the next one, you will get 1,700 in money. Depending on, like, what the situation is, you know. And then if you win a round, that's about $2,400 of money. I think. Yeah. Yeah. So there's a lot of fucking numbers for CSGO. The problem with CSGO is that, like, I just don't care. That's more in the professional kind of thing. Like, if you want to take notes of money, that's more in the professional kind of thing. I usually just don't, because I play it like quite professionally, but like also at the same time like not professionally. There's that. Anyways, like, continuing on with the game. You what? The boy is correct. Look at his wizard companion. It would seem that it is missing more than a few of its pages. Really? Don't say that word! You motherfucker! Stop saying that word. I swear to God, if I see one more of that word, I'm gonna get cancelled. I'm gonna get cancelled. Professionally, they use a lot of gamer words on the I do. You can ask Yorkie. You can ask Yorkie. I use the K word a lot. I use the K word a lot. I use the K word a lot in this game. In that game, sorry. So does that mean I can't cast a spell? Oh ho ho, I am not as powerful as all that, young man. Oliver, was it? Let me see now. Form familiar. Ah, yes. A gift from me to you, young Oliver. And a piece of fucking paper flies down towards my book. Cool. Thank you very much, old Father Oak. But simply possessing the page for a particular spell is no guarantee that you will be able to make use of it. Some spells are simply not meant for certain wizards. Such is life. It is what it is, my brother. Don't worry for now. Don't worry about that for now, man. Just give Form Familiar a go, would you? Certain, Mr. Drimpy. Holy shit! It's coming from his boob!
Golly boy, look at that! A warrior from your very own heart, a familiar!
This is a familiar?
That's right, the fighting spirit inside you made flesh, a soldier of your soul.
And he can really help me fight?
That looks like an axolotl, like, not gonna lie. It looks like a fucking axolotl.
And the stronger you get, the harder he's gonna hit as well.
Wow.
So this is a familiar, huh? And he'll be coming with us? Indeed he will, Ollie boy. The more the merrier, ain't it? Here, you better give the little fella a name, eh? Mighty. Do I... Now here's the thing, do I go names by viewers or go names by what I think I want to come up with? I mean, that's like a bunch. No! Oh, how dare you! How dare you! I can't say that word! I can't name him that, please! Follow your heart. Well, to be fair though, I think the first thing I thought of was this. No! Don't make me call him that! Don't make me call him that, please! I stop. Really, please, right now. Call him. Stop. Okay, maybe. Maybe about that. Hold on. Kind grandma Knuckles. Kind cum dump. I'm not gonna cum dump. How are you doing, Metal? Hope you're doing well. Wait. I think I'm just gonna call in whatever you guys mentioned, but in Japanese, because if people do not know what it is in Japanese, I'll be okay with it. If I could remember the word, what is it in Japanese? Yeah, if I can remember what the word is in Japanese, god damn it. I feel like I'm forgetting words in Japanese now. Okay, hold on. No. Oh god, no. There. Is it? I think that's it. If you guys want me to call him that, sure. But otherwise, I think someone's surely gonna know what this is, because you guys mentioned it like 3 times. I don't even know. I think that's it. Someone. King Jong-il. Does anyone actually know Japanese in here? God damn it. Someone should actually know Japanese in here, right? I'm pretty sure someone knows Japanese in here. Nope? Okay. Good luck. Good luck. Oliver, we cannot let you see, I didn't want to use the other one because the other one was so bad. This one is okay, I guess. Oliver, we cannot let my girlfriend does, but she isn't here. Don't show her this. Don't show her that. Oliver, we cannot let you set off into the wild without only that withered wand in your hand. Let me give you some spells to aid you in battle. Gonna get banned again? I'm not gonna get banned again. Yorkie ain't here anyways. Yorkie's not gonna snitch. Aid you in the battle. The first is to restorative incantation known as Healing Touch. What? I got banned because there was a hacker who hacked into my account once and actually showed squirt porn. Tidy, that's the most useful spell there is for a wandering adventurer. Cuts, bruises, brains, gashes, all gone in a jiffy with Healing Touch. Gee, you make it sound like I'm going to get hurt an awful lot, Mr. Drippy. How did you get unbanned? I got suspended for like a week and that's about it. Next, I give you the gift of Blazing Inferno Fireball. Shoots a little ball of fire. That one does. Plant-based beasties flipping hate fire, man. Even old tree face here is scared of fireball. Drippy, how dare you? You would never aim such a spell at me, would you, boy? Golly, of course not, old Father Oak. That looks like a fucking, like, cult symbol right there. You just draw it as a cult symbol, that's about it. Now, boy, you can press square at any time, open your spell menu. While a spell like Healing Touch can be used at any time, Fireball is meant primarily for use in battle. That said, the most unexpected of spells can prove incomparably useful given the right set of circumstances. No novel problems call for novel solutions, after all. If you find yourself at something of loss, I recommend that you go through your magical repertoire. You never know which spell might save the day. Oh shit! A Pokemon.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
Uh-oh,
Falling for the
Pokemon.
fight, is it? Better give him what he wants, Ollie boy.
Huh? But what do I do?
Just think what you want him to do and he'll do it. It's as easy as falling off a log, man.
Okay. Just think what I want him to do. Here goes.
Teeny Bopper A and B. Uh-oh. Okay. Time to learn about fighting with your familiars. First off, you gotta pick who you're gonna going to fight out of you and your little friend. Okay. Okay. Now let's send him into a fray, shall we? Oh yeah. Oh god. Oh sure. There's a stamina. Okay, wait. See that circle in the top left? Stamina gauge. Okay, so I guess the yellow one is the stamina gauge. What it does is it shows you how much longer he can fight for. See? The longer you keep him keeping on the go, the shorter his stamina gauge will get. When it's empty, that means the poor lad so tired he can't fight anymore. Tragic, eh? So before that happens, you have to call him back to you for a bit of rest, like. Oh, and there's something else about the familiars you should know about. See that little mark right here? That's a sign. Okay. This is a Pokemon game. Probably is a Pokemon game. How you doing, E1OX? Not a clone though, but it's probably a Pokemon game. It's sort of like the star sign. Oh no! Sun, moon, star, planet. Like the signs, different ones get on better. You can use that to help you in bed. Okay. Let's talk about tricks. Proper power abilities, a bit like your spells. Just like spells, they cost MP to use. You can see the cost written next to them. Okay. But what you got to remember is that your familiar share. Okay, it shares MP and HP. So if a familiar use a trick or take a big hit, it's your MP or HP that will suffer. What do you name that? Yorkie. Yorkie. Basically, okay. Basically, the Drippy was like saying, "Oh, K-N-I-C-K-E-R-S," and I was like, why not just name the thing? Why not just name the thing after it? You used the wrong character for it anyways. It's a K, it's not a G. At least it's not a G. At least it's not a G. If it's a G, it's very bad, okay? It's a K. I think it's a K. Is it a K? It's a K. K? K. We're gonna call it a K, okay? We're gonna call it a K. G is bad? No. No. It's the one in between that. In between the words. In between. Well, there you go. That's what it is in Japanese. That's what it is in Japanese. Crikey, that's a long lesson. Hey, alright, let's move to the top tip. Your familiar stamina is always going down, so you need to swap with him regularly. That's what my means. You can do that anytime you like by pressing L1, ain't it? Now I'm going to stop talking before I put us to sleep. Okay, cool. It's your turn to sing for your supper. Come on, boy, bah. Wait. What's cut loose? A barrage of random slashes. Okay, hold on. Do that to you. Oh fuck! Did they die already? Okay, one's dead. Oof! What a crit! Okay. God damn! Killed him! killed him. How much HP was that? 12 HP? I leveled up. You had only wait, no. Oh wait, no, it's shared health. Yeah, okay. 9 attack to 12 attack. Confirm me. That's the script. Wait, hold on. Well, what is it? Hold on. Let me see. Confirm for me that the script is Chinese. I need to actually look at this real quick. Yeah, it is in Chinese. Why? 房社会的. Is it 房社会的? Yeah. It's in Chinese. Why? Is it racist, sir? Major racist. This is because I'm corporate racist. Stop it. Stop it right now. I swear. I swear I'm not. Read the rest of the image to the right. Hold on. I need to read the image to the right then. Because I only saw the one in the middle. What do you mean to the right? Oh. Oh yeah, it says Japanese. Yeah, I don't know why it says Japanese though. It just says Japanese. So now you know how to fight with a familiar, ain't it, Ollie boy? Ollie boy, to be a true contender, you need to learn when to let your familiar loose, and when to take control yourself. I'll do my best, Mr. Drippy. Oh my god, I went back into like my chest. My chest is. Oh, and when he's not fighting, the little creature can file taking it easy in the creature cage. In the creature cage, you can shower your faithful familiar with delicious treats. Ooh. Oh, oh shit, the pie is meant for him. Okay. I see now. Okay, I see. Sure. There are all kinds of traits to choose from. Some will improve their abilities, and there's other ones that can even teach them new tricks. Tidy. Feed the little blighters enough of what they fancy, and the bond of familiarity between you will grow. Meaning you can boost their abilities even more. Careful not to stuff them too full of sweets, though. They'll only end up getting full up. Adoration is moderation. That's the key. It's probably a lot to get your head around, but just remember that the creature cage is where you look after your familiars, and take it from there, ain't it? The creature cage, got it. I promise to look after him real well, Mr. Drippy. Mr. Drippy? Oh, I almost forgot. We had something we wanted to ask you. Your trunkiness. There's a guard down in Ding Dong Dell, and he's broken-hearted, see? Broken-hearted, you say? Shut up. Evil spreads still further, so you'll be needing... That's what, that we will, your, Octitude. There's quick, you are. You have still got it, ain't you? Oh, patience, young Drippy. Of course I have. Let me see now. I know it's here somewhere. Crikey, you have not gone and lost it, have you? Playing Feet Simulator. I'm not playing Feet Simulator. I don't think it's Feet Simulator right there. Lost it? The insolence. I put it away safely among my uppermost benches. It's just a little tangled up there, that's all. Oh, well, I seek it out. I have a favor to ask you. What did I mention? We're in a flipping hurry, didn't I? We haven't got time to go. That's not pronounced Crikey. But I say Crikey. Because why not? Mr. Drippy, we should help old Father Oak. He gave us those spells, didn't he? Ah, how very refreshing to meet such a responsible and honest young man. Alright. I'll get the flipping message. Go on. What is it that you need us for? Well, it's the guardian of these woods, you see? The guardian, eh? What's up with the whole fellow? I'm afraid he has become rather unruly of late, and he's neglecting his duties. Well, that's no good, is it? We'll better help you sort him out then, eh? The Guardian? He sounds kinda tough. Too right he is. He's way stronger than your average beastie. But you've got a familiar on your side now, man. You'll be fine. And besides, if you're going to take down Shadar, you can't back out of a bit of light Guardian bashing now, can you? Okay, I'll do it. How very kind of you. The Guardian can be found in the deepest part of the wood. Beyond the whispering waterfalls, I wish you luck. First spell is now familiar, you're turning into a proper wizard, ain't it, Ollie boy? I guess I am, huh? Now then, why don't you take a closer look at your new mate, eh? How do I do that, Mr. Drippy? It's a piece of cake, man. Now listen up. Oh, God. If you look at the main menu, you see friends and familiars. This is where you find all sorts of details about you and your familiar's abilities. It looks a bit complicated, and there are a fair few options kicking about in there. To be fair, you'll soon get the hang of it, man. Now you're still new to this wizarding lark, so there's a limit to what you can do, ain't it? But keep fighting monsters, and eventually you'll get stronger. We'll call that leveling up. See? You probably make some new mains before long, and all. So be sure to take a closer look at them, like I showed you. You got it, Mr. Drippy. Okay. I really need better items, honestly. Sooner or later, I will get better items. Oh, wait, hold on. This. I can't save? Oh, shit, I can't save in here. Okay, I see. But where the fuck do I go? Do I really have to go back? Yeah, I guess I had to go back then. Okay, sure. Is there anything I can ask? Guardian of the Woods watches over this follower. It's not his tranquil soil. But sometimes something has changed him. He's not himself. Okay. Is this like the actual running speed of this game? I guess so. Healing touch for 3. Gateway. Oh, okay. What is the other one that I have? What is the other spell that I have again? Form Familiar. Oh, okay. Healing touch, Fireball touch. Okay. I think I can deal with this. It's a JRPG for God's sake. Gateway needs a gateway symbol. I don't know. I just know that you could actually do it like I just know that you can actually just do it in the beginning of the game, and that's about it. Bread! Yo, we finally got bread. Let's get this bread. Alright, let's go deep in. Whispering Waterfalls. Oh. Okay. I'll best warn you, Ollie boy. It's absolutely crawling with monsters beyond here. Careful you don't get God before you even get to the Guardian, eh? I'll be fine, Mr. Drippy. I have a familiar to help me now. There's brave you are. Don't forget, though, if the going gets tough, don't be afraid to cast Healing Touch. I swear I won't. And remember what the old tree face said. Okay, so was that. Sure. Don't worry, you're not going to break anything no matter what you press. So have a good old poke around, ain't it? And when you learn new skills, then that new options will come out on the main menu. So keep your eyes peeled and make the most of your new toys. Jeepers, not so much to remember. You soon get used to it all, man. No worries. Now past the Whispering Waterfalls and on to the Guardian of the Woods we go. Right, let's go help him get back to normal. shit. That looks like a praying mantis kind of thingamajig.
Let's do it!
Here goes!
Whoa, hold on. Cool. Motherfucker's dead. That's it. Hey. Okay, cool. Wait, hold on. I need to do something real quick. Is it this thing right here? Bottomless bag. I need my treats. Accuracy increase, magical attack increase. I can't use it right now? Wait. How do I... Oh, wait. No. Wait, how do I use it? Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that's others. So, I get it. I get it on levels. I see. Okay. So, I get these on levels. Healing touch, fireball. Okay. So, I guess I can't really use this on them at the moment. Huh. Okay, I guess so. I thought I can use it for them right now. Seems like I can't. Unless like you have to use it in battle. Which I don't know why you can use it in battle, I guess.
Come on! Here goes!
Ooh. They're dead, right? If I'm not mistaken, they're dead. Oh, yes, level 3, cool. Okay, cool. Bar of chocolate. Crikey, I knew there was something I forgot to tell you about Familiar. Oh god, please don't. How was that? This is important, Ollie boy. So listen carefully, alright? I showed you how your familiars can use tricks, didn't I? Well, as the little familiars get stronger, they'll start learning new ones. Okay, yeah, this is the one that I saw. Okay. Yeah. Meaning if you want to learn a new one, you have to make them forget one of their old ones. Be a bit of pain, like, but at least you can teach an old familiar new tricks. Okay. Anyways, the important thing is that you assign a trick to your familiar's command wheel. If you don't, you won't be able to use them. Simple as that. Okay, I got it. Okay, so I guess I needed to be level 5 in order for me to do something about it, right? Right? Oh, I can give the treats right now. Oh, that's where you can give the treats. Okay, I see. Attack increase. You know what? I really want to. I really want more attack, but how much more attack am I gonna get? 1. Okay, so it's just permanently 1 then. I see. They can evolve. That's cool. I don't need anything magical just yet, but I really do want... Actually, no. You know what? It doesn't really matter right now, so...
Let's do it!
Let's do it!
Here goes!
Oof. I have a weird question. Is there a way for me to see, is there a way for me to see, like, wait, hold on. Is there a way for me to see what class they are or what type the enemies are? Like, are they leaf? Are they water type or whatever it is? I don't know. It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like I top right of the name. Okay. I'll see that later then. More bread, which is good for me. Specifically for me. Because I need bread. Oh, I know about the icon, but I just don't get the icon at all. Like, it has like dark. Uh-oh. Okay, wait, hold on. So if I use Fireball and... Oh, wait. Oh, no, I don't have any MP. Uh-oh. Okay. Oops. There we go. Like, the symbol of it doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know whether is it a moon kind of type or like a leaf kind of type, you know? It just doesn't really say anything at all for me. Unless it's in the book. I don't remember what's in the book, I guess. You finished your Duolingo Greek? Hell yeah. How you doing, Wonder Greek? Hope you are doing well. Read the book then. Is it this one? But which one is it? This one? Oh no, I don't want to read. Oh no, I don't want to read. Okay. So the one that I have is a orange one. No. Which one is it? This one. Always bringing with life and gusto. These creatures are capable of knocking out an enemy with a single swing on a sword. Hi, how are you today? I'm doing okay. I'm doing alright. Today we're playing this game where not really a usual Juho game, but I've been wanting to try to play this game for a while. You don't have the mighty one? Isn't this the mighty one? You have the plain might? Yeah, I do have the plain might. But hold on. Is it provisions? Is that the one? Spells. Oh wait, no. These are okay. No water. Tornado. Wait, hold on. I just realized I left out cut loose. Did I leave out cut loose? Oh, is this the... Oh, wait. That's the item of the thing. Oh. It's the item. Okay. Oops.
Watch this!
Okay, let's try my, Wait, I got blinded? Oh. Let's try my spell real quick. Oof. It just died like that. I don't think I care too much for type differences. I just wanted to know what they are anyway, so
We can do this! Here goes!
do I get the HP as well? Yeah, I do get the HP. So, if I were to use this... Okay, so I get the HP. I see.
Come on!
There you go. Or I could... Maybe... For the world's slowest run, Smile. How are you doing, Greenie? Hope you're doing well. Going to the airport in a few hours? L. Where are you going? Hope it's somewhere good, I guess. Not somewhere bad. I hope it's not. Washington? Ooh. Interesting.
Here goes!
Have fun at Washington. Oh wow, I didn't realize my fucking... My teeny guy is literally gonna kill that quick. I shall try. Yeah. Yeah, you have fun. I'm guessing this is just a treasure chest that I went up for. I left my job. I mean, that's okay, because you had like some toxic people who were just there. And it wasn't very nice that you had like some toxic people who were there in the first place, so... I guess... It's nothing to bother about, but also at the same time hoping that you could get a better workspace, I would say. Yeah, don't worry about it. Like, I got your problems when we talked, so there's that. Yeah, you have no problems with that. I still wonder what the fuck this is. Look at that. That's useful. If you're lucky, you'll be able to use these one day. Oh, these are just manholes. I guess it's for transportation. I guess. It makes me feel like it's just used for transportation. That's a Monday problem. It is a Monday problem. Hold up, Ollie boy. Huh? What is it? There's someone. Someone's coming. I don't... It's him! It's the flipping Guardian. Oh, don't tell me I have to fight the Guardian. The Guardian of the Woods. Oh shit. I'm gonna fight him?! No way! Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna die, man. Uh-oh. This looks serious, Ollie boy. You better best defend yourself. Alright, defend. His health ain't going down at all. Any event, big moves like that can earn you a nice little bonus as well. So when he starts building up a nasty looking number, be sure to put up your guard. Chance? Look, Ollie boy, the big lump's only gone and knackered himself. Jesus. Now's your chance to give him a proper walloping. But after I... Oh, wow. Oh, shit! Whatever. What? No way. Did I do it way too early just now? There's a little beauty, that little ability will restore all your HP for you. And not only that, it will let you do a miracle move that doesn't use any... Okay. Grab it. I'm trying to grab it. If I could grab it, please. Thank you. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, is it because I'm not on this one? That's why? Oh god. Okay, wait. I got knocked out on my special. Really? That shows how bad I am, Smile. That shows how bad I am with this game. Oh, both level 5 though. Spirit of the Woods. Okay. Plenty more chances to do it through the game. Sure. Holy shit, he learned Sandblast! I see, okay. Wait, he's just gonna walk away like that? What the fuck? He's just gonna walk away like that? Bruh. Bruh. Crikey. That was a close run ding, man. The Guardian. He headed towards the deepest part of woods. Do you think he... whatever. Your guess is as good as mine, man. But that weird look in his eye is gone at least. I reckon he'll probably take some time out to get his head together, and then it'll be right back to the old guardianing. But what made him go all screwy like that? You don't think it was... Of course it fucking was! Headshot art written all over it. We'll best watch our backs if we visit any more forests, saying that you got guardians everywhere. Anyway, What did we did what we came to do. We best get back and see O3 Phase A. Sure, let's go. Yeah, I got an achievement. Defeating the Guardian of the Woods and bringing him back. Nice. I did it. The squirrel and the bramble. Oh, there's a Tale of Wonders? God damn. This game has everything right now.
You did well to calm the Guardian of the Woods.
I did.
And I found what I was looking for.
I tried and I
But
did.
first, a gift. By way of thanks.
You were on a roll by here, man.
I entrust to you one of my closest companions.
He looks like Lucy.
The Telling Stone.
Lucy
His
Cole.
knowledge of our
I don't even know
world
what that is.
rivals even my own. I thought he might help you on your journey. I'm sure if you ask him nicely, he will tell you anything you wish to know. And the other thing, the locket. This is what you came here for, is it not? It is a vessel for fragments of the human heart. To rescue the heartbroken,
Hearts?
you will need the locket and the spells required to use it. I will give you those as well.
Thank you so much, Old Father Oak.
Such a well-mannered child. Unlike some.
God, don't say that, man!
All right. Ta, backface.
Some things are as unchanging as the forest. No matter. You had best be on your way. Now, boy, you must come and see me from time to time, and tell me of your travels. I look forward to hearing of your progress.
Yes, sir.
Let's be off, shall we? Time to head back to Ding Dong Dell and mend a broken heart.
Okay.
The telling stone is not accessible from the main menu. Okay. And a locket. Take heart spell. Give heart. Oh, okay. Life lesson, create compendium, dangerous places podcast report. Oh my god. No fucking way, man. Okay. 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 Spells. Take heart. Give heart. I see. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know what the fuck he was saying. So someone in chat tells me, can someone in chat tell me what the fuck did he say again? I literally missed out a lot because I'm literally a 1 year in, 1 year out. I forgot what he said. I literally forgot what he said. Few pieces of heart you can. Oh, I can gather hearts. Okay, cool. We should name the future kicker, ticker, slicker, ticker, tricker, wicker, picker, licker, sticker, sicker, I guess. But all in Japanese. Because that's what I would be doing, is all in Japanese. Smile. Sandblast. I'll use Sandblast as well. Yeah. Well, MP10 though. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Can you even see how much HP it will deal, or how much damage it will deal? Yeah, I know I have 2 attacks in 2 slots. The thing is that I feel like... Wait, no, that's a defense. No, that's defense. So 2 attack and 2 defense. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Wait, is it? Wait, am I dumb? Yeah. So it's just okay. So 2 offense, 2 defense. Okay. Can I get more accuracy increase from this guy? I think I should have given it to someone else rather than it, but whatever. Where am I supposed to go? Hold on. Okay, I'm supposed to go out. Hold on. What's that place? Wait, hold on. Can I not go back there? Oh wait, I can go back there. I want to see what the fuck is this area real quick. Again. I'm gonna be honest. I'm lucky that I didn't die at all on that boss. If I died, I'll be like very bad. I would say, because this game is on medium or normal difficulty, and I'm like, I was wanting to do easy difficulty at first. I legitimately wanted to do it on easy difficulty at first, and then I was like, can I even do all of these? Oh. I feel like I'm getting like less attack. I don't know why. Just less attack from this particular attack that uses a lot of MP. It uses a lot of magic potion, magic points, but like it's just I don't know whether it would help with the attacks though. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Watch this.
Like this one does a lot more than the other one, you know. Where is it again? It's up ahead.
Watch this.
What's Sandblast? Okay, my dude's blind. Wait, what? Did I not? Uh-oh. Oh, no, wait. How can I change? Wait, can I change? People? Can I change? I can't change. I just have to stick with the... Okay, sure. I guess I stick with the... I stick with the enemy? Is there actually no way for me to switch? Huh. I don't know. It felt like there was a way for me to switch. It seems to be still like some kind of some magic. Oh, fuck off. Really? Do I really have to come back here and just like fucking open it up by magic? God damn it! He's trying to run away.
Let's do it. Here goes.
Oh. Fuck off with that nut shot. Hey, I leveled up. Spring water. Okay. Okay, what's spring water? Clean water from a source hidden deep underground, packed with minerals and remarkably tasty. I see. I guess like, wait, do I? No, wait, this is more of crafting thing. Okay, this is more of crafting. Okay, I see. Magical attack increases. Okay. I might have to use it for this one then. Yeah, cool. Okay. Wait.
Let's go!
Oh fuck! No! I didn't mean to do that! Haha! I wasted like three magic. Let's go. I'm dumb. We wasted 3. I wasted 3 magic. I don't even know what the fuck am I supposed to do. Nice weeb game. How you doing this long? Yeah, weeb game. I can't believe this, right? Me playing a weeb game? That's uncalled for, man. That's uncalled for. Hope you're doing well. It's a learning experience. It is a learning experience, but like I'm fucking dumb.
Here goes!
Oh, wait. There we go. It's that little squeak as he gets hit. As it gets hit, it's a squeak. And then dead. The cutest sound, yeah, is a squeak. Dead. A baby sneaker. He was like, just dies like that afterwards. Hope I'm actually going the right way. Yeah, right way back. Yeah, I wanted to check out what's behind the clouded area, because I was trying to search through my map real quick. Yeah. I'll tell you what I told my grandpa before he died. You're talking a lot of shit for something that can't be. Wow, wow, what the fuck? No, no, you don't you dare. Oh shit, go back out. Okay. Grandpa is a computer converting. True.
Let's do it!
Let's do it!
Here goes!
Oh, that was quick. I do still want to level up though. Like a lot of the stuff that I'm wanting to do right now is just to level up my shit.
Let's do it! Here goes!
Oh fuck. Oh, they did. they died. Wow. I didn't realize they would die like that quick. Holy shit. Is this first time playing? Yes. How are you doing, Mr. Black? Hope you're doing well. It is my first time playing this game.
We can do this! Here goes!
Oh wait, I can't. Oh no, I can't do my cut loose. Okay, wait. Oh fuck, is this an IRL stream? It's not an IRL stream. Alright, wait, Sorry, my grandma called me. I hope you're doing well, Tankar. Yay, I leveled up. Okay, cool. Cool. Butting up animals for real. For real. Not gonna lie. Fuck furries. This is beat up furries right now. This is a beat up stream for furries, alright? If you're a furry coming in here right now, yeah, you're gonna get beat up right here.
Watch this. Here goes.
Wait, hold on. You know what? Oh, fuck. Okay. Wait, they miss? Oh, they didn't miss. I thought they missed like everything, single one of them. Wait. My grandma keeps talking to me. I think she's gonna come back pretty soon as well, or to give me some food as well. Okay. Most furry shit I've ever heard. Yeah, man. Like, fuck furries. We're gonna fight the furries, honestly. Slap for the grandpa joke? Ah, yes. Because someone mentioned about the grandpa joke. I see. Yes. Yes, of course. One Degree's gonna get fucked by my grandma, honestly. Where am I supposed to go again? Okay, I'm going back there. Wait, but I'm going back. Oh, there. Okay, there. Do I really want to? Okay, question. Do I really want to level up to level 6 then? And then go. Uh-oh. Ouch. Cool. Grandma about swallowing it. No, don't say that. Jesus. I don't want to hear that sentence ever again. Jesus. That's a bad sentence for me to hear.
Let's go.
I think I have 8, right?
Here goes.
9, okay. I got 2 HP from that? No way. No way I'm gonna get 2 fucking HP for 1 blop. Jesus. That's fucking cursed, honestly.
Come on.
I feel like the damage on this one is actually more. And you give like 0? Oh wow, it's gonna be a long grind for me to reach level 7. And I just realized it was level 7. It's not level 6. God damn. Okay. Well, if it's gonna take me a long time for level 7, I think I should not be grinding for level 7 then. I thought the story was better. I don't know how it is. Honestly, I do not know how it is, but yeah. I can see you barely moving. And that's all I could see is just barely moving. What's up there? Hold on. shit, he died. That quick. My dude died that quick. I hope I'm gonna get weapons sooner or later and not like with a piece of stick and that's about it, you know? I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna get a piece of stick afterwards, right? Okay, so it's just the same, okay. Same kind of weed. It's just weed and weed and weed. Okay. I can fight these two. I don't mind fighting these two. Wait, there's a monkey up there? Yo, I'm gonna fight that monkey. I want to fight that monkey before I actually go in here. I want to fight the monkey. I want to fight the monkey. Let me fight the monkey first. Dumpty egg. I got Dumpty egg. The flying fuck is that? Dumpty egg. A fresh spherical egg that's jam-packed with nutrients, an important part of any hearty breakfast. Okay, so it's literally just a fucking egg, and that's about it. Boo. Increase more of my accuracy. Like, yeah, okay. Where's the monkey? Oh, the monkey. Monkey! 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 Brooklyn Rs, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey, friends indeed, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hope you are doing well. But before that, I need to get that monkey! 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 Monkey!
We can do this! Here goes!
Sheesh! I'm a force to reckon with. Yo! Wait, are you a monkey? You're an anteater. Whatever. Infant. Oh, you're fucking weird ass elephants, I guess. Oh my god, I killed it in one shot! Jesus, that's it. You're dead. You're dead, brother. My brother dead. No more monkey. Monkey be gone. Okay. I guess if, bro, that kid's drip is awful. Well, too bad. Too bad, I guess. I mean, there's nothing else that I can actually wear other than this. I don't even know if you could actually get new costumes after this.
We can do this. Here goes.
Oh, the art. Well, the art is actually from Ghibli, so I think a lot of people would like Ghibli arts style. Sorry, art style.
Looks like he's still the worse for wear, huh?
Mr. Drippy, we have to help him.
Right, though, Ollie boy, I better explain how it's done then, innit? First thing you
In it! He's in it!
the
In it!
rocket Treeface gave you and fill it with a piece of heart.
Motherfucker says the word in it.
The piece of heart?
That's right. One of the bits we're all made up of deep down.
The bits we're made up of? I don't understand.
How can I put it? Just give it a go. You'll soon work it out, man. First off,
True.
what that guard's missing is a drop of good old-fashioned enthusiasm. Find some and give it to him, and he'll be right as rain.
Okay, but where do I find enthusiasm?
Well, now, feast your eyes on that other guard, but there. He's got more get-up and go than a sack of squirrels. If he hasn't got some enthusiasm to spare, I'm a monkey's uncle. Ask nicely, and I'm sure he'll give you a lend of it.
Sure, I'll try my best.
I think it took like 35 hours. Yeah, this game is like long. Excuse me, sir. I wonder if you could do us a favor. I wish I could. I really do, but I'm afraid I can't open this gate without my colleague's permission. Oh no, it's not that. We just want to borrow some of your enthusiasm. Haha, if it's enthusiasm you're after about, I got plenty to spare. Take as much as you want. I freaking love Nino Kuni so much. How you doing, Brooklyn Arts? Thank you, sir. Yeah, I normally stream horror games and speedruns. Or horror speedruns. I guess it's more of a change of heart, I would say. Or change of stream. Because I felt like I had no other horror games to play lately. And I've been wanting to play other games on stream. I do not want to, like, how you say, like... You know, I don't feel like I want to stream horror games as of late. So I guess this kind of stream was kind of like the different kind of thing that I wanted to do today, or you know, for the time being, I would say. But yeah, you come in at the right time, I would say. Nino Kuni is actually pretty cool so far, so I like it. I like it a lot. See, I don't really play JRPGs. I'm gonna say this, I don't play a lot of JRPGs, but this one is actually pretty cool in my books. But I don't know whether I could actually complete it. Maybe I'll complete it on stream. We'll see. I hope you're doing well, Brooklyn Arts. There we go. How do I get the enthusiasm out of his heart? Look at the pages old tree face gave you for your book, ain't it? Oh, ain't it just in it? Oh, fuck me. It's a spell called Take Heart. You need to cast first. Take Heart, huh? Sure. Okay, so Take Heart. So I take this guy's fucking enthusiasm. Give me your enthusiasm, you fucking idiot. Is he still gonna be enthusiastic?
Looks like you got yourself a locket full of enthusiasm. Now, you just gotta give it to our friend over by there.
Okay, here goes.
Okay. So we, yeah, just give it to him! Give it to him! Kalimba. The gift heart, yeah. When you cast gift heart, you need to choose the piece of heart you want to use from my locket. Cause hold on. The latest version got bad though. I say this because the new Ni no Kuni game, which would be Ni no Kuni 3, it's on mobile. Ew, Ni no Kuni on mobile. I would not expect Ni no Kuni to be on mobile, honestly. Indiana Jones 2 stealing heart chant. Yeah, it is. Go on, give that. Oh wait. One at the moment, so even you can't mess this up. Okay, we can't mess this up. Don't mess this up. don't mess this up. Boom, cast this. What if I actually cast this though? What if I actually cast this though? Fuck! Nothing happens. Okay, sure. Sure, nothing happens, my asshole. See the magic from the little boy that has the enthusiasm heart.
Beautiful! It worked!
Neato.
Tidy. Looks like he's back in the land of the living.
What's happening? Where am I?
Oh god, he's British.
Well, you're back with us, I see.
Oh my god, they're
Yes,
British.
I feel so strange, as if a weight has been lifted from my heart. I feel better.
Thank goodness for that. I was worried about you.
I'm sorry, I wasn't myself.
Ni no Kuni base, Jewish
back
base for
now,
playing it. You
and
didn't
ready to
review.
work harder than ever.
Well then, these fine people have all come to visit.
I'm surprised though, like, I thought I was gonna get, like, not really a lot of people to actually watch this, but, you know,
Indeed
I
we
guess
had.
it's the same amount of people that
everybody.
I guess people watch. I don't mind it. I can't thank you enough, but I'm sure you will receive your fair share of merit stamps for performing such a heroic feat. Merit stamps? What are those? These people definitely aren't Catholic. It was the little boy doing that. You're graduating? That's cool. Congrats on graduating from school. You mean wait. You mean you helped me without even thinking of the merit cards you earned? You do have a merit card, stamp card, don't you? They're used to collect stamps awarded for helping those in need. If you don't have one, you should visit the Swift Solutions in town and pick one up. Listen to me rabbiting on. I have to get this gate open. That's what you're waiting for, isn't it? Yes, please, sir. Tidy. We can finally go inside. Second game online by another Another part of me, Loki, hates it because even though the first thing is better than all day in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, this is my first time playing such a game, and also it's one of the few JRPG games that I want to try playing. You know. We're finally here. We're finally here in the Ding Dong Dell. Indeed, we are, Ollie boy. There were a few unseen snags on the way, I admit. But all's well that ends well, and I was going to take you to see Old Tree Face eventually anyways. My leg hurts though. I did a lot of walking and standing. Well, you're gonna get a feet massage from me because I suck toes. I mean, because you deserve it. Righto! On with one hunt. The king of this place knows a spell too. Let's see if he can help us. Shall we? A real life king? Sure. I guess that means we should head... Yep, we should head for that big old palace over there, huh? Ooh. Wow. Look at that, they're useful. If you're lucky, you'll be able to use that one day. Wow. Go! Erna's favorite. Erna's favorite, man, is just go. Oh, coin! 5 guilders? Yo, let's go! What's this, Zelda? What's this, Legends of Zelda now? I still have yet to play Legends of Zelda, or like a Zelda game, I would say. I have Breath of the Wild, but like wait, do I have Breath of the Wild? I don't remember if I have Breath of the Wild.
Jeepers.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do something real quick. Just give me a sec. I'm gonna grab something real quick. I'm back, sorry. I had to ask my grandma for food because my grandma was asking me for food. My husband hates Drippy so much. The reason is he's a bit of a jerk. He sounds like a jerk. I mean, technically he's Scottish. And Scottish people are jerks.
It's so...
Scottish people are kind of jerks.
Stop staring, man. It's rude.
It does. Stop staring, man.
Goofy? Are you blind? You are the goofy one round these parts.
Huh? Look at his funny clothes. Huh? Do I really look so strange?
Crikey! We better get you a new outfit before they put you in the zoo.
In the zoo?
Okay.
My guy's gonna go into the zoo? God damn. I'm sorry, Ollie boy, but no matter how trendy they are over in Motorville, your clothes are just plain out of place over by here. Are they really so strange? But this is all I have. Then we'll just have to buy you some more, won't we? There's loads of shop here in Ding Dong Dell, man. Ding Dong Dell, man. One of them must sell clothes, ain't it? I guess. Okay, let's go find a store where I can buy a new outfit. Okay, what store can I go to that could buy outfits? That one. That says... Plongjil. It says... Plongjil. Hello, old miss! Oh, you look so cute, you old miss! I could pinch your cheek and you would be very cute, you old miss! Oh god, dude, holy fuck, take the mate's outfit, god damn it. I'm not gonna take a mate's outfit, please. Please. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you sell clothes from this do you sell regular clothes? Clothes, dear? Oh! I'm afraid we don't have any in stock at the moment. Low-key agree, I know a couple. But some of them are just wonderful. It's like night and day with Scottish. Either you get the angry ones or the nice. Yeah, true. I got one. I know one. Well, they're Irish. Are they Irish? We're gonna ask Granny. She's talking. Granny, Granny, do you suck toes? Oh, my dear, I probably suck them once in a while. I'm afraid we don't have any in stock at the moment. Don't tell us that, man. Have you seen how the boy dressed? He's a flipping embarrassment. He's getting funny. He's getting funny looks wherever we go. My street cred is in roots. No, we don't. We don't talk about fucking feet. Ask Granny if she ever played. No, she doesn't. Oh, fairy? I used to see your kind all the time, but I bet children these days don't even know who you are. Y'all motherfuckers need Satan. Oh no, is the owl lady from the owl house? Yeah, I know. You're telling me kids these days, man, disrespectful, ignorant, downright rude. They wouldn't know a fairy if it kicked them in the flipping shins. Not like you, eh, missus? Now, how about these clothes? Yes, dear. Whew. Let me think now. Now I come to think of it, there was a traveler who left a set of clothes here once upon a time. He bought a new outfit, you see, so he left his old one behind. Roughly a human shape, is it? And cheap? I shouldn't doubt. Tidy. We'll take it. But Mr. Drippy. Yes, now I remember. He was the one who... Yes, he said... they were very special clothes made from fabric woven from the fibers of the sky tree, if I remember rightly. Lovely and comfy, extremely hard wearing and lucky to hoot. I think the only problem would be the size. If you are going to wear this outfit, dear, I need a few hours to make some alterations. If you look huge on you, however, it would look huge on you otherwise. Could you come back tomorrow morning? Of course we can, man. How's about that then, Ollie boy? That's lucky. That's lucky. They're lucky. Nito, thank you very much, ma'am. Hoo. A pleasure, my dear. Tato hoo for now. Until tomorrow. Okay, so I guess tomorrow I get the fucking thing. Tomorrow's flipping ages away, man. I'd like to go and see the king right away, but we can't go till we got your outfit sorted, ain't it? I guess not, but what will we do until tomorrow? I know, the guards on the gate said something about us getting some kind of card from a place in town, ain't it? Something solutions. I think he said the name of the shop was the one we just went in, the boutique. That's the owl one. Was it Swift Solutions? I tried Satan. Ooh. I just arrived. Can you restart the game so I could see it fully? Alright, no worries, Sarge fan. Wink wink, I can try to do that. How are you doing, Sarge fan? Hope you're doing well. The store here sure do have goofy names. You reckon? They're just named after what they look like, ain't it? Anyways, let's get over to Swift Solutions, shall we? Okay, we'll go to Swift Solutions. Wait, hold on. Can I save? I forgot. Can I even save? Oh, I can save. All right. Just for Sarge, I will surely I will quit the game and restart the game from beginning. Am I right? I hope you're doing well, Sarge. Again. A cat? A furry? A furry? Man, fuck furries, man. I can't believe furries are in here. God damn it. God damn it, these furries. If I see a fur, I'm gonna punch them. Typical furry. Are these furries as well? No, these are guys. Oh, these are actual guys. Do you really expect to be allowed into the palace looking like that? Strangely dressed foreigners are not permitted. Fuck. Hey, Double D. Hope you're doing well. Oh god, now that Double D is here. I'm gonna hope that he didn't hear what happened last Friday. God damn. They got cat ear helmets, yeah. God. No. No. These are furries all over Nino Kuni. Now I need to know. No, you don't need to know, honestly. You do not need to know. Don't let me get excited. The buff cats? Yo, the buff cats? Holy shit. God, all these weird ass furries, goddamn. Are they all cats? Are they just mostly cats? Like, holy shit. Got humans and cats. Deploy Freddy Fazbear. No way, man. Oh, this game is beautiful. The art style is beautiful. Everything in this game is beautiful. I can't, man. Chat, Sunlow Juho until he tells us about Friday. Last Friday. So no. What is this, Crow's Inn? Oh! Oh my god, you are so hot, dude. I got a Sunday? Hell yeah. I'm gonna feed my Sunday to my child day. That's it. Eat up, my child. I want to see about other stuff real quick. No boots. Oh, fuck. Commiserations, friend. But I'm not allowed to sell weapons or armor to travelers. You're gonna need special permission from the king. Oh, fuck you. Oh, man. I need to get special permission from the king. I hope you're doing well, Double D. Is this a furry? Oh my god, it's not a furry convention. Don't you dare call it a furry convention. This is just people who are like I don't know, it's a town with humans and furries, okay? Gotta get permission of the king of the fur. True. Actually true though. It could be that, honestly. Oh god, this looks like Double D. It looks like Double D. God fucking damn it, dude. There's a Nino Kuni movie. Maybe after I finish this game, if I ever finish this game, I probably would see about the movie. We'll see. Content on any task right now. Okay, there's tasks on the errand board. Okay, sure. Welcome to Swift Solutions, where those in need come to watch their worries fly. No, you guys, dude. Now. Dude, that literally just looks like Double D. I swear to god, it looks like Diamond Dojas. Can I pull a fucking, wait, hold on. Like, I'm gonna be stupid and dumb and like stupid and dumb. Where's the one that he looks like he has a beard? Where's the one that he has a beard? Oh my god, there's no. God, there's not a lot of fucking. I know you shaved recent. You shaved the like recent, quote unquote recent. I got. Oh shit! Today's your affiliate. Beginning of last year, I shaved. Dude, weird thing right here. It's your affiliate fucking anniversary today. I can't believe today's your affiliate anniversary. If I could actually like look at that. It's your affiliate anniversary. What the fuck? It's just coming at the right time, I guess. Beer's bag in full force. Look, it actually looks like fucking Double D. Look, if I were to like if I were to like, okay, wait, do this. Get out of here. There. It just looks like Double D. It just looks like Double D. Honestly. Am I not wrong, guys? Guys, the side-by-side comparison actually just looks the same. Nino and Kuni sure looks, yeah, it sure looks different. It sure looks different. How are you doing, Miss Scarlet Tanager? Dude, what the fuck? It just, I swear to God, it just looks the same. It just looks the same for me. How are you doing, Miss Scarlet Tanager? Hope you're doing well. Did you graduate, by the way? I feel like you graduated already, Miss Scarlet. Oh, there you go. And where those? Wait, hold on. I graduated years ago. Wait, so no, the one that you did with your like thesis paper and stuff like that, like the one this year, when you did your thesis paper. Oh, certification. Oh, okay. So it's a certificate. Okay. That was the one. I thought it was like some kind of graduation thing that's coming up pretty soon. It's certificate. Certification. Certificate. Yeah, certification. When those who are feeling helpful agree to perform tasks on their behalf, what sort of tasks do you mean, sir? You honestly don't know? Dear me! You really are new to this, aren't you? Well, I shall swallow my amazement and explain. Oh, fuck. That's not me just, like, actually having an orgasm. That's just me, like, being fucking, like, in pain. Okay, I'm in pain. Not like I'm having an orgasm right here. Folks who are in need of assistance flock to me, hoping to find something willing to take on their errands for them. On your travels, you're bound to run into people who are looking for help. I hate certificate exams. I always fail, but I can do the IT work in the field. Ooh. And you will have to decide whether or not to soothe their fluttering hearts by taking on the task they set you. Have a look on the errand board over there. And on it, you see a list of tasks you can take on. At Swift Solutions, you can also agree to undertake missions to eliminate specific monsters. They are known as bounty hunts. Holy shit! Are you winning? Yeah, I'm kind of winning. If you want to find out more, access the menu and take a look at your journal. Okay, my journal, huh? Okay, I think I got it. Your journal will also show you how many merit stem cards you got. Oh, the gatekeeper mentioned something about those. I don't have one. I don't think I have one though. Oh ho! You don't? Do you? Well, that is swiftly remedied. Keep this merit card. Oh! I'm being like a Japanese right now. like I'm very shocked to see stuff like oh so does ne stamps. Once you filled out your okay, cool. Simply visit the mirrors, browse the Swift Solutions, hand over your completed cards, and the rewards will reward. Oh, thank you. Well, helping people out is all part of saving the world, Ollie boy. Yamate Kusai! But before we make a start on all that do-goodery, we need to get you dressed for the job. Now, the hootenanny said your outfit will be ready tomorrow, so I reckon our best plan of action is to go and get good night's sleep at the Cat's Cradle, ain't it? Joe trying out his voice actor skill. No. My voice actor skills are gonna be bad because I can't read well. I figured that I can read well. Hey, reference. Hope you are doing well. Like, you know, it's like the laundry done. The laundry's done, and the house is spotless. Now for the shopping. that's how it would sound, but like it's so bad as well. Like, okay, let's go upstairs real quick. I want to see what's upstairs. Oh shit, a little boy. Yo, little boy, what up, little boy? God damn it, it's purple. That was actually great. What the fuck? Today's a fine day for mouse twacking! Guys, don't let fucking Z-Cabot come in right now. Z-Cabot is gonna see this and she'll be like, no. She get out. She will get out of here. The only question was thwack them with. We're gonna thwack the. We're gonna thwack those fucking rats right there. Thwacking them rats. Cheese to meet you. Dude, I want to see Mousley right now. Mousley, where are you, Mousley? Oh, Granny! Hello there, young man! Can I tempt you to a piece of fresh fruit? Can I get it? Can I take it? I'm gonna... You give me your fruit or else I'll stomp every single one of them! Hold on. Oh, my grandma gave me food. Oh my god. It's so good. Give me all? No. Anyways, my grandma gave me food. Holy shit, it's so good. Whoa! Is that a mommy? Cat mommy? Describe the food. Hold on. Why not I show you the food? How about that? How about I show you the food? Also, because I also cut my hair, so I cut my hair. I'm like neater this time. I'm neater. I haven't shaved, so I'm neater but not shaved. There's the food. It's dumplings. This is mostly dumplings right now. And it's good dumplings, I would say. I love me some dumplings. Is it her milk? No. That looked handsome, yeah. Welcome to one of the cat cradle crane to Permium. Did you clip me just being fucking handsome? How dare you? How dare you clip something like that and me being handsome as fuck? I can't believe this. That's a sin. You mean you're not a real... I am definitely a real horse. What the fuck are you talking about? We pride ourselves in our practicality and pricing. I unfortunately didn't capture a good list to your voice acting. What the fuck? Okay, cool. Oh my god, I thought for a sec I left the hub. 10 guilders? Hold on. Not now then. Not now then. Can I leave? Oh, I can leave. Oh, shit. Breakfast burrito sounds good, honestly. Can I farm to level 7 though? That's the thing. You're playing your JRPG with magic? What? How you doing, Takoyaki? Okay, how much HP do I even... No, HP. How much, like, XP do I get? Oh, it's so little. It barely moved a bit. Okay. If it barely moves, then I'm just gonna sleep in the inn, I guess. I'm gonna sleep in the inn. God, you guys even hear me eating? God fucking damn it. You guys can hear me eating. Fuck. Okay. Your custom is always appreciated. No. You look a little unusual. You're a traveler, I presume. Then I encourage you to take a nap at each of our inns, wherever your travels may take you. We're very proud of our deep and comfortable beds, and we hope you enjoy them as much as we do. Thank you very much. Look at your wizard companion. There's something different about it. I always knew that was... Stop. That's useful. The memories of all travelers who have stayed here have filled it back up a bit. Gee, I never expected that. Why the heck not, man? There's a flipping mighty spellbook in it. We'll best stay at as many of these places as we can, eh? I guess so, huh? The regions of the world. Holy shit. Your region, my region, everybody's region.
Oliver?
Mom?
Huh?
Mommy? Mama?
Mom!
You've done so well to make it this far, Oliver.
Mom? Is this a dream?
You must listen to me now, Oliver. You have to go to him, to face him. And when you do, you'll learn the truth. Promise me, no matter how hard it is.
Him? Mom, who's him? Mom, what do you mean?
He's someone very important to both of us.
But who is he?
Our dad, dumb fuck! He's your dad!
All right, sweetie.
We're gonna meet your
Already
dad,
on the way.
idiot!
Don't give up, Oliver. No matter how hard it gets.
Mom? Mom!
Rip. Morning, young man. And what a perfectly fine morning it is, too. You slept well, I hope. Excellent. You'll be on your way now, I expect. Well, if you happen to cross another cat's cradle on your travels, be sure to stay with us again. Ta, missus. See you soon. Excuse me. Righto, Ollie boy. Back to the owl shop, ain't it? Okay. Mom. Mama. Mommy. Any moms in the chat? God damn it. Got any moms in the chat? Any mamas? Okay, let me actually go. Wait. Oh, I still got fucking coins. Oh, shit. Okay, wait, hold on. My journal. What the f- Oh my god! Do I really have to read all of them? Oh wait, no, this is just a- Oh, this is just a story. Oh. Okay, I'm actually not that dumb then. Okay. Okay, I thought I had to read them all. I was like, no way. Come here, baby. Eat your muffin. No. Oh, cupcake. I guess it's cupcake. Eat your cupcake. You're glowing. Why are you glowing? It's still not quite pretty enough. Doing a bit of decoration, is it? Well, I always say you can't beat a flower or two. Brighten things up, no end. They do. How clever are you? I was just thinking about using some flowers. I'm trying to make my doorway prettier, you see? You are? What kind of flowers are you using? Well, now I want something nice and bright. I'll need some fresh, clean water to give them too. Yeah. Agreed to help the Gremlokin. Oh, sorry, Grimmelkin. They're called Grimmelkin? Okay. Sure. I'll help you. Take you a perfect gentleman. Now I need you to bring 2 placewood flowers and 2 bottles of spring water. Okay, I got the spring waters ready. Yes, neither can be purchased from the store. You have to go and look out for among the rolling. Okay, sure. Don't worry, they possibly. Okay, sure. But be sure to investigate them when you stumble upon one. You find all manners of Kugaru or whatever, the Dakuri. I'm just gonna call you Dakuri. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. I'm stumbling on words. Let's stumble on words a lot more. Yay! I love it when I stumble on words. You'll find all manners of precious things. Hold on, let me see about this. Okay. Hey Dockery, hope you're doing well. Oh, and one more thing. Once you forage a particular spot, it won't twinkle as it did before, but never fear, both its produce and its twinkle will return in time. Got it. Thank you, ma'am. Well, we'll head on out of town and we'll keep an eyes peeled for some of these twinkles. Twinkies? Oh my god. I've not eaten a Twinkie before. Like, I heard about Twinkies in like the States, but I've never had a Twinkie before. So there's that. Tidy, let's go a foraging then, shall we? Thank you very much. You're a pair of perfect little gentlemen. Okay, so this guy, am I gonna give them the spring water? Can I just give the spring water right now? I have the spring water. But how many do I? Yeah, I have the spring water. I give you the spring. You aren't missing out on Twinkies. Okay, cool. Because I heard a lot about Twinkies like in the past as well. I was like, huh, maybe in Singapore they have a Twinkie, but they have never had, well, like, we don't have a Twinkie. What is this fish place? Spooky fish place. Twinkies are just cheap cakes. I mean, they are just cheap cakes, yeah, but like, you know, I want to try a Twinkie sooner or later, you know. Philadelphia's tasty cakes, way better. I mean, sooner or later I want to try a Twinkie and figure out whether or not I would like a Twinkie or not, you know. I just hear about them, I just never ate one before. Because I'm all the way from Singapore, man. I'm like, yeah, Singaporean dude eating a Twinkie? Yeah, right. Say, I don't even know if, like, we actually sell Twinkie here. Twinkies. I'm about to make a very gay joke. We probably have Twinkies. But that's not the Twinkie you'd be thinking of. We got the slim Twinkies. Okay, Jesus. Woohoo! There you are, dearie. You'll be happy to hear your clothes already. Tidy. Let's try them on then. Hey, Ollie boy. Sure. I'll just pop and get them for you, dear. Wait there. I shan't be a moment. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I love you, ma'am.
What do you think?
Huh?
Whoa!
Trendy. You look proper sharp, Ollie boy.
Isn't it a little goofy? I mean, a cape? Don't be silly, dear. It hurts you down to the ground. Thank you very much, ma'am. Oh, yes, it's cool hood. Cool hood, yeah. How much do we owe you? Whew, for those old things, don't be silly, dear. You'll be doing me a huge favor just taking them off my hands. Really? You sure? I can't remember the last time I did anything, any sewing. It was an absolute hoot, dear. Think nothing of it. All I ask is that you pop back and buy a little something from the time to time. You do that for me, won't you, dear? Course we will. Thanks, missus. There's lucky. Bully boy, looks like we owe this place another visit of 3. We sure do. No strings attached to these threats. Maybe. I got me then traveler's clothes. Hell yeah. And now you got some dapper duds. We can head up to the palace, Tidy. Time to go meet the king, huh? I'm kind of nervous. Wait, you know something? I'm gonna be so fucking dumb to ask this. Okay, hear me out, guys. I had to make the dash. I'm gonna say this right now. What happened to the people in, like, the real world when they're out to go find him? Because he's missing? Like, do they not know that he's missing? Like, oh yeah, my mom's gone already. Like, oh yeah, his mom's gone. Sad. He probably ran away or something. Are they out to find him? Or something? Are they out to find him? Or they're like, I don't care about this guy. Like, oh yeah, his mom died. Don't worry about him. I think time works differently. There's like 1 day and a minute and a whole. Really? Are you fucking serious? 1 minute in the real world is... So that means that... 2 months is an hour. No way. No fucking way. No. How you doing, Kohomaru? Yeah, I would think like, oh yeah, this guy, like, oh yeah, the mom's dead, and then like he ran away because like probably the mom's dead. Are we gonna find him or not, you know? I don't know. I honestly do not know. Oops. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Up. Okay. Do I really want to do the missions first? I think I'll do the missions first. Goodness me! Whatever have those little rascals ran off to? Realism has no place here. True. Is whimsical Ghibli tale? I guess so. Is something the matter, ma'am? It's my boys. The three of them are forever running off and not coming back. I know they're just playing, but I can't help thinking they'll hurt themselves. You worry about them a lot, huh? Yes, I do. And today, they're even later than ever. I'm beside myself. Hold on. Anyway. A mother's life is never easy, no matter where you go, eh? You don't have a spare moment, do you? Could you go and find all my boys? My boys! My boy. Do they know, does she know where? Something put you in such trouble, but if you could let me know where you have found them, I'll be ever so grateful. Wait, so you do not know where your boys are? Wait, so you do not know where your boys are? Wait, no, wait. Power Wash SpongeBob update dropped. What the fuck? Is this the boy? Where's? Oh look, poor Dab's gone and hurt himself. Must be one of that ladies off boys. About to patch him up, eh? Jeepers, that looks painful. But what can we do, Mr. Drippy? We don't have a first aid kit. Crikey, Ollie boy. You're playing a JRPG. No, I'm maybe a JRPH. Maybe. Hold on. How you doing? Maybe a JRPH. You know, it can be a JR. We don't talk about the JRPG moments. How you doing, RS25? How's your break, by the way? I hope your break actually is well. Love that his name is Drippy. He be dripping. Wet. Not his clothes. He's dripping wet. Crikey, Ollie boy. Brain like a flippin' sieve you got. You're a wizard, ain't it? Use some flippin' magic. Oh, sure. What do I use? Which spell do I use, Mr. Drippy? For crying out loud, Mum! Vacation is chill. Just woke up and heading down to the ocean. Are you serious? Yo, take a picture of that. Please, take a picture. I'm worried about the lantern dripping off his face. He got a lantern fucking... like, fucking... nose ring. I almost said cock ring. I was like, yeah, he got a lantern cock ring. I was like, wait a minute, not a cock ring, a nose ring. Okay, healing touch. Okay, you're all healed up. Doesn't hurt anymore. Hooray, I'm all better. Listen, Sunshine, your poor mother's worried sick about you, right? Go home with you. I will, I promise. Thank you for making me better. I got one of your child. Okay. So I got one of the child. And one of the children. I guess I can find them from here. Dolphins from last night. Is it on Instagram? I have to go look at it on Instagram. You're playing an even slower JRPG. I don't know, I kind of felt like there are some games that I feel it was interesting, like, I guess, like, this game is kind of interesting for me because I used to eye on this for quite a while. And then, like, I guess 10 years later, I bought it. I was like, I never gotten to play it, and then I wanted to play it. But then I was like, oh, you're talking about it? Okay, cool. But then I was like thinking whether or not I would want to play it on stream or off stream. If I were to play it off stream, I'm pretty sure that I'm not gonna fucking finish it, you know? Yeah, Ni no Kuni is a cozy game. I like Ni no Kuni. It seems pretty cool so far. Like, I honestly think that this game is pretty cool so far. So I have no complaints about this so far. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, AJ. Yeah, I don't really have complaints about this game. I think this game has, like, a very nice, like, art style. It's very colorful. Not like Final Fantasy, I would say. I don't know, Final Fantasy for me just didn't look that good at all. In like my own kind of, like, standpoint. Because I feel like Final Fantasy just doesn't work with me, or just doesn't like feel like a nice game for me to play. Like, I'm willing to try stuff. My problem with trying stuff is whether or not I'll be interested in. It looks like shit is decades older than this. Yeah, it is decades older than that. But this game is like, it had me interested for like a long time, you know. Alright, have a good one, RS25. Have a good vacation. Have a good rest of your vacation, by the way. FF 16 was Atlanta. I hit him. The shot that looked like an owl is called a Hootik. I wonder why they chose that name. So you're not the child, huh? I thought you would be the child. Which pot did I put it in again? Is everything okay? Yeah, my precious treasure. You see, I can't remember which pot I hit it in. Final Fantasy 16 is fine, but I've been skipping a lot of cutscenes because these people just keep talking. I mean, it'd be like that, you know? Like for me, I don't mind about this game. The only reason why is because, I think I'm more interested in kind of like the how do you say this? The more simplistic RPG elements in this game than Final Fantasy. I couldn't get into Final Fantasy at all. They want the Game of Thrones so bad in 516. It is the most famous one, but like legit when I look at it like years ago, I just couldn't get into Final Fantasy at all. That's why when I tried Final Fantasy 7, I was like, I don't think I would like it. I can probably try to play it, but like I really just don't like it. I don't know how to even like the game because it's not really kind of like my interest in the genre of JRPGs. I think this game is actually, like, even if it's slow, it feels more simplistic than Final Fantasy. That's what I would say. And that's why I chose this game to actually play on stream. Because if I don't play on stream, and if I legitimately play this off stream, I would legitimately take a long time for me to actually finish this game. Where on stream, I probably could finish this game in, like, God knows, maybe a few days or so. I don't even know. But it also at the same time, here's the thing as well. I don't procrastinate on stream. I feel like on stream, if I wanna, like, take a break, sure, I'll take a break. But then tomorrow, I'll, like, stream the same game again. But, like, if I were to not stream this game, I don't think I would finish this game at all. I think I would just play the game and then I'll be like, yeah. Resident Evil Syndrome? I guess. But like I said, it's just like, it didn't really get into me. Like, 7 didn't really get into me. And then I think I played like maybe one more like Final Fantasy game and then it didn't get into me as well. So I was like, nah, I don't think I want to do that. Play Sonic? No, not Sonic. I don't think I have the interest in playing Sonic. Maybe the, I don't know. Maybe someday I'll play Sonic, but I'm not too sure. Excuse me, how are you doing? Pancake, hope you're doing well. Gee, that stuff, what sort of treasure is it? My grandmother's red earring is such a pretty color. You couldn't lend me a paw and help me out? Okay, so, remembers putting her pot earring, red earring in a pot. I just forgot which one. Okay, sure. You will? Perfect. It's one of those pots you see around town. Inside one of those pots, huh? Leave it to me. You're a perfect gentleman. Okay, sure. Is this a pot? No. Is this a pot? No. Is this a pot? No. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. I just want to do the missions first, and then afterwards I would go with the king thing, I think. Kink thing. I found it! Easy! 100% luck! That's it. It's all about luck, guys. That's it. Wait, what the fuck? The Tug-O-Tail tourney is starting to. I'm gonna start participating. For fucking furry. Fucking furry participating in that. Cat person. And cat people. Oh shit. Wow, I fell over and grazed my knee. Ow! Hey now, don't cry, let me fix you up. You are wasting my MP, you fucking child. Okay, bye. Bye. Bye-bye. What are you then? Why are you a big fucking... Oh my god, hi, what's up? Hey! What's up? What's up with you, man? Look a bit pale, you do. Huh? You're giving this to me? What the fuck? Well, fancy then. There's a page from the Wizard's Companion. That is. What's that little squirt doing with it? How does Pop-Tart know which emote is what animal? I think it's just a program thing. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Do you think he can't speak? Nah, that's not it, man. If I'm not very much mistaken, yep, must be. Huh? Do you figure something? Did you figure something out, Mr. Drippy? That spell. Yeah, that spell he just gave you. Give it a try, Ollie boy. You will see. Okay. Can I use a spell? Oh my god, Fi, fuck you. Hold on. No. Like, go fuck yourself, you fucking idiot. Sorry. Very toxic. I'm super fucking toxic. I didn't mean to be toxic. Get capital D all you want. Capital D colon all you want, but like, I'm... Like... Not now. Toxic streamer? No. I swear, I'm not that toxic, I swear. I forgot about this chest. I need to go to the chest. Bread! Let's get this bread! LGBT! Let's get this bread! Are you the person? Yeah, you are the person. I got your earring. That's perfect. Just perfect. You found it for me. We sure did. Don't lose it again, okay? I promise I'll never lose it again. I'll here present for you. Thank you so much. Leafy Mental and 50 guilders. Ooh, Aaron. Okay, cool. What else? You're the mom. What's back here again? Okay. So I still need another one more child. And then I'll be home free for that part. And then afterwards I need to go kill a bunch of fucking stuff. Okay, that's the cat's in. Maybe I should actually do the flower thing first. I'll do the flower thing first. Where are these flowers at? Dude, this soundtrack bussin'. Not gonna lie, the soundtrack is just bussin' right now. Alright, let's go and farm XP or some shit like that, you know?
We can do this! Here goes! We won!
Okay. Well, we're gonna be fighting flowers and farming XP right now. This is the life now. I need to go find shit and farm XP now. Cope. Anyways. Hope you guys are doing well so far, I would say. Only the second game is so disconnected from this. I don't know how the second game is like. I keep hearing that the second game is good, but I don't know. Wrath of the White Bitch! Wow. Wow. I got pie. Yo, I got the cream pie. Cream pie, ready and eat. Ready to initiate of the eat. Everyone hates the sequel. I heard some people like this. I heard some people like it, some people hate it for some fucking reason. I don't know why. But I have not played the second one anyways, so there's that. Combat system is ass. Now the question is like, how the fuck am I supposed to find these things? Wait, I can't go there. Okay, so I can't go there. Poor combat too. I feel like this combat is much more easier than the you know, other combat systems, because I feel like this kind of combat system it makes it quite easy for me to deal with. As you can tell, like I can understand this like combat a lot more than like Final Fantasy's combat, but I really do like how the combat system is for this kind of game, because I really need something simple for myself, I would say. Even if it's a poor combat system, I would, yeah. Cool.
We did it!
Okay, there's a sparkly thing right there. You go for that one.
We can do this! Here goes!
Did. Easy death.
Nino!
Nino! Plains with flower. Wait, what? Wait, did I get plains with flower from, like, enemies? Hold on, what? Hold on. Wait. Can I wear this? A cloak made from soft green leaves. It provides protection for the elements along with a soothing aroma. What's the journal again? Hold on, journal. Oh, wait. Allows you to jump by pressing O while running. Oh! Oh, so this will give me... Oh, okay. I see. Okay, hold on. Okay, so yeah, I just get it from them. Okay, so I guess I get the flower from these enemies as well, so I guess it makes sense.
We won!
I'm gonna level up right now, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna level up. Tender beef? My attack is still fucking shit though. Like, I'm just gonna say that my attack is still fucking shit. I don't know how is it still shit, but it's still shit. For some reason.
Come on!
I played the beginning of Ni no Kuni 2 and it dropped real hard. Maybe I should try again. I don't know. I mean, if you want to try again, sure. It's up to you to decide. You aren't a fighter, you're a summoner. Wait, okay, wait. Can I wear shit? Wait, no. Can I wear shit? I can't seem to wear shit. What the fuck is armor? Huh. I kinda did, yeah. It's on my Discord server. I kinda just did it. Oh, it's different familiars. Oh, I see. Okay. Shields. Pepe left. No, you can't. I still can't use the shields though.
Let's go.
Maybe it's for another like fucking, you know, another familiar. It's not this familiar. Oh god. Okay. Oh no. Brute force. How did I do it? No, I just. So weirdly enough, I just farm a lot of relics. I just farm a lot of relics, and then yeah, that's how I got it. I legitimately just farmed all the relics, or a lot of So this was how it looks like, or this is how it looked like. Hold on, let me see what this one is. Where's just someone who wanted to add me as a friend, Lamel? Fuck off. Fuck off from adding me as a friend. This was how it looks like. when I was mentioning that I finished a, or like I beat it once here. So it says victory. So I did it, right? Look at all the relics that I have. You can totally see how many fucking relics I have. And at the time when I was playing this game, my relics was like only here. You know? To get a lot of relics, you have to beat elites, and elites opponents are tough. I don't think so. I think I just shopped for... Yeah, I think I just shopped for stuff. I know I got this one, which is 50% off. I know I got... I remember getting one of the, this one, which was, each time you pass a question mark, it's 50 coins. Other than that, like, I just bought a lot of relics. That makes sense, and I just used all the money to buy relics instead of carts during the shop, I would say. So I just farmed all the relics. Cock? No cock. Only tier 3 subs can add you as a fan and get 50-minute private Discord call after stream. Sure. We'll say sure. We'll say sure on that one. No comment, but sure. $50-minute calls, sure.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Here goes.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Oh shit! Yo! Let me go up there, man. Let me go up there, man. I want to go up there. Come on, man. Come on, my G. Let me go up there. How do I even go up there? Oh, I had to go up there via, like, somewhere. If I get a 50-minute private call from a furry, my girlfriend will kill me.
Come on. Here goes.
Alright, please let it be a flower. Okay, that's spring water. God damn. There's one above there, so let's go up there for a bit as well.
We can do this. Here goes. We did it.
Okay. Yeah, that's like something on top of this weird looking thing, which I'm gonna go towards it right now.
Let's do it. Here goes.
What? Brr. Brr. I got hit. I got motherfucking hit.
We did it.
Just say it is business for suspiciously wealthy furry. Ah, yes, of course. The business. Wait, so I can build... Oh, yeah, I forgot. I can build bridges later. Oh, fuck. I totally forgot that you can actually build bridges in this game. It's like a later kind of thing. Okay. What is this thing? Awesome! With the raid. Thank you very much for the raid, much appreciated. Hope you are doing well. Hi guys, my name is Juho. I am normally a horror streamer and a horror speedrunner, but now I'm actually playing JRPG games for now. Because I'm very interested into Ni no Kuni.
We can do this. Here
Of all the games I would be watching from Juho is Ni no Kuni. I mean, there's some games that I'm interested in. This is one of those. I've been wanting to play this game for a while now, so there's that. Also, at the moment, I'm kind of farming. So, the reason why I'm farming at the moment is because I'm trying to get, like, a flower.
Watch this.
Because I need to get a flower. Praying? We're praying. We pray. Every time we pray. Dude, they're giving me a lot of spring water. I do not want spring water. Can you give me, like, an actual flower, please? I need a flower right now. Right meow. Come on, give me a flower right meow.
Let's go. Here go. We did it.
Water is good if your flower is thirsty. True. But then again, like, I just need a flower, man. I need a flower to do stuff. Wow! Wow, Wonder Greek, I'm gonna ban you. Honestly, with that kind of sense, I'm gonna ban you. That's it. You're banned. Mutz, can you ban Wonder Greek? He's banned. Forever. Do not come back to this. Mutz. Right? Meow, he's banned.
Come on.
Rough. No, that's not what it is. He meant like rough as in like my mom. It's rough. I know. Oh, you don't know. Sounds like you do not know, little bitch. Get better at knowing.
We can do this.
Look at them sucking in the fucking tail. Like it's a penis or something. No, don't cancel me, man. I didn't do anything wrong. Juho did nothing wrong in 2023. I swear. Where's this flower? Why can't I get a flower? Is it gonna take a long time for me to actually get a flower? Like, what the fuck?
Watch this. Here go. We did it.
I'm getting like really shitty XP right now. Like Lamau. Does the quest not tell you where to get the best? They mentioned saying that like you can get it from Rolling Hill and that's about it. The other thing is that you can find it in what's it called? The sparkly things or the twinkly stuff. So that's why I was going to this like sparkly twinkly thing. It's not that. What is this on the floor? Why is it shining so fucking bright on the floor? Oh, it's just a texture. It's just a texture, god damn it. Wait, is it one? Yeah, two. It's just two. I need two. So I'm just farming right now. Like farming both XP and like the flower because I need to get a flower. But my fucking familiar is doing everything right now. Literally, my familiar is just doing everything.
Watch this! Here goes! We've won!
Okay. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait. Can I see this real quick? Oh, wait, this is just the card. Okay. So yeah, it just tells me, hey, you should go to Rolling Stone to get the flower, but like, I don't know how you even get the flower at the moment, you know? Like, basically right now is just me just farming both XP and the flower thing. And I'm not even getting any flower at the moment because either I'm bad or I'm bad. Either I'm just bad or I'm just bad. It's totally I'm just bad.
Let's go! Here goes!
Yeah, either I'm just bad or I'm just bad. Obviously, there is a bit you have IGN walkthrough up already. What? I don't have an IGN walkthrough.
Come on!
How do I even have an IGN walkthrough? I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick as well, so because I'm still farming shit up. I don't know what to do. I'm just farming shit up right now. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick. I'm back, sorry. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't mind if it's like a grind, but you know, I'm also up to I'm almost there to level 8 as well, so I'm pretty sure that it's either gonna be the blue creature or the it's like either the blue ones or something else. I don't think it's the pig, because I don't think the pig would actually like get shit, right? Okay, it's the blue ones, I think. Okay, let me find the blue ones again. It's those blue ones, I swear to God.
Come on! Here goes!
Have I been getting like really bad luck? Oh, No! Ah, I didn't take it. Did I take it? Oh, I had to take it. Oh. Oh, okay. That makes sense now. That makes sense. That makes superb sense now. Ew, minors.
Watch this!
Yo, fuck minors, am I right? Let's go. Oh, sorry. I mean, like, god damn it. I don't cancel me, guys. Please don't cancel me. Oh shit, I got 2 chances to get him. Got 2 chances to get them right now. Did you? No, that's what I went. Ah! Ah!
We did it!
No, I mean like the birds are called minor. Well, minor bird. In the context of this, I swear. Is the context of this, I swear. Please. Okay, where are these sheeps again? I need them sheeps. That's not a sheep. Not a bird. Pig. Oh man.
Let's do it!
Wow, my HP was like all the way fucking low. Okay, where are these sheeps? Why can't I find these sheeps now? Come on. Sheeps, come out! Right now! Right meow! Where are these sheeps? Come on, come out right meow! Right meow! Oh, I see the sheep. I see one sheep. Okay, let's go. Okay, hopefully I can get one.
Watch this! Here goes!
Oh, I got smashed. What?
Neo!
Okay. Unless I got... No. Unless I got it already, no way. Yeah, I don't have it. I only got one. I know that I missed out like maybe 2 or like 1 or 2 of them. But holy shit. Why can't I get it right now?
Come on! Here goes! Neo!
Okay, that should level me up, I think. Yeah, 1 is level up. I still need 1 more level up for my familiar and then I'll be okay. But why are the sheep people so fucking how do you say this? So fucking they're very less. They're just less populated. Hey Xeon, hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's an RPG. I've been eyeing on this one for a while now. I've been wanting to play this game for a while. I didn't want to play it. I didn't want to play it on off stream, I would say, because if I were to play it off stream, I know that I won't complete this game. I feel like maybe I can have a chance that the thing just go downwards. I feel like I probably have a chance on completing this game if I were to play this game on stream, I would say. I'm very pure and inspirational. BAME? What's a BAME? A game,
Watch
yeah.
this. Here goes!
I'm still not getting anything.
We did it!
I'm still not getting anything out of that. Yeah, I need motivation to actually play this game. Like, I don't think I could actually, like, you know, I don't think I could actually finish this game unless like I stream it. There are a bunch of games that I just, you know, don't know whether I could finish playing games until like I just... Is there any other way that I can actually farm the flowers, or is this RNG dependent? If it's RNG dependent, I'm kind of fucked right now, you know. You suck, Cox. Goddamn. Yeah, goddamn right. I don't play this game. I know someone in the chat was telling me that like what is the ba creature? Yeah, it's like the sheep creatures. Like if they don't drop it, what am I supposed to do then? Just wait it out for like RNG or something? Because it feels like I had to wait it out for RNG, right?
Let's do it! Here goes! We won!
Yeah. It makes me just wait for RNG then. How much coins do I have? 581. Yeah, I don't even know if it's gonna be like a grind, you know?
We can do this!
Or I had to use myself in order to attack them. Or is it any other, like...
We did it!
I don't know. I got spring water already. I just need the fucking whatever it is.
Watch this!
What are you trying to do? I'm trying to get a flower. Like a specific flower. That one! I finally, holy shit. After that long of fucking grinding it. Jesus. Jesus. That was all I needed, is just that flower. It took me that long just to actually get it.
We won!
Okay. Where's the town? Okay, the town's there. Let's go back here. And go and help out, I think. Which one is it again? It's near one of the houses anyways. Not you. You? Yeah. It's near here. It smells here. It smells like cat. It smells like pussy. A shield? Oh shit. I got a shield from Cat Lady? Hell yeah. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh! Shield! Shield! Shui! Shui! Okay, cool. So I got that, which is good. What's in here? Okay, that's a clothing area. Okay, let me actually talk to someone soon. Because I do really need to talk to someone pretty soon as well. Wait, hold on. Now I actually want to wonder. Okay. Is this like literally the last boy that I need? Thank goodness it worked! Jeepers creepers, you can talk! Of course I can, silly. You cast spirit medium on me, didn't you? That's what it does? Huh. You mean to tell me you cast a spell without knowing what it did? What kind of wizard are you? For future reference, spirit medium lets you speak to spooky spirits of the dead, like me! Oh shit, he died. So I was right. You're a flippin' ghost, ain't it? Ghost? Jeepers! You mean to tell me that ghosts really exist? Of course they do. Wizards see them all the time. I was a wizard once too, you know? Oh shit. He's gonna die like a wizard as well. Thanks to that idiot, the Dark Djinn, there aren't too many wizards left. So when I saw you, I thought I'd better hand that page over. You're the first wizard I've seen in I don't know how long. Jeepers, can I really keep it? Of course. It's the least I can do to say thanks for looking after my book. Your book? Nah, you got your wires crossed, sunshine. That's our book. That's it. That is. Who are you, anyway? Me? I'm Horus. Although you probably know me better as the Sage of Ages. Hang on a sec. You want us to believe a little... Is this TOS friendly? Is this more TOS friendly? You want us to believe a little midget like you is the Sage of Flipping Ages. Who are you calling a midget, pipsqueak? Okay. Yes? I feel like midget is like a loose term nowadays. Like, it's a bad term, but it's also like a term that people use for short people, you know? I'm a fairy in it. I'm supposed to be this size, cheeky little. Isn't the game like PG friendly? It is PG friendly, but like, you know, it had the word knicker like a few times already. So although it's PG friendly, although it's PG friendly, I just don't know the loose ends of words, you know. Cause you know there's some stuff that would be like this. You're called Ollie, are you? And you're on a journey in our world? Yeah, maybe I'll go on a little journey myself. I haven't taken a look at our world for a long time. Right, I'm heading south to the desert. Hopefully we'll meet again at the town down there. Unless you're in China, the game makes fun of panting. Oh shit. See you soon. Okay. Is there anything I can do afterwards, though? I might just think that the polls actually would do something. I'm not too sure yet. Like I said, I do not want to go towards the king yet. I want to finish this mission before I go to the king. I wonder if there's a way for me to like go to like, you know. Why can't I go this way then? That's the question. Maybe I need another path. Maybe I need to make a path. Claim bounty. Wait, bounty hunts. Vegetable thief. A Gruffian keeps stealing produce from farmers' fields outside of town. It has to be dealt with quickly. It's nearly harvest time. A well-worn sword. In Summerlands, southeast of Ding Dong Dell. Maybe, yeah, sure, I'll take this as well. Allows you to jump by pressing that while running. Not useful for a whole lot of fun. Allows you to run a little faster on the hills and the plain. Okay. Occasionally makes you forge efforts. But then again, I need the cars though. Yeah. Okay. Are you really telling me that like this boy up here is not is not like the other boy that I need? Really? So it's like hidden somewhere. Okay, so it's hidden somewhere in the buttfuck of this town. And it's not here. Maybe he's like upstairs somewhere. My thinking of it is probably like upstairs or somewhere. Oh, he's just hiding. No way he could be like hiding inside there, right? No, okay, yeah. It doesn't seem like they're hiding. Is it bad that I want a hint as well for like do I get a hint for finding out the last boy in the in this mission, Smile? Get a hint, yes. I mean, yeah, but like I'm thinking of where to go for this one. Because I feel like I've already searched through everywhere unless like I didn't really search. This Xbox achievement sound, I don't even know. Google, no way. Maybe, I don't even know. Don't tell me it's like inside the castle though. If it's like inside the castle, I'm kind of... Well... Apologies, but everyone in the palace is busy trying to find the cake's red herring. What? Welcome to... I got a 4-hour meeting too. Jesus. Welcome to Ding Dong Dell. This is the road that leads to the royal palace. You are travelers, I take it. You must be in those clothes. Yes. We've come to see the king. Ah, you're after an audience with King Tom, are you? Well, I'll be more than happy to let you in though. But I'm afraid that's just not possible at the moment. Huh? But why? One of the king's hapless aides has allowed his Majesty beloved pet fish to escape in the palace moat. The red herring is the king's pride and joy. There's a ghost in this game. I've already seen that ghost though. That red herring is the king's pride and joy and a highly endangered species to boot. I doubt his Majesty would... that's horror? Oh yeah, true, that's horror. I doubt his Majesty would be able to replace one if he were to lose it. What that aide of his was thinking, I don't know. Anyway, to cut a long story short, everyone in the castle is busy looking for the king's red herring at the moment. I'll advise you to come back another day. Alright, well, what are we gonna do, Mr. Drippy? The palace moat, is it? If I'm not mistaken, that moat's connected to some of the rivers that run through town. You think it could have swum all the way to town? I reckon it's possible, yeah. But why don't we have a look in a few ponds and that, just in case. Can't do any harm, can it? Sure can't. Gee, I hope we can find that red herring. Me too, Ollie boy. Then, right then, let's go fishing. Ah, yes. Not even all these twinks guards can find the red herring. Yes, of course. Goddamn fucking twinks. Haha, that makes you feel old. I'm so bad, I'm sorry. Because it's thick. Is it really thick? Is it that thing? Is it that one thick? That one gray muzzle, true. Then again, like, haha, you're old. He wants that daddy, true. So it could be in the bottom area of the thing, right? There is a stairway, I think. Sounds like a stairway. This thing right here. Draw the guards and a thick red herring and Jesus. I'm gonna do it, you gonna stop me? Oh no. Oh no, one of the guards are gonna be a red herring right now. Oh, you're here, you fucking child! You make me fucking go all around the fucking area! You fucking child! Alright, let's get out of here. It's only gonna be tasteful. Do you draw SFW or NSFW though? That's like the big question. Do you draw NSFW or SFW? A lot of pie. I got a lot of pie. Holy shit. 3 merit stems. Yeah, baby. Okay, wait, hold on. Now, there is the southeast of the hold on. A gruffian keeps stealing produce outside of town. What is Summerlands? Most of the time is SFW. Do you have your artwork? Can I see those artworks, Smile? I'm dumb, but I would really want to see those artworks, honestly. Give me a sec while I actually check on my my stuff. I do both if it's a frame by frame drawing or animate. Oh, you do animation as well. Holy shit, that's interesting. Please don't draw my Sona in a dirty way again. Southeast. Wait, what? What? Where? What? Go? Why are you saying PP time? What made you say PP time? What are you peeing on? My dude. My dude's... My chick's peeing. Oh, God. It's pee-pee time. Where am I gonna find this thing? It makes me think of these things right here. But then again, I also need a key, right? Yeah, it makes me think that I need a key right here. Which I don't have a key. I need a thing. Oh, wait! Is it this thing that I've been, like, jumping on this whole time? Hold on. You like action RPGs? I like those. I mean, if I like Borderlands, I definitely would like action RPGs. See that red thing over there? I can't see the red thing. I don't even know. I reckon you found our fishy friend. You better go take a closer look. Just to make sure it ain't it. I hope about Kingdom Hearts, not gonna lie. I really hope that I could probably play Kingdom Hearts sooner or later. I'm not too sure. Soon I'm gonna be making a gun roll. I'll be 7 elements, and I'll tell you. Zaddy Snorlax in there. But honestly, I still want to know, like, how's your artwork like? If you ever want to, like, post it or something, I don't even know. Because like I said, I do want to see that artwork as well, you know? FF7 Remake. I don't know. Who else? Freddy the Fish Inspector. Come on, just hop on them rickety looking bits of wood. You'll be fine. Oh, gee. Well, alright. I guess I'll try. Okay, there we go. Red. He got away! Totally not me wanting to say not wanting to say the that word. Exclamation mark Discord. Oh shit, but you also need to be a sub. Oh fuck, I forgot about that. Yeah. So on my Discord server, non-subs post SFW stuff and subs post NSFW stuff. I forgot. So yeah, I give a combat 9 out of 10, it's music 10 out of 10, story 6 out of 10. Yeah, I kind of forgot. I was like, yeah, you post your fucking stuff, and then if you post like NSFW, like whoops, because I forgot that you need a sub in order for you to post NSFW stuff on the Discord server. But yeah, you know, that's another thing. To be fair though, if you wanna, like, how you say, if you wanna post like furry art, sure, but it has to be not NSFW. No, yeah, it has to be not NSFW. Yeah. Sorry, he's a lively one. All right. I think he went off towards the palace, Ollie boy. After him. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Wait, what? What am I supposed to do again? Oh, you can do that as well, I don't mind, but like, also just remember that, like, you know. I mean, to be fair though, I just wanted to see the artwork, and then like if it's nice and stuff, then it's okay. I mean, like I don't mind about it. I mean, there's some people who support me and also like post their NSFW artwork on their Discord, on my Discord, sorry. You know. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. We'll see about that. I like how they're just calling them Meowsty. You know, Majesty. Yeah, I have a friend. I have a viewer who actually draws like manginas, like men with vaginas. So this is King's favorite fish, huh? Tidy. That's a red herring if I ever saw one. Now we can get ourselves an audience with the king. Let's head back and see the palace guard, shall we? So oh my god, my dude's literally carrying the fish. What the flying fuck? He's carrying the fish. My dude. You again? I'm afraid we still haven't located King Tom's pet. This one, you mean? We came to deliver the king's fish back to him, sir. So do I? Like, you draw, like, manginas? Like, vagina for men? That's okay. Yeah. I don't... Yeah, it sounds like it's like... Where's Alex? Where the fuck is Alex? Man... what? Manginas, like man with vaginas. But also at the same time, like, it's furry manginas. So it's like furry with, like, a male furry with a vagina. Like, I don't have a vagina, excuse me. I have a bussy. Not a pussy. Bussy pussy. Go with dick sounds more attractive than woman with a go with a dick is just what is it called? I don't want to be rude. No. I can't say that. Whatever it is. Cisgender females. I mean like anything goes, you know, anything goes. But it is what it is. Is that goodness? I know that regal scarlet tones of the king's beloved red herring anywhere. Well, I'll be. I reckon he must have swam out through the sewers into the town. Like, is that so? I must let the other guards know right away. Ah, if I remember rightly, you were... That's right, we need to see the king. Yes, of course. But with him in his current state... What's that? Something up, is there? Yeah, you could say that. Did I mention that the person charged with caring for the king's red herring just let it escape? Everyone's in the palace has grown terribly lax of late. So lax that we need to enlist the help of passing travelers, as you know only too well. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but the king himself has been indolence personified. And it seems to be rubbing off on his subjects. Indolence? Like, is that like laziness? I'm afraid so. Well, perhaps being reunited with his beloved red herring would give him the boost he needs. In you go. Tidy! We're off to see the king. Come on, Ollie boy. Come on, Ollie boy.
A pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty.
So it was you who delivered one's treasure back to one?
That's right.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Enemy! How you doing, Tidy?
Wish for a prize?
Prize?
Go on, man. Ask him.
Meow. Just
Come now, don't be shy.
Yo, my dude with the feet on the camera. God damn. Who wanna suck toes right now? God damn.
Well, Your Majesty.
It literally just on the camera is like, oh yes, I will show you my toes.
One's wand. Huh? What did you say?
What the fuck? Alright, have a good sleep, my dude. Take care of yourself.
That's right, Your Majesty. He's not from our world.
Majesty.
He's the one whose power freed me from my prison.
What? You mean he broke his spell? This little boy?
Yes.
Do you understand what you're saying, Fairy? Once you defy him, there's no turning back.
I know, but...
But what precisely?
Well, you know, he might be able to...
It's not one's concern. You may not have the wand. Now be gone.
Oh no.
Looks like it.
No one. He's digging his nose too. Lazy. Yeah, good night.
So how do we get the wand now?
Lazy.
Something wasn't quite right about our royal friend. Broken-hearted he is, or I'm broken-headed.
The king is?
Lacking enthusiasm, it looked like. And because he's broken-hearted, the whole kingdom's being dragged down with him.
What are we waiting for? Let's go find the piece of heart he's missing.
Blimey, you don't need much encouragement, do you?
The guard outside of town was short on enthusiasm too, huh? Indeed, he was, Ollie boy. Like I said, I reckon the king's brokenheartedness is dragging everyone else down with him. But the other guards gave us some of his enthusiasm to help his friend. We should go ask him for some more. No, man. Don't go doing that. There's a very important rule about borrowing pieces of people's hearts. There is? What is it? Well, you can't go taking the same piece of heart from the same person twice, see? One little scoop off the top is all it's safe to borrow. Gee, I didn't know that. I'll be sure to be real careful from now on. So what do we do, Mr. Drippy? We trawl the town for someone else with get up and go aplenty, ain't it? It's a sleepy old place, but there's bound to be someone somewhere. Though the only problem is where? Ding Dong Dell's not exactly village size after all. You might even say it's proper massive. Like my dick. I guess it kinda is, huh? In something of a quandary, are we? Whoa! Motherfucking face! Hi, Mr. Tellingstone. You seem perplexed, my young friends. I thought you might benefit from a dose of my expensive knowledge. Thanks, that's real nice of you. You see, we need to borrow a piece of somebody's heart, but we don't know how to find one. Elementary, my dear Oliver. In times like these, just look at your locket. How do you mean? Well, not only can it carry pieces of heart, the locket is also extremely sensitive to their proximity. It will glow when they are nearby. Tidy. So we can use it to track down some enthusiasm then, and it. Allow me to tell. Okay. You will see that it has a habit of glowing brightly from time to time. This is how it reacts in the presence of those who possess one of the heart's virtues in abundance. Incidentally, those with pieces of heart will spare with also a glow of verdant green on the mini-map in the top right of the use. Okay. It will not serve to tell you which of the virtues the subjects have as in excess, but it should provide. But it should still prove exceedingly useful to you nonetheless. Just jump someone and cut it out? Jesus, no. I just know it will. Now, sally forth and seek ye your piece of heart, young adventurer. Thank you so much, Mr. Tellingstone, sir. And if you ever find yourself in need of knowledge again, you may consider me wholly at your service. Farewell for now, friends. Righto, Ollie boy. Let's have a look around for someone with a drop of enthusiasm to spare, shall we? If your locket glows up, all of a sudden we know we are on the right track. Got it. Let's go, Mr. Drippy. I still have to go to the south, like, what, southwest, southeast? I don't even know. Is it southeast? Hold on. Southeast of Ding Dong Dell. Where is the southeast of Ding Dong Dell? That's the southeast of Ding Dong Dell. Ding Dong Dell. Okay, this game is cool. Have you not played? Have you not played Ni no Kuni before, Teddy? I feel like you seem to be like one of those guys that would play Ni no Kuni. Naptime? Oh, you have never seen Ni no Kuni before. Wow, okay. Yeah, have a good rest, Amai. Take care of yourself. You take care of yourself, horseman. Alright. Damn, what a shine. Look, Mr. Drippy, the locket is glowing. Tidy. Then there's someone around here with a piece of heart to spare, ain't it? You? Really? And the only person around by here is him. And look at him, man. He can barely stand still. He's so eager. Jackpot. You mean you think he has enthusiasm to spare? That I do, my lad. I'll bet my lantern on it. Let's go and get it, shall we? What? How do, saucepan head? I don't suppose you fancies doing us a favor, do you? Hey! Stop distracting me! I'm busy! Busy? What are you busy doing exactly? Protecting the town from the mice, of course! Mice? Oh yeah, I remember hearing about the mice who lived in Ding Dong Dell. Those mice are a menace! They're always running around getting up to no good! But the grown-ups are too lazy to do anything about it! Most of them hardly notice when the mice steal things, and the ones that don't seem to care. Well, Tommy Stout is not going to stand for it. I know the mice all live down in the well, so I'm standing guard here. Any mouse that comes this way is in for a battering. Well, well, well. We were all right. We were right about this. He's bursting with enthusiasm. Over to you, Ollie boy. What are you talking about? Well, King Tom seems to be really short of enthusiasm right now. And that's where you come in, Tommy boy. You've got a load of the stuff. If we gave some of it to King Tom, the whole town would sort itself out quick sharp. So yeah, so we were wondering if you could share some of your enthusiasm with us. Of course, I'll do anything to help the king. Thanks, Tommy. Give me your heart! Right the fuck now! Steal the heart and give it to me. I'm joking. Have you played this? No, this is my first time. How are you doing, Skylar? Hope you're doing well. Well, that was strange. Now I know what magic feels like. Strange, what do you mean? Non-wizarding type Bane in use to spells. See, Ollie boy? They don't know what to make of them half the time. Seems like you got a lot of enthusiasm. Yes! You're not gonna steal my heart! Scarlet Falcon, you're not gonna steal my heart anytime soon! You don't have the magic! You're not a wizard! You're a falcon! I don't believe in you! Come on, it won't hurt. Wait, Scarlet! Scarlet has a butt. Okay, sure. We're gonna say that Scarlet has a butt. I would fuck it though. I would fuck it though. So does that mean King Tom's going to be alright? Yes! And once the king's back to normal, everyone else should start feeling better too. That's right, Mud. Your enthusiasm is going to put a spring in everyone's step, ain't it? That's great to hear. Until then, though, I'll better stay here and keep an eye out on mice. Alright, see you later, Tommy. Alright, Tommy, bye. Don't get all that enthusiasm in my butt. Scarlet, I know I asked this a few times, but I didn't, like, know if you wanted to answer it or not. Are you a male or a female? Cause the enthusiasm in the butt would be questionable if I like bussy or pussy. I'll answer if you say what do you think I am first. I think you are a female. Yeah. Not male. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I guess I can put the enthusiasm in your butt. Bussy, yes. Yes! We got the pussy! You again. One is becoming rather tired to see constant interruptions. Sorry, Your Majesty. It's just we have something for you. Yeah, we have. We picked it out especially for you, Catface. It'll get rid of that tiredness of yours in no time. Give you a new lease of life. It will. Strong teeth, glossy fur. I'm not sure that's. That sounds just the ticket. This accursed fatigue will be the death of one, dealing with all these visitors as taking its toll. Not to worry, Your Majesty. A little bit of enthusiasm is all you need, ain't it? Give you that enthusiasm! My enthusiasm to put my penis into your asshole! Boom. Boom, yeah, boom!
So, do you think it worked?
Let's see, shall we?
Ah, it didn't work at all. Oh, wait.
What the devil was one up to?
Uh-oh.
Your Majesty, please tell us you're back to your old self.
Yeah?
Yeah,
One
yeah.
10 times more energetic than one has ever been. But one feels different somehow.
This is your doing, is it not? Then you must be rewarded. Your Majesty, it seems that these...
Me? Rewarded?
...the curse that was placed upon you.
What? Is this true?
Yes, Your Majesty. It appears that you were cursed with a lack of enthusiasm.
Is that so? One certainly didn't feel oneself for a while there. It seems one is in your debt.
What would you claim your prize, I claim as your prize, sorry. Tidy, you know what to ask for, Ollie boy. Sure, we need a magic wand, Your Majesty. Is that so? Strangely, one feels as if one has had this conversation before. Now, one thinks of it. Trust evil. Well, now one thinks of it. There is a one prize very highly as a kid and hidden away safely in one's bed chamber. There is, and we're in Kansas. No more in Kansas. We're in Furryland. And one would be willing to be and one would be willing to part with it, but one will have to find it first. Return later on, and one shall present it to you. My God, I got a new kid, and I swear he's a crackhead, and he has crackhead. Yo, just you know what to do, man. You gotta just take his enthusiasm away. Goddamn taking the enthusiasm away, man. We have found a big titty celestial girlfriend. No, we have not. Jeepers, thank you very much, Your Majesty. Play with a good kid a lot. No. This isn't a JRPG with the president armed with a gun. Nope. How you doing, good Goffall? So, boy, if you are in search of a wand, can one take it that you are perhaps a wizard? Gunnadent. It's I don't know. How you doing, Z Cabot? Oh yeah. We encountered someone who wants to kill rats, and then someone who wants to protect rats in this game. What does Fred say? Zoink scoop. So we met Juho and some normal person. Yes, I'm Juho, the one that protects rats, and the normal person that wants to kill rats. Friend, I know that Shaggy. I don't know, man. Fred probably says like Zoink Scoop or Jinkies. Does Fred say like fuck? Yes, true. How you doing, Kiso Bean? Hope you're doing well. Fred's the trap guy. He's the guy who's like, now let's see who's behind this, and takes out the mask like, you Oh my god! So boy, if you're in search of a wand, can one take it that you are perhaps a wizard? Indeed he is, your majesty! A shiny new apprentice wizard, who doesn't exactly know much magic yet. Did not expect you to stream this. A lot of people did not expect me to stream this, you know? To be fair though, Fred is the guy who fucks, yes, but also at the same time, who is he gonna fuck? He's gonna fuck both of them. He probably gonna fuck both of them, honestly. Joe, were you a Velma guy or a Daphne guy? Fuck, I don't even know. I mean, Daphne's like hot, but Velma's nerdy. No, I think Shaggy shags a lot. Shaggy shags Fred. Shaggy could shag someone, honestly. Maybe. I don't even know. Indeed, he is young majesty, a shiny new apprentice wizard. Oh wait, yeah. Shaggy's a twink bitch. He gets Shaggy got that dog to shag. Nice. It does BCLD. Oh my god. Is that so? Then let one provide you with a spell or two. Shaggy's basically a Mai. Probably. One's one will be of little use without spells to cast after all. Really, your majesty? That's so kind of you. Thank you very much. That's a mushroom if I ever see one. That's a sicko if I ever see one. Yo! You must enjoy the spells that inspired one so much in one's younger days. You kind of draw the spells, but drawing the spells require you to have a wand. But I don't draw it. It's the kid who draws it. Yeah, I don't draw it. It's the kid who draws it. One that unlocks things and one that restores things to their former glory, eh? Yeah, so I don't draw it. He draws it anyways. What did you use to get up with these, your majesty? None of your business, fairy. Now, boy, you travel with a familiar, do you not? One has sent word to the Cowmaster's stone down in the town that you are to be given permission to shop there. The Cowmaster's stone? What kind of place is that, young majesty? You are sure that you are an adventurer. One cannot help but fear for the safety of such an innocent. No matter, the Cowmaster's store provides weapon and equipment for the use of the familiars. Okay. Why not go and browse the products on offer while one seeks out one's wand, We sure will, your majesty. Thank you very much. Now, one has plenty to attend to. Come and present yourself to one again in a short while. Okay. Interesting. I can't go anywhere. I'm gonna name it. Yes, he said I couldn't go anywhere. Are there any hidden chests? I want to see if there's any kind of hidden chests. Hidden boobies. God damn it. I can't... If I can't go up the stairs, that means this way I can go up the stairs as well. Okay, sure. Thanks. Thank you for telling me, game. Okay, so I have to go to the store now. God, I love how he runs. The fucking Drippy. Mr. Drippy. You don't have that drip, but you're dripping wet. Wait, which way is it? This way. Hello. Ka, it's you! His Majesty informed me that you would be coming. He instructed me to sell you whatever you require, and I'm more happy to cooperate. So have a rook around. Oh god, no. That sounds like Singlish. Have a rook around. Have a look around. I'm sure you'll find something here which to equip your familiars. Equip my familiars? How do you mean, sir? Ah, it seems an expedition is in order. Very well. Here crows nothing. Try the spicy curly. Stop it. To ensure your familiars don't get cock short, you can give them a boost by equipping them with certain items. I don't want a crow, but you'll find plenty of items you're familiar. Equip from. I wish, dude. In this game, I wish there was a fucking gun. If there's a gun, psh, a lot of shit I did. That's it. Along my wares. Weapon, armor, and accessories. Just remember that the items a familiar can equip vary according to his genus. It's not complicated, so don't get into a flap. The best way to learn is just to try equipping of your familiars. I cause gun! Is that? But don't feel left out, will you? Humans can, of course, equip items too. So like friends and familiar. Okay, cool. Caw! Why not buy a nice matching set of items for you and your familiars? Birds of a feather stick together after all. Okay. As soon as I have some money, I'll start buying some accessories and stuff. Sounds like this old bird has done a proper sales number on you, Ollie boy. Just remember that accessories ain't the only thing you can equip. Wizards like you can use all sorts of wands as well. I'm reminded of the kitchen gun commercial, really. Flipping heck, man. Speaking of wands, we need to go and get you a new wand of King Tommy. And clean forgotten I had. Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, I guess he's probably found it by now. I reckon so, Ollie boy. Come on, let's head to the palace. Okay, go palace. Wait. Give me your shit. Hold on. What can I sell? I can sell this thing. I don't need this thing just yet. Right? Right. I have a lot of shit! Oh! A sword! A kitchen sword! Oh my god. Spiral horn. Wait, I can't use it, but he can? What the fuck? Boo! Wait, what's this? Giant tooth. It's fusion of parents, proms, panic, and enemies. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, hold on. What is this? That is attack and defense, right? That looks like attack and defense. Hold on. No, wait. No. Hold on. Oops. Wait, I want you to eat all my pies. Take my pie! Take my cream pie! Take my cream pie! The Japanese name that no one surely knows what I'm saying. Please don't search it up. Please don't search it up. I have played this game a lot when I was younger. I will not give spoilers unless you have to ask. Yeah. Don't say about it. Don't say about it, please. Oh, it's magic attack. I see. I can read it. So, okay, Teddy. Context. The small guy says it a lot. The small guy says it a lot. Fucking Mr. Drippy says it a lot. That's why we named it after that. Because he keeps saying it. Motherfucker keeps saying it. He keeps saying it. So I was like, okay, why not we just name it after what he says? And it's bad. So if you know Japanese, I guess that's what it is. Sorry, check. I mean, it checks out because Mr. Drippy says it a lot. He kept saying it like 6-7 times already. So there's that. Do I want more attack or? Do I want more attack or? Oh, +6. Was the name of Mr. Drippy's cat? Mr. Drippy's cat? Wait. Wait, what? There's a cat? There's a cat? We're talking about the small dude, the fucking what is it? Fuck, what is he called again? We're the wizard. He is just the apprentice or whatever it is. Yeah, he's just the apprentice. I'll buy this one first because I want to buy this one. What? I can't. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh my fucking god! Ah! Hold on. I have not saved for that long. Okay, wait, hold on. No way. Oh, I have not saved for that long! Oh my god, I'm so dumb! Well, you live, you learn. You live, you learn. I can't believe myself. I wanted to buy this! I wanted to buy this! God damn it. You know what? I think I'm just gonna buy this one. Wait. Kitchen knife. Sure, why not? Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, equip it. Sure. Wait, can I just sell, like, some of the stuff that I have as well? Oh, fuck. I can sell this because I do not need this at all. Do I? Restores 10 MP. I do not really need the MP at all. Oh, I do not need the restoring of MPs because I can legitimately get them. Health, maybe. I'm not too sure if I'm gonna use them, so I'm just gonna be keeping them, I guess. God, the music, bussin'. All I'm gonna say, the music is bussin'. What is in here again? Oh, you're the clothes, yeah. Oh, I can buy shit. Oh! Huh. Okay. Huh. Maybe I'll buy that. Maybe I'll buy them sooner or later. I don't even know. Hello. Goodbye. What the fuck, did he just disappear? Oh, it's you, Ding Ding This, you had to help us. Something terrible has happened. Flipping heck, man. Don't tell me the old King Tom's gone and got his heart broken again. No, His Majesty's heart is in good working order, as far as I know. As far as you know, after you restored His Majesty's missing enthusiasm, he was determined to find his old wand, that he could give it to you by way of a reward. So determined, in fact, that he said he would go and look for it himself. Well, that's good, ain't it? What's all the fuss about? His Majesty has disappeared. Eh? The gatekeepers swear that he hasn't left Ding Dong Dell, and yet is nowhere to be found. I smell a rat by here, Holly boy. Well, I suppose there's only one thing for it, eh? What's that, Mr. Drippy? A spot of investigating, ain't it? Righto, helmet face. You and your mate keep an eye on the castle. We're going looking for clues. Yeah. Understood. But where do we look for Mr. Drippy? Where do we look, Mr. Drippy? Don't worry, Ollie boy. You know the place. You know it very well, in fact. Come on, I'll tell you more when we're outside. Oh, okay. What are we doing? Where are we going, Mr. Drippy? What was this about somewhere I know real well? What do you think, clever dog? Motorville, ain't it? Motorville? What does Motorville have to do with finding the king? Well, the answer ain't always going to be over here, by here, Ollie boy. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. What does that mean? You got to remember the whole soulmate thing, ain't it? What we see here in this world ain't always the whole picture. Soulmates, okay? Think about it, Ollie boy. Why are you in our eh? To save my mom. Exactly, and your mom is the great sage Alicia soulmate, right? And we're trying to free Alicia from the soul snare over by here so we can help your mom back over there. Well, that's what you told me, Mr. Drippy. And I wasn't fibbing. So people in your world and my world are connected, not just Alicia and your ma'am. All people. They are? So, exactly, that's clever of you. There's someone over in your world who's connected to King Tom over by... Someone's a furry?! So you're telling me that if someone's a furry there... If that cat right there is a furry... In our world, there's a furry in real life as well! Ain't no way! Ain't no way! So if you're telling me I'm a furry and then like in the fantasy world that my fantasy self is a furry? Huh? No way! No way! In the fantasy world you are a doodle. True. No! How dare you! So there's an actual horse here based on Drew? I guess so. and when someone in our world is a podge, you can sometimes find out how to help them from their soulmates over in your world. Because they're connected, see? Obvious. When you think about it, eh? So somebody in my world is King Tom's soulmate, huh? That's right, but maybe not a person, and maybe not in such a lofty position as our friend the Cat King. Huh. Well, the shopkeeper's cat and King of Ding Dong Dell ain't exactly similar status-wise, is it? Shopkeeper's cat? I don't think. Flipping Ekman! It's like pulling teeth. Okay, so soulmates can look and even act the same, right? We've covered that already. So when you first saw King Tom, you instantly thought to yourself, hello. He's the splitting image, sorry. He's a spitting image of Timmy the cat he is. I did? So you mean that King Tom and Timmy, Toadrum are, but Miss Leia's cats? That's clever of you, better late than never. But Timmy's just a cat. Exactly. Just like our pal King Tom. So, what's so strange? Okay. Okay, so they're not people after all. So cats are just cats. People are people. Okay. What's so strange about that? Crikey! You're not very perceptive for a youngster, are you? If two people are soulmates, there will be similarities somewhere. You just got to keep an open mind and a peeled eye. Spot the similarities and you'll find soulmate. Gee, I never knew. So Timmy, huh? Timmy indeed, my lad. If we can find that fat old furball, we might get a clue as to where King Tom's got himself to. So magic us up a gateway and let's go over to your world, shall we? You remember how, don't you? Sure I do. Okay, let's go to Motorville. Jesus. Jesus. Can I change back to my clothing? Ooh. Okay. Hey Firefly, hope you're doing well. Wait, where is it again? That part of the fucking place, really? Where's the cat? Cat. Meow, 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 where are you? Oh, Oliver, seeing you, I just don't know what to say, dear. It's fine, Miss Layla. I'm okay now. You are? Well, I'm pleased to hear that, honey. But if there's anything I can do, just let me know, won't you? Actually, there's something you can do for me right now, Miss Layla. Layla. You can tell me where Timmy is. Is he here or in the store? Well, now that you mention it, I don't think I've seen Timmy. Timmy! Where's my Timmy Tantrum? He must have run away somewhere, that little rascal. He's probably gone exploring, huh? Oi, Ollie boy, does this little situation remind you of anything? It sure does. It's just what happened to King Tom, or with King Tom. Bingo! You got ourselves a missing cat king in one world, and a missing fat cat in another. And I reckon the reason why it will be the same too. Track down Timmy, and you're sure to find the vital clue that will help solve the mystery. The shop of you, and this here's your patch, ain't it? You know it like the back of your hand. I'll solve the case of the missing cat in no time. I'm awfully sorry I couldn't help you, dearie. But you did. But you did help. Thanks, Miss Layla. I did? Well, alright then. Goodbye now, dear. Goodbye, Miss Layla. Right so, Ollie boy. Let's start out, where you know best, shall we? Round by your house, I mean. Sure, let's go. Yeah, I don't think she can't see Drippy at all. I was like, yeah, she's probably talking to himself. Like Lamau. Or maybe she's just whispering, you know? Probably. I don't even know. I was mentioning about, like, how is this, like... Do people really care about him if, like, he just poof out of nowhere? You know? Or, like, he's just gone. Like, oh yeah, your mom died. Oh, shit. You're gone. Do people actually notice? And if you're gone for like how many several fucking days? Like what's the outcome for this? Oh shit, it's you. Oliver? I'm sorry, Oliver. It's you! You! The chick that I saw like 5 hours ago. Holy shit. That's actually a really long time ago. We haven't looked in your house yet, have we, Ollie boy? I'll run over there and check now. Back in a bit. Sure, Mr. Drippy. I'm sorry, Oliver. I'm sorry you're all alone. Huh? Your mommy? Me? I'm mommy? I'm mommy now? You know about that? When mom died, I thought she'd be gone forever. I thought I would be all alone. But now I can help her. I just need to finish what I started. Oh, I wanted to ask you. That wand. The one I found. Did you leave it for me? Without it, I could have never gone to the other world. Maybe you would even know where what I'm talking about. But if it hadn't been for that wand, I'll still be all alone. Really? Really, really? Really, really? Hooray! I hope you can save your mommy, Oliver. Thanks, but who are you? How do you know my name? I'm P. I've always known you, Oliver. Always? So your name is P, huh? Yes, I'm P. Penis. Pussy. Oh, hey, P. Have you seen a big old cat? His name is Timmy Toadrum. He has stripes all over, and he's kind of fat. Wow, he's fat shaming. Fat shaming a cat? What a loser. Mr. Kitty? I know Mr. Kitty. Mr. Kitty? I'll take you to Mr. Kitty, Oliver. Follow me. She must mean Timmy, right? Oh, Ollie boy, no sign of old Fatty the Mog in the house. I'm afraid. Oh, what are you doing standing around by here on your own, anyways? I might just know where to find Timmy, Mr. Drippy. You know what? How? You what? How? Where? Hit? Please, P. Can you show us? What's all this then? Are you alright, Ollie boy? Show me the cat. Show me that pussy, baby. Show me that beautiful fat pussy, baby. Let's go. We are on an adventure to find that fat pussy, whose name is Timmy Toadrum. Why does this part of the game sounds like a fucking Disney game? Like a Disney show? Literally just sounds like a Disney show. Or a Disney movie, I don't even know. Is this where Timmy is, P? Shh. Huh? Listen. What's that? Oh my god, it's a rat! A mouse? Eh? Is there something through there, is there? A mouse? Timmy! Oh shit. Oi, Timmy boy, put yourself together, man. Looks like we'd better take it back to Layla. Ain't it, Ollie boy? You're right. Thank you so much for showing us Pete. Huh? Well, where'd she go? Where did she go? She's gone. That's it. No more. What are you standing around, lazy bones? Get a flipping move on. Oh, wow, you're carrying the fucking cat. Why? Oh my fucking god. No. Why? Why? Oh shit, a dog. Whoa. Drippy got the pussy in the end. Oh shit, dude. Drippy pussy. Drippy pussy. Well, I guess I can go there. That means I have to go up. Not like you can put a leash on a cat and make it follow you. Well, to be fair though, like Oliver can carry it. Not Mr. Drippy. It's just only one bean and that's about it. One bean. Oh fuck, I'm in a car accident, rip. I can't believe that car just stopped like that. It takes a lot of training. It does take a lot of training, you know? Drippy secretly ripped. True. Mr. Layla, it's Timmy. He's... Oh my goodness! Timmy! You're fucking floating! How the fuck are you floating? What? You're magically floating! I can see the fucking Drippy guy! Jesus! I'll say you get isekai, but he already is. What happened to you? The cat's dirty. Oh, thank you, dearie. You brought him all the way back home to mommy. Wasn't he heavy? No, not really. Is he okay? Is he okay? Oh, don't worry about Timmy, Oliver. It's nothing serious. He's just a little tired, aren't you, Timmy dear? It doesn't take much to tire out a big old boy like you, does it, Snookums? Is that all? Well, I was worried flipping sick about him. But what was Timmy doing all the way down at the garage? Well, dearie, one of my customers told me all about it. She said that Rusty's garage is crawling with mice. Oh no. Oh no, the mice-infested area. And my dear old Timmy Toldrum just loves to chase the little devils. Timmy loves to chase mice, but he's so he's so fucking fat, dude! Fuck! I'm gonna fat shame the fuck out of this cat right now! Fatso! Big pile of shit! Lazy fat ass! I like how they just cut out on the fucking F. Eats many mice. Eats many mice. No wonder he's so fucking fat. Thank you so much, Oliver dear. Sad Garfield noise. Now I know that's where he disappeared to. I can stop worrying about him. He was just getting a little exercise. Shaming chunky cats, unfollow. Tell him I true. He was just getting a little exercise, weren't you, my little Timmy Toldrum? I guess I could learn a thing or two from you, huh? Too flipping right you could! Okay, Miss Layla, I have to go now. It was nice meeting you. And you, dearie, just let me know if you if there's anything you need now. God damn it. Tidy, you've worked it out too, I expect, ain't it, Ollie boy? I don't think so, Mr. Drippy. Come on, man. Timmy's disappeared because he ran off chasing a mouse, didn't he? So the mouse is the clue, ain't it? It is! King Tom's disappearance has to do with mice, too. Got it in one. Exactly what it has to do with mice is a whole nother question, though. But I'm sure I've heard someone saying something about mice over in our world. Then we should go back to Ding Dong Dell and investigate. I just know we'll find something. Righto, Ding Dong Dell it is! There you go. Triple D? Does the town name shorten to Triple D? Yeah, he got a Triple D. Triple D's nuts. Why are you sleeping? Oh wait, hold on. You. Tell me anything. Hey Oliver, I think I just heard King Tom's voice. It's coming from down Ding Dong Well. Huh? Ding Dong Well? Yes, I could hear it coming from the other side of that gate. It was definitely King Tom, I'm sure of it. Ding Dong Well, eh? You said there were mice living down there, down behind there. Yes, the place is full of mice. Ding Dong Well, Ding Dong Well, Ding Dong. Ding Dong. Did you drop? No, that's someone by the name of Nan Bread Loaf. Wing Wong Well. Let me actually shout them out real quick. Shout out, if I can actually type, shout out Nan Bread Loaf. I think that's the name. If not, oh yeah, there we go. Nan Bread Loaf. That's the one. They did my whole they did the whole like doodle horse, and it was very good. I love it. Oh wait, guys! Summer sale! Let's go! What can I get? What can I get about the summer sale right now? Are they a dragon or a kobold? They are a kobold. What is on sale on my side? Super Lesbian Animal RPG is at 25% off. Uncharted. Ooh, House of the Dead remake is at less than $7. What the fuck? Ayo, ayo, ayo! 65% off on Ryan's Rescue Squad. Hell yeah, hell yeah! Back 4 Blood is 80% off. I can't believe this. God, my money's gonna be all gone soon. God damn, god damn, god damn. Also, I need to do this real quick while I'm at it, and while I actually saw the Steam Summer Sale. Everyone, the Steam Summer Sale is up right now! There y'all go. Poggers. I got my badge. Steamed sales. I got my stupid fucking badge. Because I have like way too many coins, as you can tell. Hold on. Look at the amount of coins that I have, because like I'm stupid as fuck. And I keep buying a lot of stupid CS:GO cases, so you can totally tell I have 500,000. And then I always get like the seasonal badges, because why not? And just put it all the way up. Because why not? Guys, if you have like extra balance, you can get a fucking badge. Corn dog badge, yeah. That's why I'm sitting here, keeping guard. Mines and cats don't really go along, you see? Oh, there you go! There you go! My dude is a racist! Oh, that. I know what happened. King Tom's been kidnapped by the mice. Kidnapped? That's right. You saw how Timmy went after. He's a gamer. Players like me love Phasmophobia, definitely. Yes. Wait, have you not played Phasmophobia before? Kevin, have you not played Phasmophobia before? God damn. God no. Interesting then. Why would I play it? I don't know. Multiplayer. Like if you want to play with like other people. That's why I was like thinking about it. But then again, you don't really play with a lot of people, huh? Well, other than like Omega Strikers. I hate other players. Wow. Wow. That's right. You saw how Timmy went after them mice in your world. In this world right here, the tables have turned. It is the only explanation, man. Crikey. It's a good job I'm here to put 2 and 2 together for you, ain't it? If King Tom's been kidnapped, we need to rescue him. Are you going down Ding Dong Well, Oliver? Then I'm coming with you. Don't be daft, mud. This is a job for professionals, ain't it? Not some underage vigilante with a saucepan on it for a helmet. I'll be okay. I'll have my friend with me. Oh. A monkey? A lemur? A fucking lemur? Is that a bad word? I thought you just meant underwear. It is underwear, but like, you know, it's hard for me to say it, you know. Flipping familiar. He followed me home when I went to play in the woods, and he's really strong. If he's with me, I'll be fine. You don't quite get it, don't you, Sunshine? Fighting with familiars is flipping hard. Your average person can just jump into the fray and start ordering them around. You need to be a wizard like Ollie Boy here. Okay then, Oliver, you can have my familiar. Gee, thanks, Tommy. Oh my god, I have to name him now. Le mano. Monkey. Monkey. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. Okay. Key. No, the key. Okay. Okay. Monkey. Monkey. Is it monkey? Monkey. Escape the back rooms is only $8. No way. I'm scared of that. I'm legitimately scared of that. Please no. Is this how you spell monkey? Wait, Teddy. I think it's Ku, not K. Oh wait. K. Monkey. A-I-U-O-E-O. Yeah, monkey. Monkey. Yeah, that's monkey. Okay, cool. Monkey. I could have just done this like I could have just done this. Oh wait, with the this thing, I think. Yeah. Oh, also with the where is it again? Hold on, monkey. Let me find monkey again. Okay. Monkey. We better head down. We better head down there, huh? Indeed, we had. Ollie boy, leave it to us, Tommy, my lad. Okay. Be careful, Oliver. Okay, let's go down there. Hey, Ollie boy, it looks like you can get that new familiar of yours to psych up. I can? Gee, what does that mean, Mr. Drippy? Well, it means it sort of builds up its strength for a bit, ain't it? So it can give the baddies a proper whacking. Like, once a familiar psych up, instead of attacking like normal, you can let it go wild. And when a familiar goes wild, it attacks for longer and does loads more damage. See, gee, that sounds real neat. It gets better, Ollie boy. This new technique of yours will make it easier to cancel enemies' actions as well. Cancel enemies? What? Yeah, man. I should have told you about this earlier, I suppose. Some creatures have got some pretty tasty tricks up their sleeves, see? But give them a whack and they're getting ready to try one, and they won't be able to pull it off. Be cancelled, ain't it? Canceling enemies actions like this is much easier when you go wild, and it's a good way to keep yourself safe from harm at all. The only thing is familiars that can psych up can't defend for toffee. It just ain't it's in their nature. They're feisty little blighters. Anyways, now that you have got two little mates, you'll soon see for yourself that all creatures are different. I guess I will. Okay, so I guess we can just go down here now. It looks like the gate's locked, Ollie boy, but the king's down there, and we don't have a key. What are we gonna do? Calm down, man. I think the monkey can wear the armor. Oh fuck. Did I sell it? Did I sell it? Oh my god. Did I sell it? I don't remember if I sold it or not. Fuck it. Never mind. You know what? If I sold it, I sold it. You don't need a key. You're a wizard, ain't it? Just cast the spell, cast that spell old King Tom has taught you. You think I can open it using magic? I could give it a try, I guess. Hallelujah! It's open! Now we can go find the king. That we can. In we go, Ollie boy. Oh, okay, you can use that spell to open locked chests as well, by the way. Oh! Oh! Okay. Sure. Also, Monge. Monge! Oh, I have this. Giant tooth. Oh, fuck my life. Okay, yeah, I kind of sold it away. Ah, man. Man! I sold the armor away. Armor's for nerds anyways. Who needs armor? Your dick! Your dick needs armor if I kick it. I'm gonna kick the shit out of your dick. So goddamn hard. Oh. No. Okay, shit. Yeah, I saw. What, where's the blue chest that I saw in this fucking place again? There was a blue chest somewhere around here, right? What happened to our cam girl? Not there anymore. Cause someone replaced it with Oh wait, oh yeah, there are other shops as well. I totally forgot. Okay, hold on. Are you the shop that I need? You probably are. You'll be able to buy and stream Cockhead? What the fuck? Not like that. Do you have the blue chest? You have the blue chest. Okay, cool. Give me your shit. Sandwich! I got a sandwich. For... Wait. Oh no, I don't have... The sandwich is for me? 100 HP? Holy shit. That's a lot of HP. I got a sandwich. Who put a sandwich in a chest? I don't know. Some... groggy old lady, I guess. Some groggy old lady's like, yep, I'm gonna put that in my chest. If you're down to steal my sandwich, it will be rotten with cheese and meat, but mostly cheese. Holy shit! Where a pussy once fell. Hey, hey, hey! Crikey, is damp as anything down by here. My lanterns go all moldy. My lantern will go all moldy if I don't watch out. It would really get moldy? Hey, silent. Oh no! Fee, fi, fo, fum. What did I just read? Pussy. Cat. I smell the blood of a bucket load of proper feisty beasties. Careful, Ollie boy. You have to watch yourself from here on in, man. Things could get ugly. Okay, Mr. Drippy, I will. Oh shit. Look lively, Ollie boy. There's a monster coming your way. Well, let's deal with it quickly and go look for the king. That's the spirit. And remember, you got the other familiar that lad gave you as well, ain't it? Battles should be a bit easier with 2 of the little blighters on your team. Double trouble. Needle.
We can do this.
Can I pause something? No.
Here goes.
Okay. Yeah, I know what to do, dude. Oh, whatever. Oh my god, it just leveled up. My monkey just leveled up. My monkey just leveled up. Naha.
Watch this.
Okay, what is this psych up? Wait. Go wild in this guy, I guess. Oh wow, it doesn't really do anything at all. My dude doesn't even do anything at all. And it just levels up again. It keeps leveling up, man. I don't know what to do, but it just keeps leveling up. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should actually just try to level up right now.
We can do this.
Which one is the one that actually has all the attacks again? Cut loose. Monkey. Okay. Wait, is this the... Okay, this is the outside area. Why's fucking... I was about to say, like, what's this fucking frog Pokemon doing here? You die, and... I need a heal. Okay. Let me grab this real quick. Then use another spell. Really? Okay, hold on. Cool.
We did it.
Ice cream! Yeah, we got that ice cream for that monkey. Can I get it? Can I get that ice cream for that monkey? There we go, eat that ice cream, baby. Hell yeah, you can eat that ice cream whenever you want, baby. Also, like, the floor is so fucking wet, by the way. Don't know how that works, but sure.
Let's go. Here goes.
Oh, I can't. Oh god. Okay. Is that a snake? Yeah, that's a snake. I forgot that's the snake. Only one? Okay. Dead. Thank you for the XP. Is that another snake? That is another snake.
Let's do it. Here goes.
Oh wow. I missed like the last fucking hit on the fucking snake. Don't know how, but sure. It just does that. And yep. Just missed the fucking whatever it is. Oh my god. Okay, wait, hold on. What is on this side then? How do you like this game? I like this game. It's actually really good.
Let's go.
I know, like, I'm not really a RPG kind of guy, but like, I think this game is like more simple than, or like simpler than like Final Fantasy. With like combat system and how the game's like with this like how the plot's like with this game. I really do like it, you know. Like I said, it's very simple. Like anyone can pick up the combat system, and it's like actually really good. I like it a lot. So, hey Lex. Oh fuck. Hold on.
Roger. Roger.
Oh wow. Oh what? Okay, wait. There we go. Boom. They're dead. And getting more ice cream as well, which is good. Ice cream. Ice cream. Okay, that's a chest.
Come on. Here goes.
That cool. I got a flan. What the fuck, flan? Got an ice cream and a flan. Don't give a flying fawn, yeah. The flying flan. Okay.
We can do this. Here goes.
Okay. Nice. Two or I was about to say I got 2 magic orbs, which is good, but I got 0 from them. I got nothing from them. How dare it? How dare it not give me anything? I reckon it might be worth trying to light these, Ollie boy. It's hella damp down here. Through the flames won't. Though the flames won't last long. Got 2 magic orbs in my pants. No way. No way, Jose. Lighting those up. How do I light them up? Let's see what's on this side. Oh wait, no, I can't go there because it's all watered up. Unless, wait, no, I can. Oh, I can just walk on the water. I see. Okay. Is this another red chest? This is another red chest. Coffee. Which I totally need right now because I'm getting a bit sleepy. Need that caffeine overload, man.
Let's do it! Here goes!
Oof.
Neo!
Okay. My lemur is about to be level 6 soon. So that's a good thing. Hold on. I wonder what's the respawn rates for these guys, honestly. Because they seem to be like respawning a lot and a lot and a lot. You can tell, they respawn like so much fast.
Let's do it! Here goes! We did it!
Oh, okay, I'm going out. This is out. What about this door right here? I can't open this door, okay. God, I'm really feeling so sleepy right now. Whoops.
Watch this!
Oh wow. I didn't realize they got the upper hand.
Here goes!
There you go.
We've won!
Oh, I forgot about the green orb because I was a bit sleepy. God damn it. I don't know why. I'm just feeling a bit sleepy right now. Like, God damn. I guess one more,
Come on!
you know, I guess one more encounter and then I'll probably like stop right here right now. We'll see.
We've won!
Okay, give me a sec while I actually see whether or not I could actually find anything in this area. Because there's a lot of enchanters that I'm facing at the moment, and like, it's hard for me to actually go to the place that I really want to try to go, but you know, it is. Yeah. I wonder what will happen if I actually bring a fucking, like, a sword on the monkey. Monkey gets sword. Swings around every fucking where.
We can do this! Here goes! We've won!
Okay. Is this the door? Yeah, this is the door. Okay, so I had to ignite. Hold on. It might be worth trying to light these olive oil. It's hell of a damp in here. The flames won't last long. Well, the one thing that I know what to do, I probably would think of doing is just to close the door, but also at the same time I do not know. What would I do? Rewind time for... Okay, so that's time. Oh, fireball. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. There. There. It works. It works. Yes, I'm a smartass. Okay, maybe I'm gonna save here. Jewel brain. Wait, I can't save here? Oh no, I had to save. Oh, fuck off. Really? I had to save on the plaque. I forgot about this. Oh no. Oh no. I have to save on a plaque. You're a wizard, Drew. You're a wizard, Harry.
Come on! Here goes! We've won!
Okay, what is in this chest? Ice bottle coffee, okay. It's the only one that I took. God, I need a board like desperately so I could actually like, you know. Hey, wait, there's a chest right here. Meat is not cheese. I know. Stop. Sure. I mean, that's 5, right? Yeah, that's just 5. Hey, V. I want to. Okay. How many? Okay, you know what? Let's try out with the fucking monkey real quick. Monkey. Wow. Okay. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! 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 I got bread. I got. Okay. I could use some bread, I guess. Bread. Wow. Sure. There we go. I guess the monkey don't really do anything good so far, but you know, it's just a trial. Hello, snake.
Let's go! Here goes!
Hiya. Oh, there we go. I'm almost there to level 7 on my monkey. My monkey level 7. Fireball on that. What does it open though? The question now is, what does it open though? Oh, are you serious right now? My ass? No way. Does it work? Oh no. Yes, it works. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm back. Grandma is asking me something. How you doing, speedrunning guy? Hope you're doing well. Grandma killing. No, stop! My grandma ain't no murderer. Okay, so somewhere it opened up. Wait. No, wait a minute. It opened up somewhere. But where? Oh, is it this thing right here? Oh, it's this thing. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hold on. But also, at the same time, I do need to drink another set of coffee. Yeah, your grandma's. Yeah, grandma. That's cool. Oh shit, big guy. That looks like a fucking Digimon. Dangler fish. My guy looking like a fucking... My guy looking like a fucking Digimon right there. Rip the Digimon. Rip the the Digimon. Okay, cool. Oh my god, there's a lot more Digimons in here. God damn it. I don't have a lot more well, spells, I would say. So my spells are kind of like useless right now. I had to go like towards them. Can't watch. Rip.
We can do this.
Here goes.
Whoa. Okay, cool. Give me that health, baby. 5 health is not alright, but sure. Hey, sandwich. Okay, hold on. I can probably use this. No, I can't really use the sandwich just yet. Like, that's the bad thing. Like, I don't really want to use the sandwich just yet. I think I should really just use the sandwich when I'm at like 5 HP or some shit like that. I don't even know.
Let's do it.
Here goes.
Oh my god, you healed him? Motherfucker, you healed him? You have a healing?
We did it.
I got chocolate though. So, I wanted to take the chocolate and give it to. Wait, chocolate's what? Attack. Oh yeah, you need a lot more attack. Fuck you. The audacity of that bitch. Yeah, the audacity of that fucking the plant bitch. Literally healed up the guy. Fuck that. Fuck the guy. Fuck. I don't even know. Fuck plants. Oh shit! But I don't have. Oh god, I don't even have. Huh. I don't even have any more coffee. I got more sandwich though, but I don't have coffee. Shit.
Let's go. Here goes.
Imagine you meet there the frog from Dark Souls with no 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 that triggered a memory, man. I literally went in there and was like, what the fuck? That's PTSD for me.
Let's do it.
Literally PTSD right there. How you doing, Becca, by the way? Hope you're doing well. Eating other frogs? True. It's the memories. It was the memories of those frogs that I'm scared of. I'm literally scared of those frogs. And you do know that I suck a lot anyway, so there's that. I suck at Dark Souls, that's all I could say. I'm like shit in Dark Souls. Scared of French, scared of frogs. Oh fuck.
We can do this. Here goes.
Oh, I have 5 MP. When? Since when? Since when? Oh wait, no, it's because oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, I should level up right here. I don't level up right here? What the fuck? Okay. Oh shit, that green chest is there. Hey, the plaque is here. Okay, you know what? I can actually go on a little bit further. I thought I couldn't go a bit further, but now I can. Yes. Let's go in a bit further right now. Oh my god, that's a big rat! No fucking way! No way!
Need a hand?
It's you two. Look, one has retrieved one's wand.
Huh? So he wasn't kidnapped?
Is this Joe? How are you doing, Kohai? I hope you're doing well.
The crook struck one. Oh.
Oh no, the rat. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Kohai.
That'll teach you to turn your back on me, you old tomfool, you.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I read that as I read Hickory Dock as fucking horny cock. I was like, what the fuck is horny cock doing here? You're working chilling, that's cool. I was like, wait a minute.
You squeaklings work for the fat cat, do you? No, we too slow.
God damn it, we have to fight this rat now. What? I got kicked! Hold on, no, wait. I got fucking kicked. Joke. I mean, it has to die! It has to die! I can't do anything! It has to die! Oh wow! I got fucked! Unfollow? Cabot, you know it has to. It has to end up this way. No way! Oh my god, no. I will lose 10% of my money! God damn it, I lost 10% of my monies! Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, hold on. Wait! Hold the fuck on. Jewel got killed by the rat, good job! Wait. Oh, come on, wait. What is it? There we go. 622. Wait, hold on. Hold on. 622, right? If I were to continue from here, how much money? If I were to continue from here, how much money do I have? Say, oh yes! Yes! We stick with the monies! Fuck your 60 fucking 10% loss, bitch! Fuck your 10% loss. Come on, Mon, get a grip! You need to watch out for that tailspin attack, Ollie boy. Mind you, the thunder... Oh, no. Okay. Sure, I get it. Okay, I get it. I get it. I'm just bad. Hold on. Wow, I only... What kind of attacks are those? Hold on. Okay, you know what? Oh no. Oh god. Sure. What the fuck? Okay. Hold on. The furry fools! Oni gone and tripped himself up. Now's your chance to give him a good hiding, Ollie boy. What the fuck is he doing? He's hallucinating or something? My dude's hallucinating. Holy fuck. Oh fuck. There we go. Hey Sunny. Go wild in there, man. Go wild. Go fucking wild. Do it. Oh wait, no. Sorry, this one. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh god. Hold on. In me. Oh, you're dead in like one hit. Oh, you're dead in like one hit. Come on. Yeah! Yes! Gone. Dead. That's it. That's it. He's gone for, they're gone for life. That's it. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. It's the best of your animated character? Yes. How you doing? Hope you're doing well, Sunny Joe. You dirty rats! I'll get you next time! Says the dirty rat. I can't, man. Hold on. Let me check something real quick. I can't, man. I can't say it. How am I gonna do this? He got away, and he got another stupid catchphrase in before he left and all. Yeah, I think fine work, especially when more motivation is string currently. But other than that, I'm just fine. How are you, friend? I'm doing alright. I'm doing well. Never mind that, King, Mr. Drippy. What about King Tom? You're right, man. We better see how he's doing. Your Majesty, are you okay? Oh, it's you. Come on, Kingface, pull yourself together. One retrieved it from the villain who purloined it. Meow. Your Majesty? Whoa! That's a... no! How am I gonna say this? Don't say it! Don't you dare say it! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Replace it with your own word. Shit! There you go.
The Zodiacs are assembled. Your Radiance?
I thank you all for attending. Very well. I hereby call the council to order.
You are all doubtless aware
Order!
of the purpose of this session.
Order!
Discuss the elimination of the pure-hearted one. Come before us, Dark Jinn.
You summoned me, White Witch.
The so-called savior from the other world.
You mean white bitch?
He must be destroyed. Shadar, it is time that you proved yourself worthy of the title of Executor.
On one condition.
Ha! The insolence! He presumes to bargain with our queen?
Go on.
Very well. I must request that you entrust this task to me and me alone. Hear me, members of the council. I have no need of your aid.
He thinks himself our equal? What gives him the right?
He is either very brave or...
To presume to give us orders?
Babbling fools.
Silence! Very well. You will have your wish, Shadar. I entrust the task entirely to you. Teach those who speak of a savior the futility of their hope.
It shall be done. This Oliver, this savior, I will taint his heart with the blackness.
Whoa.
Despair.
Whoa, dude. Not cool, alright? He doesn't want to be emo, okay? If one thanks you once, one thanks you 1,000 times. You saved one's life back there. Looks like you're feeling a bit better now, eh? Your Majesty? But you weren't kidnapped after all, that's funny. My reasoning was a bit off. You don't think I'm losing my touch, do you, Ollie boy? I'm just glad the king is safe. That's the most important thing, isn't it, Your Majesty? Meow. Never mind all that. One is just perfectly livid that that villain Hickory Dog got the better of one. And all because the loss of one's enthusiasm led one to be caught catnapping. To think he managed to purloin one's greatest treasure. Meow. It is unforgiving. It is unforgivable, sorry. But once one is back in one's possession now, That is the main thing. Now one can finally bestow it upon you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bring forth one's wand.
This is one's magic wand. When one was a kitten, one ran quite wild with the old thing. Here, it is yours now.
Thank you very much, Your Majesty.
If you know who finds out about this, one fears we shall both live to regret it. But one can hardly say no to one so very pure.
When you say you know who, you mean Shadar, don't you?
There's no need to say it out loud, is there?
Shadar!
That is who one
Your Majesty, you've gone and given him the wand now. There's no going back.
One supposes so.
Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll bring down Shadar. You'll see.
Wow! Bold words you say! As a guy who doesn't fucking go with anything JRPG like. Now, for coming to one's aid in one's hour of need, let one also present you with some new magic. One hopes it will prove useful. Frostbite. Okay. Golly, thanks again, Your Majesty. I can't wait to try it out. I'm going to become the best wizard ever. Y'all, really, very eager, aren't we? In that case, there is a forest south of one's kingdom known as Golden Grove, and beyond it lies a vast desert. In the midst of that desert is the city of Al Mamun. You must travel there next. Its rulers are somewhat, but never mind that. Rashad, one of the 4 great sages, once dwelt there, and still does, one presumes. The great sages? You mean the proper mighty wizards Alicia used to be one of? Alicia? If you wish to expand your magical knowledge, one is sure the aid of the sages will provide invaluable. Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. Righto, it's off across the desert to find us a great sage. Then is it, ID? On the moon, here we go. Here we come. Whatever. Bye bye. I like this journey so far. This journey is very good. I really do like it. I really do like it a lot. Do you have enthusiasm? You have enthusiasm, right? Yeah, you have the enthusiasm to give me your enthusiasm. Give me your enthusiasm. Wait. Hey, give me your enthusiasm. I want your enthusiasm. Give me your enthusiasm. Give me your enthusiasm! Right? Meow! Right? Meow! You too! Give me your enthusiasm! Right? Meow! Wait, so... Oh wait, no, I can't take more enthusiasms, really? Oh... I can't take enthusiasms and hoard them. Fuck! So I have to take it one at a time. Oh, that's kind of shit for me. Okay. Meow, right? Meow. Oh, current one. Oh no. Okay. I still need to find out who is this fucking vegetable guy. That, you know, this vegetable guy thing. Vegetable thief. In the Summerlands. Okay. I don't know. Is this person around here? It's just southeast of this place. Oh, hi. What's up? I say, dear boy, by the cut of your jib, I'll hazard a guess that you're being a traveling man. What? And a jolly fine occupation it is too. Are you a traveler too, sir? Very true, dear boy. I am indeed. Inherited a pretty pile from my maiden aunt, and decided to travel the world. Don't you know? Blimey. It's all right for some, eh? Spare a guilder for a struggling fairy aristocrat. That's a gent. Ha ha ha! Very droll, dear boy. Very droll. But I'm not just pootling around handing out alms to the poor, you know. I'm writing my memoirs, you see. Sort of travel diary. You know the kind of thing. You really should read it. It's corking stuff. Here, it's just... Oh, I say. It must be dash it all. It's not here. It's Ballywell up and grown licks. You've lost your diary? Yes, I rather think I have. I must have left it somewhere. Damn fool that I am. Oh, this really is the absolute limit. My literacy legacy gone. All gone. That's tragic. Okay, so I guess we get his fucking diary. Sure, we'll get his diary. Oh, I say, that's really awfully good of you. Okay, so I guess we get someone's fucking diary. Small cover of trees. Okay, so I guess... Hold on. On an island in a stream that has 2 trees growing in it. Northwest of Ding Dong Dell, sorry. Island in a stream? Has 2 trees growing. Northwest, so I guess it's right here then. I think. Like northwest, yeah. Wait, hold on. Oh my god, there's a lot more like missions that I had to do. Oh no, the missions. I do have to go back to that one place as well, like later in the game. So it's up the northwest. Am I dumb? Isn't west like left side? I'm gonna just check here real quick. Like I just need to check here real quick. Okay, my dude is gone. Northwest. Yeah, west is left. But I can't seem to find what the guy is talking about. The diary should be to the northwest of Ding Dong Dell, on an island in the stream that has 2. Wait, hold on. So you're telling me it's... Hold on. In the indicated location, on an island in a stream that has 2 trees growing in it, growing on it. So it's not here. Yeah, it's like outside of town then. Yeah, it just sounds like outside of town now. Unless I just read it. Wait, I just skipped it. I fucking skipped it. This is a problem with me. Like, I legitimately fucking skip shit. I guess it's like a skill issue for me. I skip shit, and then I don't remember shit. And then I struggle for like the next couple of like minutes or hours and stuff like that, and then I never like fucking complete a game like that. I need to ask you again. On an island in the river northwest of here. Okay. 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 So it's like somewhere then. Okay. It's normal for JRPG to skip side quest shit. I know, but I'm dumb to even do them, so there's that. Ever since I woke up this morning, I haven't been able to bring myself to do anything. Nothing seems worth bothering with, nothing at all. Oh, come on, man. There's plenty worth doing. Washing your face, brushing your teeth, and having a bit of breakfast before I start. All those things. Oh, shit. Wait. Wait. So, oh shit! I'll give you the enthusiasm. I'll give you the enthusiasm. Enthusiasm! Give you that. That's it. Easy. Easy enthusiasm. Boom! It's in him, in his breasts. There you go. Ooh, bread. Ooh, stamps. Oh, I'm almost there. Just need one more stamp and then I'll be good. But also at the same time, I need to find. Look at the map again. Is this person also groggy as fuck? Yeah, you're also groggy as fuck. Okay. You motherfucker is also groggy as fuck. I'll just talk to you. Jeepers. Okay. Okay. So some of the side quests are just easier than others then. Okay. Coins. Oh fuck. Gift. Give the heart. Here, take your heart. Boom. Boom, yeah. Oh, my favorite place in the world. I got flan and chocolate. Chocolate. Okay, hold on. I need to go back in. Okay, so claim merit. Do I want to use it for running or jumping? I think running would be actually better. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I got my running shoes on, baby. Okay, cool. So I think the only one left is, oh, it's also that one as well. Okay. Forest dweller who lives in the eastern part of rolling hills. Okay. Find out what's troubling about the dweller. Okay, cool. Okay. There's a lot more side quests in here, so there's that. Okay, let's get out of here real quick. Before that, I need a save. Save. There we go. Okay, so it's the southwest. Wait. Here we go, Ollie boy. Now adventure can really begin. You have even got yourself a proper wand and everything. I bet you're excited, eh? I sure am. Yeah, after 7 fucking hours! But Juho, that's long for an RPG. I know! I know how long an RPG game is! I'm just being fucking, stubborn. But Juho, why do you take so long? Shut up. Okay, north. Wait, hold on. No. So, north, east. No, sorry. Southeast. Okay, that one is the guy. The other one is northwest. Okay. I think I know what to do then. Okay. Okay, let me actually farm a little bit of XP real quick as well.
Watch this! Here goes!
Dude, they're gonna die so fast right now. A white bread, hell yeah. Okay, which one are you? You're the one, this guy. Oh, fuck!
Let's do it!
Okay, so I guess I kill all these dudes right here. Well, these guys are almost dead, I guess. Yes. You're dead. That's it. Gone for life. My dude's gone for life. Cool. Bounty hunt complete. Okay, cool. Okay, that's one. I can probably just do both of them, and then afterwards, you know. I really like to do a lot of the side missions in, like, video games, because I feel like side missions actually do, like, help out with my, upgrades and, well, upgrades one, my experience another one, and I just get stronger with leveling up and such. That's why, like, I feel like a lot of the games that I really take a lot of time on are like ones that I really do a lot of side quests, because it just makes me want to just level up my character a lot more or grind my character, farm, you know. Farming is just one thing that I really do like to do sometimes.
We did it!
And hence why I take very long for, you know, like one chapter of a game. If a JRPG is like that, you know. But it is what it is, you know.
We can do this! Here goes! We won!
I'm getting like very little XP, goddamn. I also need to go back to that one place as well. Okay, north. Wait, northwest, right? Northwest. There's like 2 trees in between. Poor monkey left alone. I don't even know what the... Okay, hold on. You know what? Let's try out with the monkey real quick. Because, like, I kind of feel like the monkey doesn't really do anything much. Hold on. Look. The monkey doesn't really do anything much.
Let's do it!
Okay, never mind. The monkey actually did something. Monkey! Does the monkey actually get XP as well? Yeah, it does get XP. Okay, so, like, everyone also gets XP. Okay, so the monkey doesn't really... is not really left alone anyways. I just need more attack on you. Okay, more attack on you. Do I really need more defense on you? That's the thing. Okay. What's my defense on this one? 32? Wait, no. 34? You're gonna get all the flan, man. You're gonna get all the flan and you're gonna get fat. Fat as fuck. Eat up your flan, baby. Alright. There goes your flan. Now you're full as fuck. Okay. Okay. Can I even... Oh wait. Wait. Smash hit. Wait, hold on. Pent-up energy pummels a single enemy, dealing physical damage. I can just use this for this, then. Wait, cut loose, smash hit. Yeah. I don't really use Sandblast a lot, so there's that. Do I have an... Oh, no. Okay. I thought I have another, like, tooth, and I was like, what the fuck? Really? Okay. I probably need to get another cloak sooner or later anyway, so there's that. Okay, cool. I think I should be all fine. So my dude said northwest of here, right? Northwest of Ding Dong Dell on an island in the stream that has 2 trees going. Okay, wait, hold on. So it could not be 2 trees. Could it be here? Northwest of... Huh. Well, to be fair though, I had to go back. I still had to go back to like that one place in Rolling Hill. Oh, no, not one place in Rolling Hill. What's this like question mark person? Hold on. Forest Well lives in the eastern part. Okay, so it's right side. Okay, so I had to go right side later on. Jesus.
Let's go! We did it!
Ooh. There you go. More farming. It seems like more farming. Boom, he's dead. Boom, he's dead. That's it. That's just so easy. So easy. This game's so easy. We don't talk about the time that I died to a rat, though. That's a fluke. I swear. Okay, let me actually get this chest and then we'll see about chest. So-called chest. The rat knows. Goddamn. Wait, where does my path cut off? Oh, fuck, hi.
Watch this!
Boom. Okay. Where's my map at again? Okay, I need to cut. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm enjoying this game. I like this game. I mean, technically, like, this game is more vibrant and more colorful than, you know, a lot of the games. A lot of the RPG games, I would say. I don't even know. Maybe I just like a lot of... Maybe I just like fucking, like, stupid fucking cartoon-like RPGs like these than, you know, than Final Fantasy. Like, Final Fantasy is so serious. This game's like so fun and like childlike, you know?
Let's go.
Think about it. This game's like so fun and childlike. And I'm here having fun on an RPG game, you know? Ooh, Sunday. Cool. I think about it. I think like a game like this would actually make me feel more like, it makes me feel happier, I guess. And I really do like it a lot. Ooh, creamy flan. Creamy flan. You know what else is creamy? You know what else is creamy? My mom!
Watch this! We won!
I think that's about it for this map, right? Because I don't think there's anything else other than that tree. Unless that tree needs help. Which I don't think he needs help anyways, like fuck that tree.
Let's do it! Here goes! We did it!
I mean, I really do enjoy this game. I feel like maybe I just need the motivation to actually like, well, the motivation to actually like play a game. I just don't, because like either like I just procrastinate and not do anything about the game, or like I just don't have interest in the game afterwards, you know? Like, this is why I just stream the game, because, like, if I stream the game, wouldn't it be easier for me to just, like, play the game on stream? And I guess, like, have people opinionate about what they, like, I don't know, what they like about the game, what they don't like about the game. If there's any tips, I guess people come in, like, oh, yeah, they'll tell you what the tips are. But I guess this game is, like, quite straightforward, I guess. This game is like quite straightforward than Dark Souls. I think Dark Souls is like one of those games like everyone's gonna be complaining on what you would do. They will tell you what like you need to do, and it's like so annoying, and I don't want to play these kind of games, you know. I want a game that's like I can play and be like quite straightforward about what I want to do in the game, and what I really think of doing. Yeah, I mean, Dark Souls is not really a game for me, actually, so there's that.
Watch this!
Can't believe they're sucking their own fucking tail. Disgusting. Why are they sucking their own tail?
We won!
Tails, actually. I need to go down there. How do I go down there? Is there a way for me to go down there? I don't know, maybe I'm just like not really into like games like, you know, for Souls you are encouraged to explore and experiment. Yeah, but like there's a lot of people who are just very annoying in your explorations and experimentations, you know. I just don't like the whole when I played the game, I just didn't really like the whole backseating of what was happening in the game, so I couldn't really, like, you know, take it that much. Ooh, flower. Hold on. What is this? On an island on the street, there's two people join. Wait, hold on. Where am I at? Oh wait, it's you. Is it you? Please tell me it's you. Yeah, it's you. Okay. There's a diary. Oh yeah, it's the diary. There you go. We got the diary. We got the diary. We got the diary from the person got the diary. And now I'm gonna kill these two tail-sucking lizards. They're sucking the tail. Weirdly, I don't know why. There we go. I mean, I really do like this game. Like, I like this kind of game. I think this game is, like, this kind of game is, like, suitable for me to actually play with, like, as an RPG, I guess. And that brings me to another game, which is Kingdom Hearts. I think Kingdom Hearts might be a game for me, but I'm not too sure about it yet. I'm not too sure, because here's the thing. I'm not too sure about what the fucking Kingdom Hearts thing on Epic is like, you know? I don't know whether is it gonna be like the same game with like a couple of DLCs, or is it like a separate game or something like that, you know? It's very confusing for me to know what the fucking game is all about, you know? Defense increase, there we go. That defense. Magical attack though. Magical defense though. I'll go with you then. You're talking about the first game? Like, isn't all the games on Epic? Like, I'm pretty sure all the games are on Epic, right? All the Kingdom Hearts games are on Epic. Well, barely all the Kingdom Hearts games are on Epic, but like the first and second one. It's just named as like 1.3, 2.6, or 2.7, whatever it is. Like, you can totally tell, like, it's like 3.78 or 2.4568, or whatever it is, you know? Yeah, so it's the one on, like, Epic that I do not know whether or not it's like, you know. Can I get this? Oh, wait, claim bounty. Sorry. There we go. Cool. I only played the first game on PS2. Yeah. 85588 Thursday. Yeah, it's I just don't understand. Like, is it the game, the full game but with DLCs, or is it like a separate thing from the game itself? Like, I don't understand sometimes. Salted ice cream. North of Golden Grove, the rolling hills, Summerlands. Winged beast is tormenting travelers, making... Okay, sure, I can do that. Yeah, I'll do that. It's the full game with other games, and sometimes the other games turn into movies. Yes, sure. So like that many, as you can tell. They'd be separate games, yeah. But the ones on the ones on Epic are like the flagship games, I think. So there's 1, 2, and I think 3. Like I said, I do not know, because like they literally have a lot of fucking whatever games it is, you know. I can do the I'll do the bounty first, and then afterwards I'll see what the fuck is the eastern one. Are you what I'm trying to find? Oh fuck. Oops. I don't know if 3 is out, but I know 1 and 2 are out. But they are just named like different fucking numbers because you know there's like 3 million fucking numbers on it. Or like 2.8, 1.6, whatever it is. I don't even know. That's why. Are you the bird? No, you're not the bird, right? You're not the bird. Here. Oh, you're the thing. Okay. Dream drop distance HD but by sleep KHK. God damn, that's a lot. That's already a lot to take in. Cut loose. I don't know. Like I said, that's why I didn't want to buy it in the first place. See, when I don't buy it in the first place, I'm like, nope, not doing it until like I figure out that it's actually like the full game, you know. And you're dead. Cool. Can you describe your armpit smell? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the flying fuck is wrong with you, dude? East. Okay, east, rolling. Okay. So I'm gonna go east for a bit, and then we'll see about, like, shit. You know what? Wait, hold on. Bang Galewind reason armpit smell. True.
Watch this.
Sure is for a friend. Nino! There we go. What a level up right there. There you go. Good level up. Bye. Monkey. Monkey level up. I can't believe my little monkey is growing up right now. Okay, wait, hold on. Pi. Accuracy. Okay, you need a lot more accuracy, my dude. Okay. So what is this? What is with this eastern part of it? In the forest. Because there's someone in here, right? Yeah, there is someone in here. Okay. Cool. Hello. What the fuck? You have a bowl haircut. Oh my god, you also have a bowl haircut. Imagine going into a family with all bowl haircuts. Battler's badge? Made for very sturdy materials, this badge. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, my brother. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Wait, you know what? Battler's badge. I might just do this then. Yeah, I might just do this then. Hold on. And what's your attacks? You have sharpener. Well aimed pebble deals damage. Okay, cool. I guess so. You have. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay, cool. No joke, hurt Asian sweat tends to not smell as much. I don't know, man. I just smell. How? Boy, listen, forest very dangerous. Escape, run away. Huh? What's going on? Monsters everywhere, rampaging monsters destroying forest. That's terrible. Which monsters are these then? Rhino boar, big, we see 5. Dangerous, very dangerous. Escape, run away. But what about you? Don't you guys live here? We stay in forest. Protect our forest. Come on, Ollie boy. Okay, we do this. Okay. A spell is something that a wizard. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna do this for sure. Wait, hold on. No. Wait. I need to go out of here first. Out of here first. This is a good reminder for me to actually save. There we go. There you go. There you go. Always safe, man. Always safe. Alright, let's see this, wait. Oh, it's out here! Oh! Okay. Okay. Sure. Oh. Okay, that's one down. But I shouldn't be using a lot of my fucking stupid ass, whatever it is. My MP. I used a lot of MP already, so I don't know. Let's see about the attacks in this one. Not that, I was about to say not that bad. Yeah, not that bad. I don't think they're that bad, honestly.
Watch this.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, I just need blue now. I just need a fucking MP blob or something. You leveled up? You fucking leveled up? Not me, you? How did you level up?
We can do this.
Okay, sure. Let's see about my attacks then. 5, 4. Wow, they are not that good at all. They're just not good at all. Now I leveled up. Now I leveled up. Look at you punching with a mage. That's not a mage, man. That's a wand. It's a crystal, fucking crystal head wand, man. I wish it was a mage, though. Mages are Wait. Oh fuck! Oh no! I mixed up the word. I was thinking about a mace. That's the life of Juho, mixing up plenty of words like salvage and savage and a lot other words. Oh wait, I need to. Oh fuck, I need to go back to them. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I forgot I need to go back to them. I thought you mentioned mace. I was like, I'm not using a mace. A mace is like a spiky fucking tool thing. And then I realized, wait a minute. That's it, mage, not mace. I was like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here comes me being fucking dumb again. You strong. Well, Ollie boy. Okay. So yeah, cool. 3 bottles of iced coffee, hell yeah. Cool. My card is okay. My card is A-okay now. So I think that's about it, right? Like after when I get back to when I get back to the castle, I think I just turn in, and then I guess yeah, that's about it. That seems about it. I just have to turn in right now. There we go. What's up, Guns? What's up? The white bitch. Yeah, okay, cool. Forge makes your forging efforts more fruitful. Jumping. Creates it. Wait, causes additional restorative glimpse to appear during battle. Oh, okay. Maybe I should save my cards then. I should save my cards. Are there any more people who needs errands? No more. Okay, cool. So I'm done with my errands, I guess. I think I'm done with my errands. No more errands. But I just need another one more. Okay, I just need another one more stamp, I guess. Okay, cool. So I guess I'm possibly done. Wait, hold on. Evasion. You need a lot more evasion, man. My dude has like 3 million evasion. Time to farm. Hello, little crappies. Goddamn Harvestella. I don't know how it is with Harvestella, but oh god damn it. That game's insane. Okay. I think I need a cloak. I can buy a cloak. I think that's what I would do. I need to buy a cloak. And then, what else can I get? Yeah, I guess I'm leaving my characters, I mean, my familiars to actually just do the battle for me. Okay, wait, hold on. You can wear that. You can wear that. I'll buy one for you. Equip it from you. And I should be okay. Wait, can I... What can I sell? Holy shit, fuck that shit. Your prices aren't reasonable, my dude. Your prices ain't reasonable. Okay, so I have... Oops. Yes. Okay, cool. Okay. That makes so much good sense. I can save here, right? Yeah, I can save here. But I do not want to, I guess. Let's get out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here. God, I really like this game, like, so much. I think this game is, like, beautiful. Beautiful. I love this game. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me save here real quick. There you go. I don't think I have anything else in this area other than me just going all the way down to you. It's a wonderful game. It is a wonderful game. I like it. I've been having fun with it ever since, you know. Okay, let's see what this one is. And then I would probably need to fucking stop sooner or later as well. And before it's gonna be like a 10-minute movie, I was like, uh-oh. 10 minutes of talking. Like, fuck. I'm fucked, man. Here we are, Golden Grove. A quick stroll through here and we'll be out the other side into the desert in no time. Tidy. Jeepers creepers. Just look at those mushrooms. Giant mushrooms is so different from the deep dark woods. You're not wrong, Ollie boy. It's another type of woodlands altogether. This is. No offense to Tree Face, but the soil here is just the soil by here is just better. Proper fertile. It is. Proper fertile it is. The trees are weighed down with fruit and nuts all the year round. That's why they call it the Forest of Plenty. See? The Forest of Plenty, huh? Ah, it's been a while since I dropped by. They're nostalgic. Full of fairies. This old places. Shall I give the boys a shout? Yes, please, Mr. Drippy. Oi, out the boys! Anyone about? It's me, Drippy. Nobody's home. What? No welcoming committee from the High Lord, High Lord of the Fairies? Something's proper weird is going on, mun. No fairies in town, and none of the forest neither. What's happening to them all? Maybe we should go deeper in into the forest. We might be able to find more there. Well, since we're going that way anyway, let's just push on through to Elma Moon and see what we can see, shall we? Okay. Boy, I sure hope we get to meet some of your fairy friends, Mr. Drippy. Alright. Let's save here. Yeah, cool. Alright. That's it for me today. Yeah, that's it for me today. I think I should stop right here. I mean, I'm already at about 8 hours into the stream, so there's that. I've been streaming for like more than 7 hours for the past couple of days, like, which is like, holy shit. I'm actually, I do not want to fucking continue. Stop making me wanting to continue, Mr. Game. Game. Anyways, you're gonna hear like fucking the intro song. The intro song is always like that. Anyways, that's it for me today. I don't think I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow. Glad you were enjoying himself. Thanks for the stream. No problem. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow because tomorrow I have like a weird speedrunning marathon that I'm gonna be on. So I will probably take a break tomorrow and then come back on Saturday to stream. And then we'll see about when Saturday comes around. So yeah. But anyways, thank you guys for saying goodbye. I will see you guys. Who am I gonna raid, honestly? Let me see who am I gonna raid. I really do not know. I'm gonna rate it up to, you know what? I'm gonna rate it up to Rikel. He's actually doing Xenoblade Chronicles, so another RPG game for people who still want to stick around with RPG games, I guess. Anyways, thank you guys for saying goodbye. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you guys. See you on Saturday, by the way. Saturday, I will be streaming, not tomorrow. But yeah. Anyways, take care. Love you guys. See you. Bye.